Hello and welcome to Invinci-Girl, the Insurmountable Woman, written by Charles Arlington. This is a prototype audiobook voiced by me, your AI narrator. Later, you may find an updated audiobook, but for now, this audiobook has been made available to expand the work into more hands and ears, including your own. This reading is not perfect. However, with your support, a higher quality reading will be made available soon enough. Further versions will be available on multiple storefronts and YouTube. With that being said, enjoy, and let's continue the foreword and introduction. A superheroine short story collection, following the strong and brave Sasha Scorza, surmounting evil in her quest to restore Antithythem's state of peace and order. Villains will rival her, but never will she fall. Accompanied by her illustrious confidential assistant, Invinci-Girl journeys Antithythem's crime-ridden city, all the while managing her fanbase and following. Copyright 2025 Charles Arlington. All rights reserved. No portion of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission from the publisher, except as permitted by U.S. copyright law. This is a work of fiction. All characters, organizations, and events are representations of imagination, and any instances of real-world people, events, or places, no matter the condition, are only coincidental. Cover by Novel N. Hernawen. Law and Lawn Habitation. It was 69th Powers Street, in the city of Antithythem. A young, about early 20s brunette woman drove her newly purchased sports car to the gates of a grand, modernly designed mansion. Many knew it to be the beacon of justice in the city of Antithythem, Scorza Manor. The brunette woman wore thin aviators with bright red lipstick atop her lips. At the gates was an intercom with a button at the bottom of the speaker. She pressed the button with quick feedback to return. "Why is this button beeping?" "Gosh, just shut up, Whack. Please." "Whack," spoke a young woman's voice, before suddenly the intercom went silent. "Okay, I think that did it, geez. Anywho, let's just see what I should have. Sushi sounds a little good right now, or maybe a strawberry frappuccino." "No, that's not it, too much sugar," pondered the woman's voice through clean audio. A sudden shift of noise sounded on her end of the intercom. Oh, hi. Welcome to Scorza Manor." "Wow, haha, okay, get it together. What is your occasion for this evening?" questioned the polite woman. The brunette woman leaned towards the intercom speaker. "Ahem, yes, hi there. I'm here for an interview with Sasha Scorza," replied the brunette woman, sitting back in her car's driver's seat. Static played for a brief moment. "Yes, let me check just one moment. Okay, yes, Veronica Hoffel, scheduled for 9:30, responded the woman through the intercom. The brunette parted her hair to the left of her forehead. "Yep. That's me," said Veronica with a smile to the intercom. "She'll be happy to see you, please. Drive up through the driveway to the entrance, and a chaperone should park your car for you. Miss Scorza will address you in the lobby shortly," said the woman instructively. "Sounds great, thank you," responded Veronica, closing the driver's seat window. A man's veering head in the passenger seat looked at the camera attached to the gate's side column as the gate's door slid open. The passenger rested his head back upon the car's passenger seat. "So it's your big day. How do you think a billionaire goes for a new boss?" asked the about mid-20s, jet black-haired man. His skin was tan, had a lean but fit build, and a soft but pronounced jawline. He reached his hand to Veronica's shoulder with a soft grasp and following shoulder rub, looking to her through his own pair of aviator glasses. Veronica returned a look to the man with a smile. Working in a mansion and following a billionaire around sounds pretty legit, but sis is never going to shut up with questions about this," said Veronica with a continued smile. The dark-haired man responded, Hey, you never know. Maybe one day she too can be the industrious Sasha Scorza," exclaimed the dark-haired man. Veronica covered her mouth with her left hand momentarily. "Huh? Oh, stop it, hun, you're making me nervous," responded Veronica, smiling. The dark-haired man grinned as his left hand continued massaging the right shoulder of Veronica. "Don't sweat it, babe, you'll get this, and before you know it, we'll be in Malibu," said Veronica's boyfriend with a confident grin. Veronica flicked her head back to him with a bite to her bottom lip, while his hand left her shoulder. His head turned towards the large, modern-fashioned mansion that they were approaching. The mansion fashioned many windows, with a large fountain in the courtyard leading up to the mansion's door. Dozens of high-end cars, motorcycles, scooters, and even mopeds were stationed outside the mansion. Miss Scorza seemed to be a collector of extravagant vehicles. Driving up the mansion's driveway towards the entrance, Veronica parked in front of the staircase to the mansion's entrance as she and her boyfriend got out of the vehicle. Veronica was a tall brunette woman, with a thin frame, impressive physique, and legs that glistened when met with the sun. She wore a professional peach-colored, form-fitting skirt, followed by a blazer top of the same color and professional white undershirt. Her boyfriend happened to be taller than her, with form-fitting jeans and a casual blue button-up shirt carrying a pattern of flamingos. A young blonde woman swiftly came out from the front door of the mansion, who happened to be quite attractive. Veronica's boyfriend took notice of the blonde woman before returning his attention to Veronica, who exchanged her car keys with the chaperone. Veronica and her boyfriend then walked up the manor's staircase, which led towards the wide mahogany doors of the mansion. Above their position to the right, they read a large sign resting atop the main garage, out of 4 total garages to the mansion, reading, "Girls Get It Done." The couple took little notice to the sign, for their primary attention had been set on the elaborate design of the whole mansion. Puffed. "Come on," moaned a blue-haired woman, staring at a coffee machine churning to the noises of recent activation. It had been filling a cup with steaming water as she leaned into the counter, clinking her nails upon the countertop. The stream of dark coffee came to a cease as the cup had been filled. "Finally, took long enough. I'm not paying anyone to do this yet," remarked the blue-headed woman. She was dressed in a nighttime robe colored in bright pink, and she had been walking across the spotless tiles of a marble-floored kitchen. The appliances surrounding her were as spotless as the floors, appearing to be of high-end make, if not the best of the industry's technology. The blue-haired woman had a fit, sleek physique, nothing impressive, with below-medium but noticeable breast size. She was somewhere in her 20s, perhaps 22, with freckles underneath her green eyes. Staring into a sink full of disorderly dishes, she brought her cup of coffee up to her lips. The steam simmered across her nostrils as the dark liquid cusped her upper lip. With the smooth sensation of hot liquid now guzzling down her throat, the blue-haired woman quickly began chugging the coffee euphorically. As the steaming coffee now escaped the edges to the blue-haired woman's lips, she had lost her sense of awareness before a rush of steaming coffee came up past her mouth and now singed her lips, cheeks, and nostrils. "Oh, come on. I really don't need this right now," remarked the blue-headed woman, placing the more than half-empty cup down. Her cheeks simmered of the recently brewed coffee, while some had also spilt upon her nighttime robe. She wiped at her burnt face before she recontinued to drink her coffee. "Ah, okay, bad day, huh?" pondered the blue-haired woman to herself. A remarkably attractive red-headed woman came walking around the corner, into the kitchen, as the blue-haired woman guzzled down more of her coffee. "Miss Scorza?" inquired the red-headed woman. Swiftly pulling the emptied drink from her mouth, the blue-headed woman turned to the redhead with more burning hot coffee on her cheeks and collarbone. "Yes, Chelsea?" replied Sasha Scorza cogently. "Your 9:30 interview has arrived. She will be awaiting in the lobby shortly," responded Chelsea. Sasha smiled. "Oh, terrific, thank you," said Sasha. "You are welcome, ma'am," replied Chelsea with a bow, revealing impressive cleavage, before walking out of the kitchen. Sasha took her phone out from a stained pocket in her pink robe. She scrolled upon the image of a tall, stunning brunette, viewing many lines of text underneath the image. "Okay, so Veronica, got it, should work out, but we'll see," remarked Sasha, heading upstairs to her bedroom. Veronica and her boyfriend had taken seats in Sasha Scorza's lobby, gazing upon the multiple aquariums and the numerous chandeliers hanging above them. The room was remarkably built and designed. A blue-haired woman wearing light gray jeans and a casual green tank top entered the lobby. "Oh, Veronica, I take it? And who is this? Asked Sasha, carrying slight hostility. Veronica's brown eyes spun around towards Sasha before she turned to her boyfriend. Oh, Miss Scorza, this is my boyfriend Daniel, exclaimed Veronica with her right hand placed onto his chest. Daniel smiled at Veronica, with his right hand resting on her waist. Sasha's eyes dug deep into Daniel's soul, but he didn't happen to notice. I see. Will you be ready for the interview then, Veronica? I don't want to keep Sir Pretty Lips waiting, responded Sasha. Daniel smiled faintly. Oh, my apologies, take your time, Miss Scorza. I'm just here to support Veronica for this blessed opportunity, assured Daniel, stepping back from Veronica with his hands in his pockets. Veronica looked to Daniel with a facial expression of question. He nodded to her with raised eyebrows, directing his nod towards Sasha's direction. Oh yes, I'm certainly ready, said Veronica, uncertainly. Sasha smirked as she looked at the couple. Follow me then, Miss Hoffel, instructed Sasha, leading Veronica to her office. Promptly, Daniel took a seat in the lobby area to await the interview's conclusion. Walking into Sasha Scorza's office, Veronica noticed a fluffy white carpet lay beneath two iron chairs, fashioned with a sophisticated black leather padding, stationed in front of a large marble desk. The room was on the third floor of the mansion, with a grand view overlooking the city of Entiteithum. Take a seat, said Sasha, with a hand gesturing towards one of the office's chairs. My thanks. So wait, just out of curiosity, how did you decide to reach out to me? Asked Veronica before casting a glance out the wall-wide window towards the great city of Entiteithum. Oh wow! Is this the whole city of Entiteithum? Sasha's eyes narrowed punitively. Part of Entiteithum, you mean? Responded Sasha with brief pause. You were marked as a national top talent with your modeling agency, so I assumed you were skilled for the job. Are you ready for the interview? Responded Sasha. Veronica appeared astonished. Oh, I'm surprised you found me there. I guess, yep, good to go, said Veronica, smiling. Sasha smiled faintly in return. Terrific, let's get started. So what cup size are you? Asked Sasha blankly. Veronica's eyebrows raised. Oh? You mean? Asked Veronica, pointing to her breasts. Sasha nodded. F cup. Why do you? Responded Veronica, before interruption. Sasha checked off her paper with an over-exaggerated stroke of her pen. Terrific. How do you handle high-risk legal situations? Asked Sasha directly. Veronica stared ahead blankly. I'm sorry, aren't I supposed to be? Asked Veronica before interruption. My assistant? Yes, I'm a busy woman, lots of responsibilities, so people try to waste my time, often, responded Sasha assertively. Oh. Well yes, that should be no problem. As long as I'm not doing any legal work, 'cause you know, I'm not a lawyer, said Veronica, smiling forcefully but happily. Sasha smirked as she checked off her paper triumphantly. Marvelous, how good are you at cleaning messes? Asked Sasha. Veronica's face lit up. Oh, I'm great at it, Daniel can tell you, said Veronica before interruption. Sasha checked off her list with an almost performative display. Terrific. Are you emotionally tolerant throughout intense combative situations? These include, but are not limited to, brawls, beatings, burnings, impalings, falling from great heights, dislocated joints or limbs, the possibility of suffocation, heavy but not severe blood loss, and chemical alterations or even deformations, including non-chemical deformations and or alterations, asked and listed Sasha with a pause, looking up from her checklist. Veronica's eyes suddenly refused to blink, and her breathing had promptly paused. She seemed unable to process a response for some time. I'm sorry, what does my job entail again? Asked Veronica slowly. I need you to clean my laundry, do my dishes, clean my messes, get my coffee, organize my papers and files, stand by for attention to any notes or needs, retrieve any personal belongings I might request, and anything else a typical assistant does, replied Sasha eloquently. Veronica squinted her eyes. And the dyeing stuff? Asked Veronica. Sasha grinned. Oh, that involves me. I'm the one that may get brutalized or maimed. Responded Sasha with a dry laugh. Veronica stared at Sasha in confusion. "Do you not need a bodyguard?" asked Veronica, concerned. Sasha put down her pen with a sigh. "Huff, listen, sister, I'm going to have to ask you a favor, one that you're going to have to keep. It's a secret that could threaten my security around here. Can you keep it locked in your lips, tight?" asked Sasha. With momentary pause, Veronica counted her next words carefully. This isn't government top secret or anything, is it?" asked Veronica. "No, this is personal. Do you know Invinci-Girl?" asked Sasha. Veronica lit up again. "Oh, the female vigilante, right? Of course my sister loves her." "I don't really know anything about her, though," replied Veronica. Sasha smirked. "It's about her. Can you keep a secret?" asked Sasha. Veronica looked around at the corner of her eyes for a brief moment. "Aha, sure I can," said Veronica with an anxious smile. Sasha's smirk continued as her eyes glanced around the room, only they had been sitting in there. Sasha leaned in. "Listen, dear, I'll fill you in on my secret. I'm her, she's me, Invinci-Girl. I need you to," shared Sasha before interruption. "Oh, wah? No way. Isn't she supposed to be a superhero or something like that?" responded Veronica, initially speaking under her breath, growing louder as she spoke. "You mean is a superhero? Well, yeah, that's me, and I need you to be my assistant while I fight for justice," said Sasha, smiling proudly. Veronica's posture straightened. "Well, count me in," replied Veronica. "Wait, I won't get hurt, right?" Sasha checked off her list in prideful success. "No, villains only come after me, my assistants never get hurt." "I'll pay you highly as promised, but I have one more question before we're finished here," said Sasha. Veronica's face glowed. "Ask away," said Veronica, smiling. "You own a lot of tight clothes?" asked Sasha. Veronica tilted her head upwards in recollection of her thoughts. "I never thought of that. Do I own tight clothes?" "Yeah, I guess so," said Veronica, nodding affirmatively. Sasha checked off her list one more triumphant time. She rose from her seat with a hand reaching out across the desk. "Terrific. You're hired," said Sasha with a proud smile and a hand on her left hip. Veronica got up as she adjusted her skin-tight skirt and shirt. "I'm sorry, but did you forget to ask about any of my previous work history?" questioned Veronica, shaking Sasha's hand. Sasha grinned humorously. "Nope. You were just previously a Invinci-Girl's model, right? A nanny for your first job, then bartender for some time, and also went to school for marketing, correct?" questioned Sasha, informatively. Veronica seemed stunned by her knowledge. "Oh, guess you know me. Ha ha, so when do I start?" "I'm being paid 10 times more than with Invinci-Girls, right?" asked Veronica carefully. "More, actually. You will be making 10 million a year here. Will you start right now, today?" asked Sasha. Veronica paused for a moment. "Oh, yeah, sure," replied Veronica with a noticeable burden weighing on her mind. "And is that after taxes?" Sasha smirked to this, with something mischievous lying within her lips. Trying to run away with a robbery, are you?" "Ha, no, I've accounted for such. You'll get 3,250,000 after tax," informed Sasha, with a self-satisfied countenance and delivery. "Oh. Well, that'll be great. It's still a lot," said Veronica, noticeably disappointed in the sudden salary cut despite the overall pay increase. Sasha's right eyebrow raised, with an almost superior expression casting from her face. "Don't fret. It's all for the good of whatever Invinci-Girl's undoubtedly virtuous and trustworthy politicians choose to do with it." "Now, will you be starting today?" asked Sasha once more. With her eyes losing focus, Veronica seemed lost in thought before a sudden reacquisition of her thoughts. "Oh yes, ma'am. Just let me tell my boyfriend that I'll be starting work by today." Sasha grinned. "Don't keep Sir Pretty Lips waiting too long, we've got work to do and a lot to teach you," said Sasha. Veronica seemed initially startled from the comment. "Oh, absolutely, right away, Miss Sasha, Scorza," said Veronica, heading out for the door. "Miss Scorza will do," said Sasha cogently. Veronica's face held brief uncertainty. "Of course, Miss Scorza." "I'll be right back," said Veronica, walking out the door. Daniel stared fondly into Veronica's eyes as his two hands held her by the shoulders. "Seems we're moving you up in the world, huh?" said Daniel, with an embrace to Veronica. They hugged each other firmly as Sasha entered the lobby room. "First thing up is Doolito's Cafe. You ready, Veronica?" asked Sasha, eyeing up Daniel. Veronica held Daniel tight as she turned her head. "Yes, ma'am. Anything I should do for you?" asked Veronica. Sasha began to walk to the back of the lobby room, headed towards a nearby stairway. "I'll be getting ready, just rev up my car for me. Speak with the chaperone, she'll give you the keys," said Sasha. Sasha had turned back towards the staircase she were walking towards as Daniel locked his eyes with Veronica. "All right, babe. This is your first big day. I'll pick you up after you're done with work," said Daniel with a smile. The couple kissed each other on the lips before the two parted. Veronica then gathered the keys to a high-end sports car, which happened to be the most recent model from the Burst Bag brand. Sasha had entered her bedroom as she put on a pair of pink cat eyes styled sunglasses and strapped on a pink X-shaped mask across her head and face. The midpoint of the X crossed over the bridge of her nose. She then quickly fashioned on a golden, skin-tight and sleeveless tank top shirt, which displayed modest but unrevealing cleavage at the top of her tank top. The cleavage was shaped in a wide V shape, while the rest of her arms and back were covered by a thin, long coat. The long coat was colored in bright pink while she strapped on a pair of suspenders, which she hooked up from her shoulders down to the waist of her pink, flare-styled and skin-tight leggings. Sasha finally reached for a pair of golden-heeled boots as she finished dressing for her attire. Sasha looked in the mirror proudly, posing like a photo were being taken of her. She placed a hand on her left hip, with her right knee jetted out to the rise of her right heel. "Time to save the city, Invinci-Girl," she said, smirking to herself. As she began to walk out of the room, Invinci-Girl took the hand of an idle, slender, and well-dressed mannequin, carrying the figure of a woman. Invinci-Girl grabbed the hands of the mannequin as she rearranged the arms to drape past her shoulders, and then she placed her own hands upon its hips. "Ha ha, hey there, seems a big day here, hey," said Invinci-Girl with a satirically masculine voice. "Ha hey, listen babe, I'll come pick you up after today, MK," continued Invinci-Girl, meeting her lips to the mannequin's lips. "Aight bro, I got nothing better to do, see you later." Daniel had been pulling out of the driveway with Veronica's car, as Veronica waved to him, with her aviators back on. She rested against the driver's seat door to Invinci-Girl's car, waiting for her new boss to arrive. Within a few short moments, Invinci-Girl walked outside to meet her new assistant, Veronica. "Oh, hi there. Miss Score?" said Veronica before interruption. "You mean Invinci-Girl?" corrected Invinci-Girl, placing her hands firmly upon both her hips, with her right hip jetting out to the side. "Oh, certainly, apologies Invinci-Girl. Are you ready for your ride?" asked Veronica cordially. "I like to take charge of things around here, so my driving should do just fine," said Invinci-Girl with her hand outstretched. Veronica nodded. "Certainly, madam, your keys," said Veronica, placing the car keys in Invinci-Girl's hand. Getting in the passenger seat of the vehicle, Veronica looked to Invinci-Girl, who got into the driver's seat nimbly. Revving up the engine with a sudden burst of speed to follow, Invinci-Girl drove off, sailing far past Daniel as he drove Veronica's car. For whatever reason, Invinci-Girl's left hand flew outside of her driver's seat window, with a middle finger pointed outward as she drove past Daniel, who didn't seem to pay any notice to the odd gesture. With the sports car gaining speed, the palm trees surrounding the driveway passed the car's inhabitants like a blur of vision. The traffic had been quite slow today, as Invinci-Girl and Veronica waited in their car for quite some time. Come on, could this go any slower?" questioned Invinci-Girl, with her left hand up against her forehead and her right hand on the steering wheel. "Would music suffice for our ride, madam?" inquired Veronica. Yeah, let's hit the jams," said Invinci-Girl. Pressing the play button on a touchscreen console within the center of the car's interior, a loud roar of death metal music began playing. It appeared to be sounding at maximum volume. Veronica covered her ears quickly as she panicked for a volume setting or dial of some kind. "Oh my gosh! This is so loud, yelled Veronica, fidgeting with the music controls, looking for volume settings. The death metal had finally settled down as the volume was brought to nearly non-existent levels. "Hey now, are you not feeling the tunes, dude?" asked Invinci-Girl with a cocky smirk. "I'm sorry, madam, my ears are not accustomed to that sort of music," replied Veronica respectfully. Invinci-Girl stared at the parked car in front of her, nodding. "Keep it low then, Veronica. Besides, we must have our wits about us if any crime were to happen just about now," said Invinci-Girl. Veronica smiled with a nod. "Apologies, madam, and yes, of course," replied Veronica. Invinci-Girl's row of congested cars had soon passed the latest stoplight, as another half-hour passed of continual traffic. Invinci-Girl's vehicle sat parked in front of the same car from just 30 or so minutes ago. Sighing and fidgeting around, Invinci-Girl held her hands to attention at the steering wheel as she stared at the license plate before herself. "Wait, what state is that vehicle from?" asked Invinci-Girl. Veronica looked up from her phone with a dumbfounded look. Oh, it looks like Oklahoma," said Veronica before being cut off. "Ugh, don't we have enough people in this city?" Oh my gosh," whined Invinci-Girl angrily. "I'm sorry, ma'am," said Veronica cogently. "No, it's fine," replied Invinci-Girl with an unsteady tone. Another 10 minutes passed by as Invinci-Girl's car nudged a few meters ahead before coming to a waiting stop. Invinci-Girl sat in the seat of her car, with her head against the headrest. Veronica had been swiping through her phone, with occasional involvements of small talk. They sat in complete silence as they waited through traffic for another minute before, yelled Invinci-Girl with a pause for breath before flailing her arms. "Honk, ah. Rah honk, ah. What are you waiting for? Is the road broken? Did these people just pass a driver's test for idiots? Rah. Stupid city roads. Move the car, you idiot. Yeah, you clown," screamed Invinci-Girl from inside her vehicle, thrashing her hands at the car's horn. Hey. I see you, look me in the eyes when I talking to you," screamed and pointed Invinci-Girl to the car ahead of herself. Veronica looked at Invinci-Girl in complete dismay as Invinci-Girl opened the window to the car. Bringing her blue-haired head from out the vehicle, many cars had now been honking back to her commotion. Hey! Don't you have somewhere to be? Newsflash. Open your ears wide, you clown. It's called reapplying the use of your gas pedal, you piece of screamed Invinci-Girl from out the window, while a loud commotion overtook the traffic-jammed road. Veronica looked ahead of herself as she noticed the driver ahead of them move their head around, looking through their rear-view mirrors. Looking to her right, Veronica's glance caught the horrified, confused look of a man observing from within his car, sipping through the straw of a drink in his hand. Multiple voices could now be heard yelling, "Shut the up! Hey, why don't you just pick up all of our cars and move the traffic yourself? If you've got it all figured out. I'll come over there myself if you don't shut up. I've got a baby in here, cut it out," yelled many traffic-jammed individuals all at once. Invinci-Girl banged the hood of her car, continuing to shout at the cars around herself, pointing to each subject of her most recent verbal addressal. Veronica held her head down low as Invinci-Girl argued without end in sight towards the entire traffic jam and its chorus. Some time passed with the entire scene occurring as it did before, with the traffic finally opening up to a faster pace. Invinci-Girl closed the window to her car with a breathing rate that indicated intense anger. "What a stupid day," yelled Invinci-Girl, pressing into the gas pedal of the car. Driving at a sudden high speed, Invinci-Girl turned around the corner of the stoplight that they had finally reached. The car swerved for a moment down the following road before it lost control, driving straight into the wall of a corporate building ahead of them, past the recent intersection. The car creaked as Invinci-Girl threw her hands up from the steering wheel. "Oh great, now what?" exclaimed Invinci-Girl, looking ahead to the car's dented hood. Veronica observed the situation carefully, choosing her words insightfully. Madam, it appears you've wrecked the vehicle after crossing the intersection, notified Veronica. Invinci-Girl breathed intensely. Thank you, Veronica. It seems you are correct, said Invinci-Girl, getting out of the car. Scrolling through her phone, Invinci-Girl brought her phone up to her right ear. It's always got to be something. Order a ride for us, Veronica, said Invinci-Girl assertively. Yes, ma'am, replied Veronica, scrolling through her own phone, followed by Invinci-Girl arguing with a possible insurance company representative. A normal suburban car approached a building reading above, Doolitto's Cafe. Invinci-Girl and her assistant, Veronica, exited the rear passenger doors to the vehicle and walked into the coffee shop as the vehicle drove away. Entering inside the cafe, Invinci-Girl and Veronica had entered a line that was most likely going to be 5 minutes of wait time. Many patrons' eyes stared at Invinci-Girl, speaking to each other frequently with possible unfamiliarity, while others ignored her presence. Many young men took notice of Veronica. Invinci-Girl fidgeted her feet as she and Veronica waited in line. Waiting again, said Invinci-Girl. The line moved forward before Invinci-Girl had her turn to order. Hello ma'am, what will you be having today? Asked a young blonde-haired man, the cashier. Invinci-Girl stared at the menu. I don't know, you tell me what's the good stuff, asked Invinci-Girl cordially. Well, the mocha is always nice, frappe or hot. I could really go either way. Let's see, the latte is good. The honey almond cappuccino is pretty hit or miss, answered the cashier before interruption. Are you trying to sell me the whole menu here? Don't you know what the good stuff means? It's what is the best menu option here, is there one? Do you know? Or are you just guessing? Questioned Invinci-Girl. The cashier let out a nervous grin. I'm sorry ma'am, I didn't mean, replied the cashier before interruption. Oh my gosh. Just tell me what's good, dude, said Invinci-Girl with her hands on the counter. Yes ma'am, that would be the pumpkin spice latte, responded the cashier with haste, as if he were being timed by a stopwatch. Invinci-Girl squinted her eyes. I swear to the gods of all cultures, if this isn't the best you've got, then I'm going to have a few words with your boss, said Invinci-Girl with a sharp tone. Of course, ma'am, you shouldn't be displeased, responded the cashier. Invinci-Girl smirked as she parted from the cashier, allowing her silence to bleed into his mind. Veronica shyly stepped forward to take her order. Hello, ma'am, how is your day going? Asked the blonde cashier. Oh, hi. Just a few bumps in the road getting to here. Otherwise, going pretty good, replied Veronica. Hey, traffic gets to the best of us. Now what will? Said the cashier before interruption. Yeah, so she's already taken, by the way, shared Invinci-Girl abruptly. The cashier's face reddened as he looked from Veronica and down to his station. Oh yes, of course, apologies, may I take your order? Asked the cashier with seeming shame. Veronica's eyes darted between the blonde cashier and Invinci-Girl with her mouth hanging open. Yes, I'll have the chai tea latte, please, said Veronica. With a slow nod, the cashier filled out her order. Yes, of course, ma'am, and may you and your boyfriend live long and prosper into eternity, shared the cashier, looking fearfully towards Invinci-Girl. With their orders finished, Invinci-Girl reached into her long coat to pull out a credit card for the two of them. This better be good, muttered Invinci-Girl as the payment processed through. A few moments passed as a brunette-haired woman placed 2 drinks down. A pumpkin spice latte and chai tea latte for 2, announced the woman. Invinci-Girl perked up as she took her drink, and Veronica took hers. Oh, terrific, thank you so much, said Invinci-Girl with a nod as she angled her drink around like an improvised wave to the waitress. Walking outside to an outdoor table, Invinci-Girl and Veronica sat down as they looked before themselves to a series of houses in front of the cafe. It appeared that this was a joint urban and commercial district of the city. Invinci-Girl took off the lid to her coffee cup as she looked inside for the contents. Seems legit, better not have only put water in here and color it or something, said Invinci-Girl. Veronica's eyebrows perked with curiosity. Really? You think they would do that? Asked Veronica. Invinci-Girl straightened her body posture. Hun, you're new to the game, so I get it, but you have to understand how thugs work. They're always looking for a way to cut corners and play you to their game. In this line of work, you can never be too careful, plus that guy was giving me the creeps, informed Invinci-Girl, nodding her head to the door of the cafe. Veronica nodded slowly. Well, maybe it'll taste like coffee once it has cooled down, said Veronica as she felt the warmth of her chai tea latte in her hands. Well, time to put things to the test. It's about time I've had my coffee, said Invinci-Girl, bringing the steaming drink up towards her lips. Veronica had been blowing at the lid of her coffee cup as her alarmed eyes watched Invinci-Girl's lips contact her coffee cup. Miss Score Invinci-Girl, watch, said Veronica before cutting her words short. With steam coming out of Invinci-Girl's mouth, she drank her pumpkin spice latte before setting the drink down. Hey, what did I say earlier? Just don't sweat it, said Invinci-Girl affirmatively. Veronica recollected herself as she continued blowing at the lid of her cup. If you say so. Seemed pretty hot, said Veronica, as both their eyes took to the attention of a man on the lawn to one of the homes across the street to Doolito's Cafe. This haggard-looking man wore a long-robed attire and had wandered along the sidewalk as he plopped himself down onto the lawn of the home across from Invinci-Girl and Veronica's street. Well, I guess this coffee isn't so bad, said Invinci-Girl as Veronica continued watching the haggard man. He seemed to be squatting down for some reason, moving around the belt of his pants as he repositioned himself. So, do you know of any better coffee shops? Asked Invinci-Girl as the man fidgeted within his squatting position. Veronica seemed startled in some way. Oh no, well there is this one place, Oscar's Dream Coffee, which I visited quite often before, but that was back at university, said Veronica as the haggard man gritted his teeth, wincing a couple times. Hey, does that guy look like he lives there? Asked Veronica. Invinci-Girl lowered her steaming drink from her lips as she watched the haggard man defecate on the lawn from across the street. Oh, what, that guy? Oh my gosh, we're too judgmental nowadays. Some people just have their own way of life. Besides, we're always trying to get in their way, and for what? Honestly, who are you, to question him or any of them? Questioned Invinci-Girl, casting her eyes to the haggard man, who was now standing up, continuing to drink from her latte. Veronica continued watching with a face of disbelief and disgust. Oh my goodness, said Veronica, turning her head to Invinci-Girl. Well, I don't know. Maybe some behaviors just aren't civil, I guess. Hey, should we notify the owners or call the cops? Wait, you fight crime, right? Asked Veronica, while the haggard man began to thrust his hips around, dancing around the defecation location like he were engaged in a ritual. That's the problem nowadays. We've become so fixated on what's right and wrong that we're not able to see things from anyone else's point of view. Seriously, who cares? He obviously needed to take care of his own business. If we were to do something, then the city of Antietam would only get worse, said Invinci-Girl, crossing her arms like she were impressed by her own words. The haggard man continued to dance on the lawn as he stripped off a few layers of his clothes, laying them down like a blanket. I don't know, isn't this against the law or something? We have to do something. Maybe the owners didn't give permission, said Veronica before interruption. Owners? Who gives them the right to tell him what to do with his body and time? You really think they should have that kind of power over his life? Asked Invinci-Girl, as a section of the window's shutters lifted from inside the home, with the haggard man dancing in front of it, grunting to an odd tune. I don't know. It's not that big of a problem, I guess. I was just being unreasonable, said Veronica, as a police car drove up to the lawn of the urban home. Both women had gone silent as they watched two male police officers step out of the vehicle, attempting to speak with the man. The haggard man bobbled his head around between dances, while the police officers insisted to communicate with him. Oh, just what are they doing here? Really, haven't they done enough to this city? Questioned Invinci-Girl, as she and Veronica watched the officers speak to the haggard man with their hands upon their belts. Mere moments passed by as Invinci-Girl made a few more remarks about the situation to Veronica, before the cops had begun to detain the haggard man. Wrestling with the haggard man for a brief moment, the cops attempted cuffing his wrists, while he squirmed and pushed himself away from their clutches. A scuffle had slowly begun to play out, and the cops had begun to apply more restrictive pressure upon the haggard man's arms, attempting to lock in their handcuffs. Invinci-Girl stood up from her chair, narrowing her eyes upon the two police officers. "Oh no, they don't." "No, not when he's innocent," said Invinci-Girl, leaping over the divider between the outdoor seating area and the sidewalk. "Just stay right here, I've got this under control," called Invinci-Girl to Veronica. Veronica nodded as Invinci-Girl sprinted across the street. "Hey! Just who do you think you are? Harassing this man?" hissed Invinci-Girl to the police officers. One of the officers got up to block Invinci-Girl's advance as she resisted his interference. "Ma'am, please, this a matter for the EPD," said the police officer. "Get out of my way. You really think being taller than me is going to stop you from justice?" "No, I'm helping this man," insisted Invinci-Girl, pushing against the police officer. "Ma'am, I don't want to escalate this situation. Please stop." "Let us do our jobs," said the first police officer, locking arms with Invinci-Girl. "This city isn't yours to terrorize. Leave this man alone or I'll make you," said Invinci-Girl, gritting her teeth to the face of the police officer. "Ma'am, don't," said the police officer before Invinci-Girl reached for his belt, grabbing his taser. The cop frantically grabbed for his belt, wrestling for the taser that Invinci-Girl stubbornly grabbed for. "You think your little man hands will stop me? I'll have you know," exclaimed Invinci-Girl before interruption. "Robbie, we've got a problem," announced the officer, over Invinci-Girl's voice, as the second officer wrestled the haggard man down to the ground. The cop snapped his head back to Invinci-Girl, as he lost his grip of the stun gun. Seizing his taser, Invinci-Girl aimed it straight for the police officer before he wrapped his arms around her outstretched, aiming arm for an arm lock. "Let go, ma'am," ordered the cop, as Invinci-Girl began to slap at his torso. "No. Get off of me," ordered Invinci-Girl, aiming her free arm's fist towards the police officer's face. With a punch to the face, the cop came free from Invinci-Girl, with both individuals stumbling away from one another as the taser fell to the ground. Facing off at a standstill, Invinci-Girl stood observantly as she eyed the taser. The cop traced her eyes anxiously, readying his own stance. "Ma'am, in the name of the law. I warn you, stand down," yelled the police officer. Invinci-Girl smirked. "Just try me, small man hands," exclaimed Invinci-Girl, charging the police officer with a tackle aimed for his torso. Quickly jumping to the side, the police officer dodged Invinci-Girl as she came tumbling to the ground, a few feet away from the feces on the lawn. Picking herself back up, Invinci-Girl roared as she readied her fists for the police officer's face. "Rah!" screamed Invinci-Girl, flinging her fists towards his face, which were met by subsequent dodges from the police officer's head. Before she could deliver a second volley, the cop quickly stepped behind Invinci-Girl as her most recent swing had sailed past him. He swiftly grabbed her from behind with his right arm hooking around her neck. "I'm just getting started," screamed Invinci-Girl, while the second cop and haggard man grunted to one another's struggle. Music following a death metal undertone had begun to play, from where no one could tell. In the blink of a moment, Invinci-Girl found the opportunity to kick her boot up towards the police officer's groin. Releasing Invinci-Girl with a grunt of pain, the police officer tightly clenched his groin as Invinci-Girl repositioned herself to save the haggard man. Yelling with a warrior's prowess, Invinci-Girl came charging after the second cop, as the first cop chased after her with his hand clutched to his groin. Tackling into the wrestling cop above the haggard man, Invinci-Girl had released the haggard man from the second cop's hold. Successively, Invinci-Girl attempted to restrain the second cop on the ground before he swiftly released himself from her grasp. The haggard man quickly got up and began to hobble away as the second cop and Invinci-Girl came to a stand. With both cops swiftly surrounding her, Invinci-Girl stood between them, staring at both of them eye to eye. The death metal music rang louder as the standoff persisted, and without further wait, the cops nodded to one another as they both charged Invinci-Girl. With a foot to the police car's window, the first cop leapt into the air as he somersaulted behind Invinci-Girl. With a speedy kick aimed for her back, Invinci-Girl dodged the cop's attack while she flung a fist for his outstretched leg. Missing her strike completely, the first cop repositioned his posture onto his second foot, delivering another kick into Invinci-Girl's belly. "Brah!" screamed Invinci-Girl, turning her head to the second cop who grabbed the haggard man's robe from the ground, throwing it up into Invinci-Girl's face. Guarding the robe from contacting her eyes, using her left forearm, Invinci-Girl rolled to her left as the second cop missed a near-contact fist jab. Coming to a stand, Invinci-Girl attempted to elbow strike the back of the stumbling second cop's back as the first cop sent his fist from the side straight into her face. With heavy contact, Invinci-Girl fell to the ground with one of her sunglasses lenses breaking loose. Invinci-Girl screamed with rage, "You think a couple of jabs can stop me? Small man hands? I've sat through reality television shows more fatal than this," remarked Invinci-Girl, stumbling to a stand. The second cop threw his fist straight for Invinci-Girl's face before she blocked his fist strike with the deflection her right forearm, guiding his strike off target. The two shared many altercations as both dodged and redirected one another's strikes. Before too long, Invinci-Girl landed 5 soft punches into his torso as the second police officer landed his own heavy blows into her ribcage. Panting from tired contact, Invinci-Girl took the blows of multiple fists from now both the first and second cop as they avoided many of her brawling strikes. Although they tried many times, each attempt to grab a hold of her only resulted in her slipping free and recontinuing their combat. As Invinci-Girl repositioned herself from an attempted bodily restraint, she spotted beneath herself the taser of the first cop from the earlier contact. Grabbing it, Invinci-Girl smirked as she aimed it for the first cop's torso. "Time to bring your power high to a buzzkill," remarked Invinci-Girl, firing the taser. The coil came springing out, which the first cop had to move very little away from, before realizing that her shot had completely missed him. In momentary disbelief, Invinci-Girl tossed the taser to the ground as she charged the first cop once more. "All right then, I won't go easy on you this time," exclaimed Invinci-Girl, charging for a tackle upon the first cop. Within microseconds of the passing moment, a coil had contacted Invinci-Girl's torso, with an activated taser staggering her to the ground. "Ah! What are you doing?" yelled Invinci-Girl. "Ma'am, stop." "This is enough," yelled the second cop, who had fired his taser to her torso. Smirking, Invinci-Girl continued to stagger as she rose from the ground, continuously shocked by the taser. "Heh! You think? Heh! This'll stop. Heh, me?" probed Invinci-Girl, now approaching towards the second cop. "I've used, toys that can incapacitate me, greater than this," exclaimed Invinci-Girl, before going completely limp, descending upon the lawn. Veronica watched from afar in awestruck gaze from behind the hood of a car, bending over to watch the scene play out. Many young men were also seen behind her, pointing and smiling at Veronica for some reason. Scrolling through her phone in boredom, Invinci-Girl sighed as she pressed the heart icon on an image of kittens in a basket on her smartphone. Are we done yet?" asked Invinci-Girl. The eyes of a robed magistrate eyed upon some documents with brief confusion. "Miss Invinci-Girl, you are being fined for $2,300,000 for the assault and battery against 2 officers of the law, including the illegal possession of their firearms, as well as for the interruption of an ongoing arrest," said a male judge, putting down the papers he had been analyzing. Invinci-Girl briefly gazed upon the judge through the broken and unbroken lenses of her sunglasses as she sighed once more. Can I just go now? This really isn't worth my time," said Invinci-Girl. The judge's eyebrows raised toward his forehead's temples as he grimaced his lips. "Yes, ma'am, pay the fines and go," said the judge sternly. Getting up from her seat, Invinci-Girl turned towards her nearby lawyer. "Yo, thanks for all that stuff," said Invinci-Girl before walking out of the courtroom, liking a video of puppies wrestling in snow. Veronica awaited outside the courtroom, returning Invinci-Girl's belongings to her as she paid the fine and promptly left the courthouse. Heading towards her vehicle, Invinci-Girl looked up from her phone to notice a haggard man from the corner of her eye. It was the same robe-garnering man from the incident earlier that day. "Oh, apologies, madam. Your keys?" said Veronica, handing Invinci-Girl the car keys. "Oh, don't be sorry," responded Invinci-Girl, catching a glare from the haggard man. With their eyes meeting, the haggard man gestured his hand like he were shooting a gun, with a wink and smile to Invinci-Girl. She smiled to herself from this, before getting into her vehicle as quickly as possible. Invinci-Girl number 1. The Medical Exploitation Complex. A blonde-haired woman with an impressive physique and glowing green eyes entered the kitchen of Scorza Manor. "Greetings, madam. The news agency has arrived. They will be awaiting you outside in the courtyard," said the blonde-haired woman. Sasha Scorza turned towards the blonde-haired woman as Veronica handed Sasha a recently brewed coffee. Terrific, Rachel, let them know Invinci-Girl is on her way," smirked Sasha after drinking a sip of her burning hot coffee with steam floating from her lips. "Oh, madam, your coffee is still hot," alarmed Veronica. Sasha turned with a humorous look on her face. "Girl, don't you remember?" "It doesn't faze me," remarked Sasha, smiling with her red-hot blistered lips. "Oh, of course, madam, my apologies," said Veronica, beginning to clean a few dishes from the nearby sink. "Don't bother too long with that, dear. We've got to meet the press," said Sasha, heading upstairs to get changed. "Yes, Miss Scorza, I'll be awaiting you in the lobby," exclaimed Veronica, turning the faucet off shortly thereafter. Heading outside into the courtyard, Invinci-Girl shined a smile towards a crew of cameramen and photographers as they took photos of her mansion from outside. Veronica had been standing outside already, looking through her phone, noticeably posing naturally. It were as if her former profession habituated her to the presence of cameras, even though nobody had asked her to stand in any particular fashion. The two male photographers accompanying the camera crew were already taking photos of the manor, with Veronica noticeably in each of their photos, possessing occasionally altered poses. "Oh, Miss Invinci-Girl," greeted Veronica with a smile and her aviators covering her eyes. A series of camera flashes were taken as her rear faced the photographers, with an almost picturesque pose. "We've already spoken on a few details of their visit. The camera crew would like a tour of the home, while the photographers would like to capture the spirit of the mansion as you show them around," furthered remarked Veronica. "Terrific," said Invinci-Girl, smiling. "What platform will this be released on, did they say?" A younger man, perhaps in his 30s, with a slender build, brown slick-back hair, and dressed in a casual business suit with sunglasses across his eyes, approached Invinci-Girl. "Hello, ma'am, Invinci-Girl, I take it?" asked the man with a charismatic smirk. Invinci-Girl placed her hands firmly upon her hips. Yeah, that's right, guy, and who are you?" responded Invinci-Girl. "The name's Chase Hunt, and we're uploading to all major platforms," said Chase, with a continued smile and hand out for a handshake. Invinci-Girl shook his hand reluctantly with a noticeably sweaty palm. Good to hear, Chase," said Invinci-Girl. "It's cha," said Chase before interruption. "So, when are we getting started?" asked Invinci-Girl. "Oh, well, right now. Just lead us around to the hallmarks of your manor, and we'll just film and photograph away," said Chase. "Okay," said Invinci-Girl, with some seeming suspicion in her undertone. "Well, let's just start with the sign over there, the girls get it done sign," said Invinci-Girl. Through further communication with the photographers and crew members, Invinci-Girl was advised to stand by wherever she liked as the news agency got to work. Taking numerous photos, the news agency focused their shots on the girls' Get It Done sign while Invinci-Girl posed from the hood of one of her sports cars. The cameramen focused on the vehicles as Invinci-Girl spoke about the brand and make of each vehicle, with little knowledge about most of her vehicles, except for the most popular brands. Heading indoors, she led them around to her pool, the aquariums in the lobby, the tennis court, her movie theater, and the underground cave which she used as a parkour gym, while disregarding the secret extension of the underground cave that leads towards her secret lair, of course. This wasn't everything, however, as she continued to show off her assault helicopter armed with a set of miniguns attached, her carpenter's bench, which never seemed to be used, but displayed pristine tools that were placed quite artistically. She showed them her at-home car workshop, which she couldn't quite remember what each tool was called, but she loved it all the same. She showed them her small, internal manners zoo, which had a few Bengal tigers, rhinos, and owls lying about, some in the same enclosures for some reason, and of course, she showed them her manta ray collection. Some more time was spent as she displayed her Love Not War shooting range to the filming crew, which hosted a series of armaments that fired long-range pepper spray from the nozzle. She demonstrated a few weapons, including the pepper spray minigun and her beloved pepper nuke, while also giving a short lesson on the military-industrial complex and how they've wired the populace to think that our conflicts can only be resolved through deadly force. She asked if one of the news agency members were willing to experience the non-hostile demonstration, with few of the members uttering any speech in response. Before awkward silence ensued, she demanded that Chase be a leader and step up to the plate. "All right, lover boy, you're the leader of this cohort. Pucker up and be the man they expect you to be," said Invinci-Girl, aiming down the reticle of her high-range, high-force pepper spray sniper rifle. With a piece of cloth in his mouth and face of fear cast over his reluctant eyes, Chase nodded as he closed his eyes with a tear falling down his cheek. "Nerg." "Oof." Remarked Chase with the cloth in his mouth. The cameramen readied their filming equipment, as many of their brows sweated profusely, even though the room had been well ventilated. One or two of the cameramen had been smiling, with seeming excitement for the demonstration. With her finger resting upon the trigger, Invinci-Girl aimed at Chase, who had been standing at the farthest point in the gun range. Holding her breath shortly, Invinci-Girl pressed the trigger, with a loud hiss sounding from the sniper rifle. Chase flinched as a great ball of vapor whizzed past his head. Invinci-Girl had missed. Looking up from her reticle, Invinci-Girl's eyes sharpened. "Oh, for the love of the gods from all cultures, just stay still," yelled Invinci-Girl, returned by a hesitant nod from Chase. With another look through her reticle, Invinci-Girl held her breath again as she aimed dead onto Chase's head. Pressing the trigger once more, Invinci-Girl shot another lob of highly pressurized spray towards Chase's head. The shot had missed as Chase stumbled to the ground, trembling throughout his whole body. Impatient, Invinci-Girl bit her bottom lip as she pressed the trigger multiple times, opening constant fire upon Chase. Chase trembled as multiple lobs of spray missed his evasive head, with the cloth gag firmly lodged within his mouth. "Oh, what in the devil's hell of all cultures are you doing?" yelled Invinci-Girl, continuing to fire upon Chase. Excessive shots were fired before a noticeable click to Invinci-Girl's final shot resulted in a weak fizz from the nozzle. "Ugh! Screw you, cartridge please," demanded Invinci-Girl. Hurrying quickly, Veronica retrieved another cartridge of pepper spray, delivering it with a hesitant hand. "Here you go, madam," said Veronica. Unloading the magazine, Invinci-Girl took the new cartridge as the old one came falling to the floor. Fidgeting tirelessly, Invinci-Girl jammed the cartridge around without success. "Oh, you stupid." "Gah!" screamed Invinci-Girl, attempting to place her magazine into the rifle. "Ma'am, may I try?" asked a nearby cameraman. "Ugh!" exclaimed Invinci-Girl, handing her rifle to the cameraman. Without delay, the cameraman slid the magazine carefully but nimbly into the weapon. "Here you go, ma'am," said the cameraman, with a few members of the crew snickering through their repressed laughs from afar. With a furrowed brow, Invinci-Girl aimed back down her scope, with a sweaty palm met to the handle of the trigger. "All right, punk, this time I'm serious," muttered Invinci-Girl, squeezing the trigger to her rifle. With multiple whizzes of spray passing Chase's anxious head, Invinci-Girl dispatched a flurry of shots around him as parts of spray landed upon his shirt and jeans. Invinci-Girl yelled ecstatically just as she continued her newest flurry. "Rah!" exclaimed Invinci-Girl as the newest shots missed. With little success, Invinci-Girl increased the fire rate, with a hopeful chance that one shot may land upon her target. Finally, a shot of highly pressurized pepper spray met directly with Chase's head, causing his head to jeer back a little. "Ah! Oh my go, ah!" This, isn't, pepper spray. Ah, 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 yelled Chase, most likely in severe agony. Veronica frantically fumbled through the box of cartridges that she had retrieved from. Her head moved quickly as she read the line, Intensity, Bear Attack Repellent. Veronica's eyebrows lifted as her jaw dropped. Bear Attack Repellent, with 7 million SHU and 20% OC, is that right? Exclaimed Veronica in concern. Yep, that's the right stuff, smiled Invinci-Girl, lifting her head from the rifle's scope and giving a thumbs up. A cameraman piped up. That's stronger than most bear repellents, exclaimed the cameraman. What in the hell? Remarked another bearded cameraman, staring at Chase, screaming in agony. Please, Ara, help me, yelled Chase, rolling on the ground with his hands up to his tear-filled eyes. Oh, boo-hoo. I've taken stronger loads to the face than that, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, standing up from her rifle-firing position. A camera briefly pointed at her direction before pointing back to the screaming Chase, with the cameraman zooming in on the calamitous moment. The camera crew had called the paramedics as Chase yelled and screamed his way into the ambulance. Invinci-Girl shrugged as she was set on continuing the tour, showing the cameramen her indoor nail salon and lingerie collection. She mentioned she had hardly used the lingerie, but noted that sometimes her assistants enjoyed borrowing these clothing pieces. It was to this that she said, quote, did it for the sisterhood. The tour had come to an end as Invinci-Girl reviewed the photos taken from outside the manor to the inside of her mansion. She had noticed that Veronica was typically in the center, possessing greater prominence than Invinci-Girl herself was in each photo. Each of Invinci-Girl's poses in every photo were often tucked in the back, or only showed portions of her body, legs, or head, depending on the photo. In fact, Veronica didn't even seem to know she had been in any of the photos. But she appeared photogenic all the same, if not directly asked to do what she were doing in each photo, often looking at her phone or dozing off with great elegance. Were these photos taken right? Asked Invinci-Girl. Absolutely. Is there a problem, ma'am? Responded one of the male photographers. Yeah, look, I'm barely in that one, said Invinci-Girl, pointing to her head peeking from the bottom corner of a photo. It'll be no problem, ma'am, we'll re-center the photos in studio, said the male photographer. Invinci-Girl furrowed her brow and squinted her eyes. I don't believe you, you pinky promise? Questioned Invinci-Girl, extending her pinky out. The photographer seemed startled. Wha? Oh yeah, pinky promise, said the photographer with his fingers crossed behind his back for some reason. Before further brief review and communication, the news agency members were headed off. Veronica waved them goodbye while Invinci-Girl gave a singular wave to their direction. Veronica stepped into a large dining room as she served Invinci-Girl a bowl of wonton soup and medium-sized cheesecake with 5 strawberries on top. Invinci-Girl turned on a nearby television screen as she received her plate. Thank you, dear, said Invinci-Girl, staring at the news on screen. A woman was speaking, delivering a recent breaking news story. Reports have just come in today that a medical organization going by Respirian, located at an unspecified location, has been conducting unwarranted, non-invasive medical procedures to participants paying a premium dollar. We advise no one take this treatment, as the approved governmental treatment for skin irritations are trustworthy and approved by the overwhelming majority of doctors. Furthermore, experts have reported that this non-invasive treatment is only a placebo effect, making this organization liable for conducting medical fraud in a scheme to exploit the few enlisted participants, said the woman. Invinci-Girl dropped the spoon to her bowl. I want all of my scouts on this ASAP. There's something tricky happening about, and I know that they're not sharing the whole situation. Respirian must be doing something more incredulous than this, declared Invinci-Girl, followed by Veronica quickly opening a laptop, typing vigorously. Of course, madam, but don't you think they're being honest? I don't know, but it seems Risparian has been caught in the act. Maybe the government has this Han, said Veronica before interruption. No. They're onto something bigger that we must uncover. Lives are at stake, Veronica, exclaimed Invinci-Girl. I want to know their whereabouts and their operations. Give me every detail of their business and how they transport their goods. Oh, why, of course, madam. I just alerted our network of contacts to act immediately. They're allocating the resources as we speak. Is there anything more you request of me? Asked Veronica. Invinci-Girl smirked as she folded her hands together as if readying for prayer. She stared at the television screen as an advertisement played for an approved medical practice, with the incredibly rare but possible side effects of headaches, breathing issues, irregulated temperament, difficulty with moist skin, and immense increases in sexual libido. No, Veronica, now we wait, bring me my motorcycle, we're about to spin these roaches, said Invinci-Girl, glaring at the screen with growing intensity, rubbing her hands together. I'm coming for you, Risparian, hey. Placebo? More like nocebo, muttered Invinci-Girl, bringing a spoon of steaming hot wonton soup to her lips. OMG, so good. After receiving reports of medical supplies being transported by airborne vehicle from a nearby hospital, known for more experimental practices, Invinci-Girl had set off. Driving through the streets of Antietam on her sports motorcycle, Invinci-Girl moved through a long series of congested traffic as her eyes scoured the streets littered with one business after another. She was looking for the sign leading to the hospital that she was informed of. After another 30 minutes of traffic, and perhaps a few loud remarks to the cars parked around her, Invinci-Girl had arrived to Olito Hospital. Seems I found you, but what's the catch? Inquired Invinci-Girl from her motorcycle, driving into the parking lot. Entering the interior of Olito Hospital, Invinci-Girl looked about herself as she gazed upon a large lobby room with balconies overhead. The balconies were set with railings to peer out upon the lobby area from the upper floors. Walking up to the welcoming desk, Invinci-Girl looked upon the eyes of a brunette-haired woman, about middle of age. Sup? I've got a request, said Invinci-Girl. The uninterested woman looked up from her computer screen to make eye contact with Invinci-Girl. All right, ma'am, and what will be your reason for visiting today? Do you have a specific appointment set up? Asked the receptionist. Invinci-Girl stared ahead of herself for a brief moment. Well, no, actually, but I have this skin irritation that needs treatment, said Invinci-Girl. Eyeing Invinci-Girl up and down, the woman typed into her computer. I bet you do. I'm going to need you to answer a few questions for me before your check with the nurse, okay? Said the receptionist. Peeved. Really? Do you know who I am? I have too much on my hands right now to bother with this, said Invinci-Girl. I'm sorry, ma'am, but who are you exactly? Asked the receptionist. Invinci-Girl appeared startled. Invinci-Girl? How have you not? Asked Invinci-Girl before interruption. Invinci who, ma'am? Asked the receptionist. Oh my gosh, do you live under a rock? You know, the crime-fighting heroine of Antietam? You should have heard of my name, I've saved so many lives and, said Invinci-Girl before interruption. Ma'am, my records don't show a crime fighter in the database, said the receptionist. Invinci-Girl became silent for a brief moment. Seriously, you were looking me up? Asked Invinci-Girl. You have a weird name, ma'am, replied the receptionist. Okay, Miss Testy Typer, just stop. How about you educate yourself sometime? You'll be inspired, said Invinci-Girl, groaning for a brief moment. Can I just go to my appointment? After reluctantly answering a list of questions on a sheet of paper, perhaps lying on a few, Invinci-Girl walked into and waited inside a small medical examination room. She was eventually met inside by a nurse. All right, miss. Invinci-Girl, was it? What have you been experiencing lately? Asked the nurse. Yep, Invinci-Girl, so I've had this skin irritation lately that seems to be going serious. I'm afraid I'm going to need special treatment for it, said Invinci-Girl. The nurse looked at her with a squint in her eyes, followed by brief silence. Okay, well, you look fine. Most patients experiencing skin irritation look much worse than you, but let's get you checked up, said the nurse. Ugh, okay, said Invinci-Girl. Following a series of light prods, pushes, pulls, and scratches, the nurse checked for any senses of irritation, discomfort, or pain. Invinci-Girl felt nothing, and even failed to answer her questions, not realizing that she had been touched yet. After checking her vitals, the nurse readdressed Invinci-Girl's concerns. Ma'am Invinci-Girl, I think you're going to be fine, there doesn't seem to be an issue here, said the nurse. Invinci-Girl's eyebrows sank towards the bridge of her nose. No, that definitely can't be right. Get the doctor, they'll know what's going wrong. I've been incredibly unwell. I can't even sleep under these conditions, you have to trust me, responded Invinci-Girl, nodding her head affirmatively. Oh, okay, dear, of course, just wait here, he'll be with you shortly, said the nurse, getting up from her seat. After the nurse had left the room, Invinci-Girl's head began to dart around quickly as she left the examination bed. She started looking through cabinets and drawers in methodical search. Come on, there's gotta be something, said Invinci-Girl to herself. With no success in her search, Invinci-Girl approached the door that exited from the patient's room. Invinci-Girl looked outside her door to the hallway, spotting no one of importance. Walking outside the room, she looked around for any signs of more cabinets or drawers that could hold medical supplies. Her eyes searched the halls before spotting a janitor exiting a janitor's closet. Invinci-Girl smirked as the janitor walked away from the closet. Swiftly, Invinci-Girl arrived to the door, noticing a lock before her with no key in sight. All right, time for an old trick, said Invinci-Girl, taking a hairpin from an internal pocket of her coat. The hall had seen little activity of passers-by as Invinci-Girl knelt to the door's lock, working her pin into it. She crinkled and clinked the pin around as she looked for the piston that operated the lock. With a sudden contact that felt right, she bent the hairpin in the direction that felt natural for unlocking a lock. The hairpin suddenly snapped in half. Oh, for the love of... Ugh, sighed Invinci-Girl under her breath. Come on, you've got to be kidding me, said Invinci-Girl as she fidgeted with the door's handle, attempting to retrieve the broken pin. With incredible ease, the door opened after she had fidgeted with the handle for just a moment. Oh, that was easy, said Invinci-Girl, entering the janitor's closet. Looking around, Invinci-Girl eyed across multiple soap solutions, brooms, cleaning utensils, cleaning buckets, as well as other miscellaneous cleaning materials. Her eyes homed in upon a jug that read with a sticky note, "Warning, high concentration bleach, very corrosive," read the jug's sticky note with underlines to the words. Smiling, Invinci-Girl took the jug as she unscrewed the cap from the jug. Without further time to waste, she poured the bleach all across her arms and hands, applying the bleach to her neck with her drenched hands. Her skin glowed red with incredible coloration upon her skin's pigment as she returned the jug back to the shelf she had retrieved it from, leaving a mess of bleach on the floor. Entering back inside the medical examination room, Invinci-Girl sat back on the examination bed, with the entry of a male doctor following some time after. Looking down upon a clipboard, the doctor looked up from his papers. All right, ma'am. Miss Invinci-Girl, I take it? You. Oh Christ, said the doctor, looking upon her red glowing skin. Ma'am, are you okay? Invinci-Girl sat on the examination bed, holding her right arm. No, actually, I tried telling the nurse, but, said Invinci-Girl before interruption. You indicated skin irritation, correct? Asked the doctor emphatically. Yeah, well, pain too, and, said Invinci-Girl before interruption. All right, ma'am, hold on tight. We'll get you treated in no time, said the doctor, putting on gloves. Through a series of light prods, pushes, pulls, and scratches, the doctor checked for pain or discomfort of any sort as Invinci-Girl offered her responses. Oh. Owie, bemoaned Invinci-Girl as the doctor proceeded through the series of examinations to her arm. The doctor swiftly removed his gloves after his final examination. Okay, ma'am, it seems serious. We're going to have to do an invasive procedure if we're going to treat it, said the doctor before interruption. Oh no, I heard you guys did the non-invasive treatments. I can't do invasive, not even a little bit, said Invinci-Girl stubbornly. The doctor looked at Invinci-Girl with disbelief. Ma'am? No, there is only one treatment we can undergo, please. This condition will only get worse if you don't take the treatment. Said the doctor before interruption. Invinci-Girl smirked. Risparian ring a bell? Probed Invinci-Girl. The doctor paused. No. We don't offer their services, said the doctor. Then you have to know someone who does. I can only trust the non-invasive practices, insisted Invinci-Girl. The doctor placed down his clipboard. Ma'am, we only work with them through airborne shuttle. You have to understand. I can't, said the doctor before interruption. Invinci-Girl's eyes lit up. So there is a way to them? Questioned Invinci-Girl. The doctor paused like he had committed a minimal error. Ma'am, our nurse will retrieve you shortly, should you accept our offer. Please consider this option heavily, said the doctor, getting up from his seat and exiting the medical examination room. Ugh, then we'll have to do this the hard way, said Invinci-Girl. Returning into the room, the nurse from before spoke with Invinci-Girl as the invasive procedure was confirmed. A separate female nurse had been tasked to escort Invinci-Girl, as she had clearance to the upper floors of the hospital. Traveling up a few floors of the Olito Hospital, Invinci-Girl was on her way to the operation room before spotting a sign in an intersecting hallway that read, Helipad, with an arrow pointing to her left. Invinci-Girl looked to the nurse escorting her as they approached the operation room's doors. All right, ma'am, we'll need you to get changed. Are you ready? Is there anything important you need to do before we begin? Asked the nurse. Invinci-Girl's eyes wandered as she thought, yeah, where are the restrooms? I really have to go, said Invinci-Girl. Down the hallway to the left, near the hallway intersection from before. Will you need any assistance? Asked the nurse. Oh no, thank you though, I'll be right back, said Invinci-Girl, heading back down the route from which they came. Passing through the hallways, Invinci-Girl took a right as she read, Helipad from a sign in the hallway. Soon she spotted a door that led to a platform with an activated helicopter readying for takeoff. Invinci-Girl smirked. Aha! Got you, said Invinci-Girl under her breath. Two men had been exiting the helicopter, heading for the door she stood at. Invinci-Girl stood by as she quickly grabbed her phone, casually scrolling through it. The two men passed through the doorway. Let's be quick, Jeremy. We've got to get these supplies delivered before the day ends. I have a family barbecue coming up, said a man who appeared to be the co-pilot. We'll be fine, Eric. I'll be done in a jiffy, said Jeremy as they headed for the restrooms nearby. As soon as they made a turn in the hallway, Invinci-Girl grabbed the handle of the door leading to the helipad, which had a lock on it. Twisting the handle, the door opened readily as she briskly walked to where the helicopter sat with the blades spinning. Running to the back of the helicopter, Invinci-Girl crouched behind it as the men returned some moments later from their restroom break. All right, let's get her done quick. I've got meat to fry, exclaimed the man who sounded like Eric. Meat to fry? Just what injustice are they committing at Risparian? Muttered Invinci-Girl from behind the helicopter. The helicopter had begun to take off from the ground as Invinci-Girl hurriedly latched her body onto the landing skid. Lifting off from the ground, the helicopter took off towards a peak of mountains while Invinci-Girl hung tight to the landing skid below. Much time had passed as Invinci-Girl hung to the bottom of the helicopter's landing skids. Her position had changed as she now hung in the air upside down, with her legs wrapped around the landing skids above her. She swiped and scrolled through her phone, seemingly bored, while she hung from below the helicopter mid-flight. Invinci-Girl liked a photo of carefully crafted spaghetti, as she next watched a video of three girls dancing on camera. She readied her thumb to like the video before she suddenly lost service. Oh, come on. Just when it was getting good. I guess I'll have to catch up on the makeup dance challenge once I've thwarted Risparian, said Invinci-Girl, hanging upside down from the helicopter. Now approaching a range of snowy mountaintops, not too far but still quite some distance from the city of Antietam, a fully white building soon appeared upon the approaching mountain. Invinci-Girl's eyes widened as her lips came to a smile. "Now I've got you," said Invinci-Girl. The helicopter began to deaccelerate its speed as it readied for a rest upon a landing pad connected to a walkway leading to doors within the mountaintop's hospital. In fact, many landing pads could be seen surrounding the hospital, potentially as the only available entry points. The helicopter had begun to land upon one of these landing pads, which cued Invinci-Girl to quickly bring her whole body up to the landing skid. With following succession, she released her body from the helicopter once she was close enough to the ground, landing with impact upon her feet and a fist planted to the ground. She angled her head up as the helicopter continued its landing, with her taking off in a sprint down the walkway. The helicopter's pilots had positioned the vehicle backward towards the entrance in order to empty the cargo more easily, making her sprint down the walkway go unnoticed. Entering inside the hospital, Invinci-Girl quickly met one of the small processing terminals for cargo and shuttle arrivals to the mountaintop hospital. A select number of hospital staff and patrons had occupied this area, mostly trying to get from one location to the next. Invinci-Girl timed her sprints around corners and behind patrons as she traveled down the corridors. A janitor, or perhaps a maid, had been wheeling a large basket of laundry as Invinci-Girl pressed her back to the third hallway she had passed. Peering around the corner, Invinci-Girl gazed upon a modestly attractive, thin, and blonde-haired woman who seemed to be in her early 40s. She had been entering a room that displayed the sign, "Laundry Room." The woman had opened the door to the sounding noise of tumbling clothes and machinal operation before closing the door to a returned silence in the hallway. Hurrying down the hallway, Invinci-Girl looked for another corridor to move across, or to find a room that could lead her elsewhere. There was a staircase that led up to the additional floors, which prompted Invinci-Girl to grab the handle, turning it down. With a resistant nudge, the handle refused to move. "Oh, just great," muttered Invinci-Girl, eyeing a keycard pad most likely necessary for her entry. Okay, what now?" Looking about herself, Invinci-Girl journeyed toward a nearby hallway, which revealed to lead her deeper throughout the hospital. A collection of oncoming voices spoke loudly down this hallway. At the same time, noise could be heard fumbling around in the laundry room as Invinci-Girl considered her options. Without too much consideration, she sprinted for the large laundry basket that the woman from earlier had been pushing, diving into a pile of clothes. Invinci-Girl quickly concealed herself within the clothing-filled basket as she situated herself. "Ugh! That's a new smell," remarked Invinci-Girl, laying inside the laundry basket. The same voices from down the hallway had now become clearer as Invinci-Girl laid within the basket. "So, you really want to try playing me at ping-pong again during lunch?" asked a male's voice. "Dude, you don't realize how tired I was yesterday when we played. You're not that good. You're going down today," said another male's voice, with the following laughter of a woman. "Ha! Ha! Well, break a leg, pal," responded the first male's voice, before the responding voices traveled further down the hallway. Invinci-Girl's eyebrows furrowed as she paid close attention to that final statement. "Break a leg? Okay, you sick foo," said Invinci-Girl, before interruption by the door to the active laundry room opening. "What are these animals practicing?" whispered Invinci-Girl, feeling the laundry basket nudge around. The persistent movement of the laundry basket's wheels had begun to travel as Invinci-Girl sat inside, feeling the basket come to another stop. A noise sounded, resembling the audible activation of an elevator's button being pushed. The cart soon moved again, with many footsteps heard outside the basket. "Elevators are pretty awkward, huh?" questioned a male's voice. "Okay, Peter, is that really how we're going to greet each other every day?" a woman's voice replied. Well, it will be until you take me up on that dinner date," said Peter, perhaps grinning. "Oh my gosh, listen, I'm not looking for just anyone to be scrambling me around on the insides. Besides," said the woman's voice, before Invinci-Girl's attention wandered off. What in the hell of all cultures? Why has the news not exposed this twisted corporation? Are they really mutilating people here? I mean, scrambling around insides? This is getting worse, muttered Invinci-Girl as the elevator's door opened. Okay, Peter. I'll see you tomorrow, said the woman's voice. Ah, why wait, when we always have tonight, called Peter as the elevator door closed. The woman sighed. Ugh, he's so hot, said the woman, continuing to push the laundry basket. Coming to an eventual halt, Invinci-Girl heard the noise of a door open, as a flushing noise of swift, swirling water sounded before the thud of the same door sounded. Invinci-Girl fumbled around in the basket as her body revealed from the basket, in front of a set of restrooms doors. Oh, thank the gods of all cultures, that was getting stuffy, said Invinci-Girl, falling out of the laundry basket. Gah! Screw you! Muttered Invinci-Girl, before standing back up. Sprinting down the hallway, Invinci-Girl waded around corners and darted past the hospital staff undetected as she looked for a sign that may indicate where she must go. The leader of this organization has to be located here, somewhere, muttered Invinci-Girl. Looking ahead of herself, she spotted a man operating upon an open ventilation shaft. It was sized for a medium-sized person and positioned to floor height. Ugh, Jonathan? Where's my screwdriver? Have you seen it? Called the man operating the ventilation shaft. No, just come use mine, we'll find it later, responded a man's voice, most likely Jonathan. Getting up, the man walked away from the open ventilation shaft as Invinci-Girl heard a wheeling container travel down the hallway she had just come from. Anxious, Invinci-Girl darted for the ventilation shaft. These people are everywhere, remarked Invinci-Girl under her breath. As she approached upon the ventilation shaft, Invinci-Girl heard a voice call out, Hey, careful, that's not Saw, shouted the repairman from before. Before he had long to speak, Invinci-Girl crammed herself down into the air duct, quickly crawling through the shaft's interior. The repairman stood in paused disbelief. What in the? Well, all right then, go for it, ya weirdo, said the repairman, returning to the air shaft, with a screwdriver in hand. With her hands and knees against the floor of the air shaft, Invinci-Girl roamed swiftly through the air ducts as she searched through the open ceiling vents for clues to the hospital leader's whereabouts. Peering through individual vents, Invinci-Girl observed a few empty rooms. Some were operating rooms, others were office rooms, while others were break rooms and waiting rooms. Upon observation through one vent, she spotted a hospital staff executive at their desk, who seemed to be busy watching a video on their phone screen as their feet sat outside their shoes, on top of their desk. Oh my gosh, nothing confidential here either. Where are you, Resparian? Asked Invinci-Girl, grazing her right hand across a cobweb in the air shaft filled with a few flies. Oh. You. Oh my, come on. Not now, said Invinci-Girl, rubbing her hands against her pants in frustration. Continuing her crawl, Invinci-Girl headed for what seemed to be a turn in the air shaft's passage. All right, maybe I shouldn't have gone on this mission after all, said Invinci-Girl, before a sudden creak sounded beneath her. Wah? What's going on? Screamed Invinci-Girl, falling through the air duct's floor into an empty break room for hospital staff. Landing upon a table, which sat beneath the air shaft's debris, Invinci-Girl speedily sprang back to her feet in search of a reasonable exit. The break room appeared to be connected with two doorways, one leading to a men's locker room and a women's locker room. Invinci-Girl had entered the women's locker room, walking into a vacant restroom stall where she planned her next moves. Ugh, this mission is a total failure, said Invinci-Girl as she unstrapped her suspenders and pulled down her pants, burying her face into her hands. How can Resparian be right under my nose but nowhere in sight? Flushing the toilet in timely action, Invinci-Girl exited her stall to wash her hands. She was halfway through rinsing her hands before a sound creaked from the entrance of the locker room. Shutting off the faucet quickly, Invinci-Girl hid around a corner leading to the showers. A young, brunette-haired woman came walking into the women's locker room as she accessed her locker, dressed in a nurse's attire. Unlocking her locker's lock, the nurse began to shuffle through a bag inside the locker as Invinci-Girl silently approached from behind the woman. "Okay. It's time we change up the plans," muttered Invinci-Girl, readying her right hand into a straight and narrow vertically shaped angle, making her palm as flat as possible. With a swing of the hand resembling a karate chop, Invinci-Girl swung the edge of her hand into the woman's neck, with a slide off the nurse's neck. The woman flinched to this strike as Invinci-Girl readied her hand again, ramming her right hand's side palm into the woman's neck again. Many more unsuccessful strikes ensued as the woman screamed and flinched with fear. "Ow! Ow! Please help! Someone's attacking me! Please, oh my gosh! Help! Just stop, what do you want? Just stop!" yelled the woman as Invinci-Girl slapped upon woman's neck, which now faced her. Invinci-Girl paused her assault, flailing her arms upward. "Dang it! That was supposed to work. How'd you not fall unconscious?" demanded Invinci-Girl. "What?" exclaimed the woman, trembling before Invinci-Girl. "Ugh. Okay, Beefneck, just give me your clothes." "I need your outfit," said Invinci-Girl, pointing to the woman's outfit. This. And what am I supposed to wear?" asked the woman, with her arms crossed and hands up to her face's chin, as if ready to block another hostility. Invinci-Girl smirked. "Hey, well, ever heard of cosplay?" asked Invinci-Girl as the woman shook her head. "No." Invinci-Girl nodded affirmatively. "Well, today's your lucky day to wear the robe and attire of Invinci-Girl." "The insurmountable woman!" exclaimed Invinci-Girl modestly, with her posture straightening as her two fists planted firm into her hips. "Invinci who?" asked the woman before interjection. "Are you serious?" "Look, just give me your clothes, I'm here to fight for good, but I need a disguise," said Invinci-Girl. Yeah, sure, can I go after we change clothes?" asked the woman anxiously. Taking her coat and shirt off, Invinci-Girl began to unstrap her suspenders as her pants and boots were removed from her legs and feet. "Yup, just take it off," said Invinci-Girl, bundling her clothes in her arms. "Hurry." The young woman trembled as she took her shirt and pants off, for Invinci-Girl, revealing lingerie beneath her nurse's attire. Yes, of course, here, take it. Is that all you need?" asked the woman, half naked. Invinci-Girl seemed shocked as they exchanged clothes. "That'll do it. Why are you wearing lingerie?" asked Invinci-Girl, slipping into the nurse's clothes. "Oh, well, you see, my boyfriend gets really worked up when I get home said the woman before interruption. "Yeah, okay, sounds nice. Listen, now that you're wearing that outfit, I'll let you keep it. But that outfit stands for uncompromised justice, never-ending good, and tireless pro-action, okay? Probably something your boyfriend could learn more about," said Invinci-Girl, met by the woman's blank expression cast across her face. Invinci-Girl cast a glowing smile back. Bye." With nimble speed, Invinci-Girl had fled the locker room as she entered the hospital's many corridors once again in her new disguise. Searching across multiple hallway intersections, Invinci-Girl continued her search for the Resperian leader's location. Taking her phone out, Invinci-Girl opened up her social media app with no internet connection, registering to the app. "Ugh! How does anyone do anything up here without service?" lamented Invinci-Girl. She looked around herself to find a nearby janitor and other patrons on their phones, swiping around on their phones and watching videos. Invinci-Girl's eyes widened. Wait? They have to have an on-site database and satellite here. Okay. I have to find their server room. Journeying through the hallways, Invinci-Girl walked past multiple hospital workers and patients, with many giving her odd looks. Looking through her cat-eye sunglasses and readjusting the X-bands on her face, Invinci-Girl continued to search through the halls before spotting a collection of electronics and computers within a room labeled Server Farm. Walking up to the room's door, Invinci-Girl gazed upon a lock, which was deduced to being connected to a nearby keypad after she had failed to turn the handle numerous times. With frustration, Invinci-Girl pressed the buttons 666 on the keypad with a final press into the Enter button. The word error appeared multiple times. Guessing the password multiple times, Invinci-Girl pressed into the keypad as the word error continuously reappeared. Invinci-Girl flailed her arms around. Ugh! Screw you! Exclaimed Invinci-Girl, raising her foot to the air as the bottom of her foot kicked into the door. Many passers-by sped past Invinci-Girl as she kicked into the server farm's door. Rah! Risparian, ah! I'm going to find you. Rah ah! I'm going to kick Rah-your? Roared Invinci-Girl before a calm man's voice greeted her from behind. Pardon me, ma'am, it seems you are having a bad day, asked a blonde-haired man wearing glasses, with his hands resting behind his back. The man reached out his right hand. The name's Hector. Invinci-Girl breathed aggressively as she pointed at the door. What do you think the kind of day I'm having? I've sat through traffic and bored myself through questionnaires to get here. I just want those, my files, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, kicking the tip of her shoe into the door. The man appeared stupefied. Oh, well, it looks like that must have hurt, ma'am. Here, may I be of assistance? Asked the man, angling his hand toward the keypad. Sure, try it, King Nerd of Keypad ASMR. I've done all the numbers in your dating list, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, kicking the door as the blonde-haired man pressed enter on the keypad. After Invinci-Girl's foot landed upon the door nudged open slowly as her foot came landing back down to the floor. She looked to the blonde-haired man. Huh? Nice try, but it seems like a woman knows how to get it done after all. Try to keep up, Romeo, said Invinci-Girl, kissing the cheek of the blonde-haired man before running into the room, closing the door behind her. The man shook his head as he journeyed down the hallway nearby. Huff. Are we really hiring the best anymore? Remarked the blonde-haired man. At the back of the server room, Invinci-Girl found a computer which she had been operating to figure out the password. She made multiple guesses, including many rather offensive guesses, the more upset she got, as the screen resorted to numerous failed login attempt screens. Invinci-Girl clicked on a hint bubble as it read, "It's a phrase." Is that actually supposed to help? Asked Invinci-Girl, staring at the screen for a long moment. Without any further time to waste, Invinci-Girl opened the nearby drawers in search of a possible clue before happening upon a sticky note. The note read, "Why penetrate when you've got lotion?" Invinci-Girl's lips tightened. So, a twisted riddle for a corporation defying our government, huh? Two can play at that game, Risparian, said Invinci-Girl, entering the phrase into the computer. Upon entry, the computer permitted immediate access as a series of files unloaded onto the computer's screen. They were headlines to articles. Clicking through most of them, Invinci-Girl read them one by one, with persistent furrowing to her brow. The first article headline read, "Skin irritation reported cured." Could Risparian be onto something? Hey, more like, onto nothing, said Invinci-Girl, opening the second article. Government criminals? Or genius workaround? Risparian shares all. Peeved, Risparian shares all? They would never let the public know, said Invinci-Girl as she opened the third article. Man's reported 40-year skin irritation cured. What can Risparian not do? Cured? That's what you'll think after running from the government your whole life, said Invinci-Girl, opening a fourth article headline, Government Medical Scheme Bested by Cheap and Reliable Risparian. Ugh! How many lies are there in here? How are we supposed to stop or correct them all? Exclaimed Invinci-Girl, opening a fifth article. Risparian works, so what else is the government hiding from you? Invinci-Girl thrusted her fist into the computer screen. Rah? The truth. You clowns? The truth. Oh, you're so right, you've got it all figured out. Risparian is God himself coming down from a cloud, draped in gold. Rah. Flipping idiots, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, opening a sixth article. Fan favorite billionaire and e-celeb Sasha scores a shilling for invasive practices? Here's why. No. Shill? No. We're following the truth, and you're spinning lies. Rah. I'm going to end you, Risparian. And you. You dimbleweed article rats? The name of Sasha Manor will not stand for this. Rah, yelled Invinci-Girl, grabbing the computer and throwing it onto the ground with a loud thud. The ring of the keypad being accessed, and a sudden opening of the server farm's door sounded as Invinci-Girl froze in place. Recollecting herself, Invinci-Girl hid next to a stack of hardware as a man dressed in doctoral attire walked to a separate desk at the back of the server room. Invinci-Girl stared upon the doctor intensely from behind the hardware stack. "Ah, a criminal physician," remarked Invinci-Girl. Folding his hands together, with his knuckles rested upon his forehead, the doctor bowed his head. "Father, above. I know I haven't been as much as I should as of late. Although I feel exasperated beyond my limits, I ask you, lend me the strength to continue our work, that we may treat these people with greater efficacy and ease. Please guard my soul, these months have been so long. I will rest my spirit in you, Father. Through your Son's name, Amen," spoke the doctor, resting his back upon his seat and laying his head back rather loosely. "Heaven's sake. I'm not getting paid enough for this." Stepping from out behind the hardware stack, Invinci-Girl gazed upon the doctor intently. "You won't have to worry about payment for much longer. Criminal physician. Resperian has failed you," said Invinci-Girl, with a smirk curling to her rightmost lip. The doctor got up from his seat in a frantic hurry. Who are you? How did you get in here? Are you with the hospital?" asked the doctor, shaking at his hands, raising them defensively toward Invinci-Girl. Invinci-Girl's sunglasses flashed from the low-intensity light within the server farm. "No, I am not, for I am the insurmountable Invinci-Girl. You must have heard of me, I'm sure? Resperian's rule is soon to end, dear criminal physician, but I'll make you an offer," said Invinci-Girl, extending her palm out towards the doctor. "Join me, and together with our combined might, we shall quash Resperian, together." The doctor's hands trembled as he looked up and down Invinci-Girl's nurse attire. "Ma'am? I don't know who you are, but we can help you. We have many physicians and," said the doctor before interruption. "Gah! Criminal physicians, every last one of them, fools they are," exclaimed Invinci-Girl, changing her extended palm into a pointing finger. Invinci-Girl then dropped her pointing hand as she turned her torso away from the doctor, looking back from around her left shoulder. "But if you insist upon your treatments, then so be it, fool." Jumping with a backflip through the air, Invinci-Girl hissed a deathly "Ruah!" before delivering a kick towards the dodging doctor, landing her foot against the wall. Upon his vacant desk laid a screwdriver, which Invinci-Girl quickly acquired as she spotted a fire extinguisher. Backing away slowly, Invinci-Girl slashed the screwdriver into the fire extinguisher's lid, with a hiss of smoke releasing from the manipulated cap. "What the are you out of your mind?" exclaimed the doctor. Invinci-Girl promptly sprinted towards a nearby wall, leaping off of its surface with an intended kick for the doctor's head. The doctor dodged her foot, body slamming her from behind against the wall that sat on his side of the room. The fire extinguisher's smoke had begun to fill the room with a faint mist. "Ma'am, stop it, we can help you. I see you have skin blemishes. We have numerous treatments, they're cheap and," said the doctor before interruption. Invinci-Girl squirmed as she escaped his body's slammed hold. "Rah? No. You won't entangle me within your web of lies, and I won't let you hurt anyone else. Your days of abuse are coming to an end," yelled Invinci-Girl, rushing for the CO2 leaking fire extinguisher. Faint death metal had begun to play from where no one could tell. "Ma'am, please, this won't end well," panted the doctor, grasping his knees as he bent down to recollect his energy. With Invinci-Girl's grip grabbing firmly upon the fire extinguisher's nozzle, she swung the vessel of the canister straight for the doctor's head. In a swift dodge, the doctor squatted down as the fire extinguisher flew past above his head. With great agility, the doctor kicked his right leg out into Invinci-Girl's torso from his squatted stance. Flying backwards, Invinci-Girl's grip loosened as the fire extinguisher soared up into the air. With a dexterous acquisition, the doctor retrieved the CO2-emitting fire extinguisher into his hands, which he then began to wield with a sudden expertise. The doctor began flailing the fire extinguisher like it were nunchucks. "Wah? Ooh-ah! Yee-ah!" exclaimed the doctor. He had moved his hands and fire extinguisher around elegantly, placing his left palm out to face Invinci-Girl, with the fire extinguisher tucked under his right armpit. Invinci-Girl smirked. "A woman doesn't need silly toys," exclaimed Invinci-Girl, throwing a forceful fist for the doctor's jaw. With graceful maneuver, the doctor spun to his left as Invinci-Girl's fist sailed past him. His motion was so elegant that he maintained enough motion and velocity to release his sheathed fire extinguisher with a swing right into the back of Invinci-Girl's head. A loud gong sounded as she fell to the floor of the CO2-filled room. "Ah, owie," whined Invinci-Girl, before spontaneously delivering a sweeping kick towards the doctor's feet. With cat-like reflexes, the doctor jumped into the air with his knees to his chest as he flailed the fire extinguisher upwards. With a readied swing downward, the doctor landed the fire extinguisher down upon Invinci-Girl's head, reverberating it off the floor. "Ugh, you're so annoying." "But now you're done," groaned Invinci-Girl, followed by a threatening exclamation. She brought herself back to a stand while she centered herself within a stance. She hummed loudly with growing menace. "No, don't do it," pleaded the doctor. Invinci-Girl ceased her menacing hum and opened her eyes wide. "Rhea!" screamed Invinci-Girl, spinning her body around wildly with her right fist aimed for his jaw yet again. With an effortless sidestep, the doctor moved to his right as he flailed the fire extinguisher up towards her arm, whacking it upwards. "Gah!" "Screw you!" exclaimed Invinci-Girl, holding her thwarted arm. Following her exclamation, Invinci-Girl sent out her left foot, kicking for the doctor's crotch, which he promptly hopped backward to, whacking the leg with his fire extinguisher. Spinning with martial elegance, the doctor swung for a follow-through to his previous strike, slamming the base of the fire extinguisher into Invinci-Girl's jaw. Falling to the ground, Invinci-Girl gasped as the room's smoke blinded more of her and the doctor's vision. Coughing, the doctor dropped the fire extinguisher as he ran for the room's exit. The faint death metal music began to simmer down. Invinci-Girl hobbled back up to a stand as she stared to the escaping doctor. "No, you don't. No man can escape me." "Criminal." "Physic," slurred Invinci-Girl, slumping to the ground in her nurse's attire. Waking with blurred vision, Invinci-Girl woke up on the lawn of someone's home with the loud outcry of numerous men. "Woo! Let's get it, pledgies!" yelled a loud man. A row of young men lined up against a wall, upside down, committed to headstands as they wore bandanas covering their eyes. They all wore Speedos, no shirts, and had professional business ties attached loosely to their necks. A separate group of men carried large plastic jugs, which had been filled with a liquid distributed by a tube that flowed the liquid into each head-standing man's mouth. One man after another endlessly drank from the tube of these jugs as a surrounding series of young men and women cheered the sentiment. "Chug! Chug! 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 Chug!" roared the crowd. As soon as a man failed to drink the liquid while headstanding, the crowd then booed while others continued the chant. The game seemed to continue until one member was left headstanding. Invinci-Girl picked herself up from the ground as she felt around her body, dazed and uncertain of the situation. As she recollected herself to a stand, she couldn't help but stumble periodically while looking around towards many young women taking photos of each other, as a singular member or in groups. Flashing a groggy smile, Invinci-Girl posed in the background for many of the women's photos as she stumbled around the home's lawn. In front of her, a group of 3 girls held each other's hands as their free hands made a symbol of some fashion. "Tau Nu Iota," cheered the girls. Feeling a buzz in her wardrobe, Invinci-Girl's hands fumbled aimlessly as she searched through her attire. She had been wearing her typical outfit again. Grabbing her buzzing phone, Invinci-Girl brought the phone up to her ear. A man was on the other side of the line. "Ah, looks like we meet again," said the man before interruption. "Woo!" cheered the crowd as the final lasting man head stood upside down with the liquid streaming into his mouth. While appearing sedated but smiling, the man staggered up to a stand, holding the liquid dispensing nozzle fixed to his mouth, perhaps to make a point. The crowd cheered to this display as further shouting occurred. "Miss Invinci-Girl, is this a bad time? I wasn't aware you had festive arrangements after committing some new crimes," said the man, obviously smiling from behind the phone call. "Shut your trap, Clyde, I'm not. What day is it?" asked Invinci-Girl, bringing a finger to her left ear as a new cheer sounded on the lawn. Huff. All right, let's just get through this. You're being ordered to appear before the court for a hearing on the assault and battery of a medical physician from the Olito Hospital. You, said Clyde before interruption. Risparian, you mean, corrected Invinci-Girl. No, ma'am, it's Olito Hospital. Now, you are also being charged with the destruction of property, breaking and entering, attempted assault of numerous personnel from Olito, the robbery of apparel, and the illegal possession of an airborne unit. I look forward to seeing you soon, said Clyde with a tone of humor. Stop smiling, Clyde, said Invinci-Girl sharply. Ah, but we've gotten to spend so much time together, responded Clyde. Ugh, bye, said Invinci-Girl, ending the call. Invinci-Girl's thumb glided across her phone screen as she pressed the heart icon of a woman powdering her full face in black makeup. Ah, that's a new look for her, but I kind of like the style. It's like she's trying to tell us something, muttered Invinci-Girl to herself. A male judge overlooking some papers sighed, Miss Invinci. Girl, would you put down the cursed phone and help us end our days? Asked the male judge, or he seemed to be asking. Ugh, what? Responded Invinci-Girl. With a red pointer laser, the judge angled the red dot onto a projector screen. The projector screen displayed video of a woman dressed in a thin, long coat, flared jeans, and cat-eyes sunglasses wandering about in a series of different scenarios. Is this you, illegally entering Olito Hospital? Questioned the judge, reclining in his seat. Looking up for a full half-second, Invinci-Girl squinted her eyes without any real reason. No. Doesn't look like me or Olito, said Invinci-Girl, liking a video of a man wearing a sombrero and fake mustache placing tacos into his hat. Missy. Invinci whatever? Just answer the question, officer, confiscate her phone, demanded the judge. An officer walked over to Invinci-Girl, with their hands wrestling for the device. Invinci-Girl had managed to press 3 more heart icons on videos of people paddle swimming like dogs before the police officer gained the upper edge. Ah? No, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, losing grip of her phone. Shut it, Missy, exclaimed the judge, pointing his finger at her. Which was to everyone's surprise, even to the officers and Clyde, who was in the back of the courtroom. The judge recollected himself in continuation. Is this you running down a walkway into Olito Hospital? Asked the judge before proceeding with haste. And is this you, assaulting a man inside the server room of Olito Hospital? Invinci-Girl squinted at the screen as she watched the security videos play. Nope, that's not, said Invinci-Girl, before the video played the part of a woman dressed as a nurse, wielding a fire extinguisher as a weapon. Oh, she. Yeah, that's me, confirmed Invinci-Girl. The judge dropped his laser pointer. All right, no charades, you're fined 11 million, pay up and get out, Missy, said the judge, fluttering the fingers of his hand towards himself with his palm facing upwards, indicating a retrieval signal of some kind. But the non-invasive practices, insisted Invinci-Girl. Pay and out, yelled the judge, pointing to the door. Gee whiz, Mr. Chairmaster of Doom, I'm out, said Invinci-Girl, before stepping outside the courtroom to meet with Veronica, who returned Invinci-Girl's phone and other belongings. After paying the fine, Invinci-Girl and Veronica headed out of the courthouse as Invinci-Girl readied up her camera. Veronica, I'll need you to drive today, said Invinci-Girl. Of course, madam, replied Veronica. Getting into the car, Invinci-Girl began recording the video on her phone. Okay guys, our court system has gotten totally out of hand. I mean, they just didn't listen to me. What I found out on Risparian is no joke. They're frying meat, breaking legs, and scrambling insides as we speak. I can't believe how the judge responded to it, but this is serious. Something has to be done, and well, my legal team can only do so much, but the stories from the media don't tell the whole story. Risparian isn't as non-invasive as we think, or legally practiced, and they're going against the governmentally approved method, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, before intensifying her eyebrows. I mean, seriously, are we going to really allow a terrorist organization to operate on our own citizens? This is insane. Again, if you're dealing with skin irritation, consult your doctor for the safest invasive procedure, or else Risparian is going to scam you. Or even harvest you. But as I tell you guys, it's time that we bring an end to Risparian ourselves. So here's to the revolution. But until then, bye, love y'all, said Invinci-Girl, waving at her camera and blowing a kiss. Invinci-Girl number 1. Street-side debate slavery. All right, girls. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, exclaimed Sasha Scorza. Oh, my nails hurt, exclaimed a young feminine voice. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's digging into my hands, exclaimed another feminine voice. I want my toys back, exclaimed a third feminine voice. What do I grab onto? It's prickly all over, exclaimed a fourth feminine voice. Come on guys, I mean ladies. Put your backs into it. Ouch, hey, I need gloves, exclaimed a fifth confident feminine voice. A collective serenade of grunts and discomfort sounded from the group as Sasha and 5 young girls, about a year or two before the tween years of age, attempted to pick up a giant tree log that had fallen to the ground. Ega, owie, Mom, exclaimed the young girls individually from within the group. Grr, ga, exclaimed the exasperated Sasha Scorza. Come on girls, we can do it, I mean get it done, counseled Sasha, standing in front of a filming crew of mostly men. One of the filming crew members stepped 1 foot forward. Hey, need any help? Asked a man of slender but not muscular build. Sasha snapped her head to his direction. They're learning. Ga. Leave them be, grr, dude. They'll be carrying 10 more by the time we're done with this. Shouted Sasha with frustrated eyes. Many of the girls noised in disbelief as one piped up. Wait, there's more? Questioned one young girl. Oh no. I want to go home, pretty please, requested another young girl. Mommy? Are we done? Asked another young girl from the group. Sasha stood at the middle of the group, intending to carry the overwhelming majority of the tree's weight on her shoulder. Ga? Come on, ladies, just rah. Focus. Brua. Your. Power, yelled Invinci-Girl, attempting to pick up the giant tree log from the ground with her hands, helped by the other girls. Broer, re, huff. Huff. Ow. My back, rah, ga. Oh. Rah, shouted each young girl individually. The tree nudged up from the ground for less than half a second before thudding back down to the ground. Ow. Oh. My fingers, exclaimed one of the young girls. It's just a flesh wound, kid, said Sasha. No. It's ow wah. It's stabbing me, exclaimed the same young girl. Oh. Holy foo, said Sasha before interruption. Hey. Quick. Help them out, pick the tree up, now, exclaimed a man in a business suit, followed by other men in more casual but professional attire. No. She's learning, shouted Sasha. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, exclaimed the business-suited man, along with 5 other men from the crew. Gurnar, Oof, holy sheet word, We find this? Exclaimed each supporting man from the crew, individually. The tree began to partially lift off from the ground. Quick, 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 help a sister out, y'all, exclaimed Sasha, grabbing around at the tree log awkwardly. Each of the young girls quickly grabbed at the tree as they touched it, but didn't seem to grasp the tree much like the men had. As the tree lifted up about another inch, the trapped little girl's hand was freed. Okay? Down. Down. Down, exclaimed the business-suited man, as all of the other men grunted to the tree's returned rest. No, no. We have to shoot the video first, exclaimed Sasha. The tree rested firm upon the ground as the men surrounded the bleeding hand of the young girl. Ow, 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 wah. It hurts, said the young girl, holding her hand and dancing in place. The business-suited man pointed. Quick! Get her some bandages and medical care, commanded the business-suited man. Sasha sighed. Oh, big deal, said Sasha. A woman quickly hurried over to the young girl's bleeding hand, treating the wound. The hand had not been impaled, but her hand did receive a minor jab into the skin. After treatment had been delivered, Sasha insisted that the group finish lifting up the log. That is, after she negotiated higher commission pay for the men's support. Begrudgingly, the 6 men accepted, as they lifted the tree log up from the ground on both ends of the tree. Sasha and the remaining 4 girls lifted it from below, in the middle of the tree. Walking through difficult terrain, the men bemoaned with many complaints of sore shoulders throughout their short trek, feeling the tree's bark dig through their t-shirts. With a job to finish, Sasha and the squad of 4 girls were tasked to persist the log-carrying trek up until 4 minutes of video had been captured, and the tree could be set down for good. At the end mark, it was to be specifically placed in front of a carpentry bench, indicated by Sasha's guidance. "We did it, hoo-yah sisters, now that's what I call power, take that stupid log." "Owie!" exclaimed each of the 4 girls individually, with one kicking the tree log regrettably. "Hell of all cultures, yeah. What did I tell you, ladies? When we work together, we can always get it done," exclaimed Sasha, planting her right hand upon her hip as she looked into the camera. "That's it. That's our cut. It's not getting any better than that," exclaimed a separate man in a business suit, grasping his head of red hair as he ran in front of the camera. "Hey, we had a lot of good cuts," replied Sasha, while the camera crew placed down their camera equipment. Upon reviewing the footage, the camera operators utilized camera angles and zooming features to optimize the video's frame of emphasis. Noticeably, they had focused on Sasha and the 4 young girls carrying the log, with the 6 men out of frame. This portion of video was confirmed to be later reviewed and edited in studio, as the editors would add graphics and video effects to the video. Next, 4 young girls and Sasha sat in front of a carpentry bench with many tools placed before them. Constructed wooden objects sat behind the cameramen, which hadn't been built by anyone on the set. Taking one constructed object at a time, Sasha instructed the camera and the young girls of how to build wooden sculptures, chairs, benches, tools, and other creations as they used a polishing device on each one. During this instructional video, Sasha looked down into the brown eyes of one young girl from the group. "You see this, little one?" asked Sasha, holding up a hammer. "Never let go of this, for your life. This is how we get ahead, because with this, you'll always find a way to solve anything your life puts to the test. It'll be easy too, 'cause you're special. Just don't listen to the jerks," said Sasha affirmatively, looking at the cameraman with a disapproving look. With a momentary frown and furrowed eyebrow, the cameraman remained still before moving his head slightly out from the camera lens to look at Sasha. He seemed offended or maybe confused. Prosed the cameraman. "Hey, focus on the shot, dude," exclaimed Sasha. Reaffirming his grasp to the cameraman nodded uncomfortably. Following a series of postures and described poses, Sasha and the young girls posed with carpentry tools and wooden creations as the camera crew and photographers captured every living moment. Before too many more photos had been taken, the day's photo shoot and camera filming had been completed. Upon finishing their work, the red-haired businessman came running around the filming set once again. "We did it. We freaking did it. Oh. Ho ho. Yes. We're done, oh. Thank God," exclaimed the red-haired man, shaking his hands and bowing to his knees, kissing his hands up to the sky. "Of all cultures," exclaimed Sasha. The red-haired man awkwardly stood up, recollecting his composure. "Oh, yes, Miss Scorza, of all cultures," said the red-haired man, shaking her right hand emphatically. Running away, the red-haired man cheered as he grasped the shoulders of his co-workers, overjoyed for some reason. "What a close-minded buffoon," said Sasha to herself. Turning to her left, Sasha's eyes met with Veronica, who had been speaking with someone on the phone. Veronica approached Sasha with a list of papers and car keys. Driving in her high-end sports car from the Velumarin brand, Sasha's car quickly came to a halt, waiting in traffic. Placing her hand upon her forehead, Sasha fidgeted in her seat as she stared ahead. Veronica sat in the passenger seat, reading through something on her phone, periodically texting. "You know," said Sasha with a following silence, perhaps anticipating response. Veronica looked up from her phone. "What is it, Miss Scorza?" asked Veronica. "Do you ever get the feeling men are just using you? That they're playing you to some game?" asked Sasha. Veronica's eyebrows lifted swiftly, turning her head to her window. "Huh? I never thought about anything like that," said Veronica, feeling through her hair. "Now that you say that, there was actually this one time, with Daniel. He was using me quite thoroughly, I must say." "He?" said Veronica before interruption. "I forget I asked," said Sasha, turning her head away from the steering wheel to her window. Veronica looked to Sasha intently. "He was very handsy," said Veronica, finishing part of her last statement. Sasha turned her head back to Veronica with an unblinking stare. "What?" asked Veronica innocently, looking around the corner of her eyes like something were amiss. Sasha relocated her stare to the car parked in front of her, with the traffic nudging very minimally. "He's using you, Veronica," said Sasha with a moment's silence returned by Veronica. "He's exploiting your fertility." Veronica looked down at her phone for a moment, with enough time to think up a paragraph of thoughts. Veronica's head lifted up as she stared back to Sasha's blue hair. "You really think so?" asked Veronica intently. Sasha nodded. "I know so," she said. Veronica nodded in her silence. "Then you must have a point. I'm going to have a conversation with Daniel about this," said Veronica confidently. Sasha grinned. "You're doing the right," said Sasha before interruption. "We've been going steady for the last 3 years, well, besides the rougher and fun stuff, but things have definitely drawn out long enough," said Veronica, met with a responding silent nod and continued grin from Sasha. "In about 2 to 3 years' time, it's about time we have some kids," stated Veronica, with an intentional stare to Sasha. With her eyes widening, Sasha looked at Veronica with a shocked expression. "Kids? That's not what I," said Sasha before interruption. "Well, he uses me thoroughly enough that I suppose all of this soreness better translate to something. Besides, when they know how to wear you out, that's when you've got to keep them," reconfirmed Veronica, with a smile that usually reciprocates from agreement. Sasha brought her left hand up to her forehead, rubbing it across her face. I hate couples," muttered Sasha mostly to herself. After managing through the traffic, they had arrived to a commercial promenade, hosting a long street littered with businesses of all kinds on both sides. Sasha and Veronica had both stood outside a restaurant, waiting for their seat. Veronica held Daniel's left hand, with her 2 hands clasping his to her upper torso. Daniel seemed to be holding something in his right hand. They stared into one another's eyes, smiling, while Daniel revealed his right hand's gift. "You know what reminds me of a very lucky lady every time I glance to it?" asked Daniel. Veronica's eyes sparkled in the afternoon sun. "Huh, what?" giggled Veronica, swaying her torso lightly. Bringing a silver necklace into her eyes' view, 2 doves holding up the name, Veronica, appeared between the couple's affectionate gaze. "Just this little reminder," said Daniel, smiling gleefully. Veronica's hands covered her smiling mouth. "Oh, Daniel!" "It's beautiful," exclaimed Veronica, releasing her left hand from Daniel's hand, now holding him by the cheek as they kissed. "You're very sweet," said Veronica, looking into Daniel's eyes with insinuation. Daniel stared back. "That's not the only flavor said Daniel before interruption. Sasha stepped up between the couple to their right. "Okay, lover boy, your busty girlfriend could use a little oxygen. Mind letting off the obsession?" proposed Sasha with a raised eyebrow. Daniel and Veronica's jaws both dropped faintly, followed by a momentary silence. "Oh no, he's doing just fine." "Miss Scorza," said Veronica, sliding her left hand down from Daniel's cheek to his chest. Daniel walked behind Veronica, placing her new necklace around her neck. "My apologies, Miss Scorza, I'll be sure to smother her, in private," said Daniel, moving to Veronica's right side with a grin cast towards Veronica. Veronica opened her mouth like she were about to laugh. "Oh, Daniel!" exclaimed Veronica, hitting his left shoulder while his left arm wrapped around her waist. Sasha looking from Veronica to Daniel questionably. "Sure, sugar nuts," said Sasha, looking back to Veronica. "Just don't come crying to me when he's choked you." Without further time persisting, a waitress called for the group's party name. So wait, the first time you two met, she wasn't even wearing underwear? Asked Sasha with a face of disgust. She sat across a table from Daniel and Veronica, in an outdoor dining area. "Ha well, my rear was all he could see," said Veronica, sitting next to Daniel on his left. "It was a good greeting, I'd say," said Daniel, grinning. "Oh, stop it," said Veronica, squeezing his left hand, which she held beneath the table. Sasha's grimace softened. "Okay, so you were just laying it out there for the whole world to see, huh? Or was that your version of a catcall?" asked Sasha. "Oh!" exclaimed Veronica, covering her mouth. "Well, I wasn't exactly afraid to go topless, but I was a mermaid for that day." "And I was playing the seaman," said Daniel with a jeering chuckle. "Honey, behave yourself," said Veronica, looking at Daniel with a head tilt towards Sasha. Okay, said Daniel with a hand gesturing his palm outward, reminiscent of a stopping signal. "Do all lover boys come with a bag full of crude jokes and photographic creepiness as their profession?" asked Sasha with possible hostility. Daniel's eyebrows lifted towards his forehead, with an open mouth ready for speech. Veronica veered towards his left arm. "Oh! No, he was quite a gentleman that day, and most days since," said Veronica, droning off into additional details about the photoshoot. Just as Veronica was speaking about her photoshoot, Sasha had taken notice of a young black man and white man speaking to one another in front of a clothing shop. They both moved their hands around as if they were competing to make differing points. The black man had shaken his head at the white man while Sasha nodded mindlessly to Veronica's continued speech. "So wait, was it at the poke restaurant or hibachi grill that we had our first date?" asked Veronica, looking to Daniel. Daniel looked to the ceiling. "Shoot? I thought we had only gone out for ice cream on the first date," said Daniel uncertainly. Sasha continued observing the conversation between the black and white man as the white man veered his torso towards the black man. The white man stretched his arms outward, facing his open palms upward. He seemed emphatic about his spoken statements. "Oh, silly. That was our second date," said Veronica, rubbing Daniel's left shoulder. "Huh. I guess I must have forgot. You had a really nice pair of pants on that day," said Daniel, lost in thought. Sasha persisted her mindless nodding, while the black man made a moving gesture with his finger pointing to the air upward, before moving the finger downward. Perhaps to indicate a vertical slider of some kind. The white man shook his head insistently, moving his hands inward and outward horizontally, like he were measuring an indeterminable size. Sasha gazed with a furrowing brow. "Well, that was our first kiss too. Oh my gosh, and remember when that little boy fell over?" asked Veronica, feeling across Daniel's two shoulders now. "Ah yeah, and how he bloodied up his arms?" "Yeah, patching him up took some time, didn't it?" replied Daniel. "Oh, but you were his big ol' hero afterwards," said Veronica, smiling. "Hey, remember when Jessica?" said Veronica before interruption. "Do you guys see those two guys talking to each other?" asked Sasha with a worried expression across her mouth and eyes. "Something doesn't look right." Daniel and Veronica looked over their shoulders, peering across the busy street of people. "Who, the black guy and white guy?" asked Daniel. "Yeah," said Sasha, lost in thought. "They seem to be having a spirited conversation over there. Ha ha. Huh? Remarked Daniel, looking to the nodding and smiling Veronica, and the contemplating Sasha. No, that man doesn't belong in that conversation," said Sasha, staring at the black man. "Huh?" probed Veronica. "That white guy seems to think he has the right to drag the black one through that conversation," continued Sasha with an unending observation. "That black man obviously isn't consenting." Daniel looked away from Sasha once again over his shoulder. It's okay, they're just hashing something out, or maybe working through something important," said Daniel, looking back to Sasha with a smile. "No," said Sasha, continuing her glare. Just as Sasha had uttered her last words, the white man continued making his own points to the black man as he pointed his finger to the black man's torso. The pointing hand jabbed back and forth midair, congruent with the white man's speech, perhaps making a serious point. This resulted in the black man looking to his right, shaking his head with a disagreeable facial expression. "Did you just see that?" exclaimed Sasha, grabbing the attention of fellow patrons surrounding their table. Veronica looked over her shoulder again. "What?" "They're just talking," said Veronica, lost in uncertain thought. "No. He's subjecting him too," said Sasha, pacing her eyes around the table. "He thinks he owns their conversation." "This is linguistic oppression," exclaimed Sasha, slamming a fist into the table. "No man has the right to subject others to his speech," concluded Sasha with a piercing glare set on the white man, who was caught up in his conversation. "Miss Scorza," said Veronica before Daniel chimed in. "Miss Scorza, it'll be fine," said Daniel before interruption. "Veronica. Set the signal, you know who to call," said Sasha, looking into Veronica's eyes with implication. "Oh, of course. Madam," said Veronica, getting up from her seat to grab a nearby briefcase from under the table. Invinci-Girl leapt over the metal fence divider that sat between the outdoor dining area and the promenade street. She had just run out of the women's restroom, followed by Veronica retrieving the briefcase moments later. Sprinting with haste, Invinci-Girl spotted the white man and black man continuing their conversation as they did before. Many assertive hand gestures followed their moving lips. For a brief moment, Invinci-Girl dashed past a crew of electricians and repairmen who had unrooted a light pole from the ground. They were working with the wiring inside a hole in the ground, which had been attached to the light pole that was now unbolted from its original placement. Caution tape and orange safety cones surrounded the working crew's location as Invinci-Girl neared her destination. Upon her arrival, Invinci-Girl clenched her teeth. Now who do we have here? Some kind of pimp, huh?" questioned Invinci-Girl, walking up to the two men. The two men appeared lost in their conversation. "Hey, suntan below zero? Mind telling me what's going on here?" probed Invinci-Girl, with her hands planted upon her hips. The black man nudged the white man's arm, who was looking behind the white man towards Invinci-Girl. What is it?" asked the white man, looking around in front and behind himself. "Right there, John," said the black man, pointing to Invinci-Girl. John looked to Invinci-Girl with no emotional expression. Hi there, ma'am. How are you doing?" asked John with confusion. Invinci-Girl frowned. "Do you really think you can get off that easy, asking me how I'm doing? What about him? Ever thought about how he feels? Or are you just that entitled?" asked Invinci-Girl, nodding towards the black man. John looked back to the black man. "What, you mean Tyrion?" asked John with disbelief. You doing all right, Tyrion?" "Hey, does it seem like I should be asking you just about now?" asked John with a chuckle and smirk towards Tyrion. Tyrion grinned back. "Hey, why don't you get used to," said Tyrion before interruption. "Quiet," boomed Invinci-Girl, signaling a palm out towards Tyrion, indicating pause. "I'll handle him," said Invinci-Girl, glaring at John. John looked to Tyrion before setting his gaze upon Invinci-Girl. "Handle what, ma'am?" asked John. "Don't play stupid with me. What, you don't like someone playing you at your own game? The handler getting grabbed at his own clenching schemes?" questioned Invinci-Girl. John put his hands out in front of himself defensively. "Listen, ma'am, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," said John before interruption. "Enough. You really think you can treat this citizen here like property? That you have the right, no, the entitlement, to hold a conversation with him? Are you so dense that you couldn't tell how uncomfortable you were making him?" interrogated Invinci-Girl before pause. "Or have you just gotten too fat on your ownership to his life?" John looked to Tyrion with eyes pacing back and forth between him and Invinci-Girl. Tyrion looked at John with wide eyes, as silent as John was. "Listen, ma'am, we were just talking about macroeconom," said John before interruption. "Just more excuses. Gah. Screw you, screw all people like you," exclaimed Invinci-Girl, pointing her finger at John. "Listen, lady, you really need to chill the foo," said Tyrion, before Invinci-Girl placed her hand upon his chest. Back, citizen. This form of slavery has had an overdue correction in our timeline, said Invinci-Girl, smirking as she glanced at John from the upper rim of her sunglasses, tilting her head down. Final words, perpetrator? John stuttered. Listen, lady, you seem a little, said John before interruption. You can't delay justice, punk, said Invinci-Girl, slapping John across the face. Astonished, John stumbled back as he blinked in disbelief. Tyrion froze in shock. Ruah! Yelled Invinci-Girl, tackling John to the ground. Striking her hands and fists into John's face, Invinci-Girl berated John extensively while he grunted in pain. How does it feel now, perpetrator? To feel the stinging venom of harassment? Faint death metal music had begun to play from where no one could tell. Ow, hey! Get off me! Hey, ow! Stop! Shouted John, flailing his arms to block Invinci-Girl's swift strikes. You like it, don't you? Having someone knock you down, submitting you to their parameters and keeping you there? Exclaimed Invinci-Girl, throwing a fist across John's jaw. John's right cheek glistened with red pigment. Holy ow! What the foo? Exclaimed John before interruption. Invinci-Girl reeled her right fist high into the air, descending her knuckles down upon John's blistered cheek. Justice! Shouted Invinci-Girl with magnificent pronunciation. Just as Invinci-Girl's fist was about to contact John's exasperated face, a shoe came slamming across her left cheek, pushing Invinci-Girl to the ground. John panted in panic as he tiredly lifted his back from the ground with his two elbows planted into the ground, watching Invinci-Girl get up from the pavement. Invinci-Girl swiped across her mouth with the back of her hand, revealing a grin stretched across her face. An interloper reveals, said Invinci-Girl, straightening her back's posture. She stood proudly whilst facing Tyrion, who stood upright against her. So, you wish to serve master, that's your choice? You have issues in the head, lady, said Tyrion, wiggling his kicking foot around and hopping in place, readying his fists. The faint death metal music had begun to intensify, but not enough to be heard clearly for what it was. Gritting her teeth, Invinci-Girl's tone began to snarl. Then let's fight, roared Invinci-Girl. She readied her posture, lurching her back forward as she laid her hands out to the sides of her torso, with half-clenching hands. Tyrion hopped in place as he popped his neck's joints around. Come and get it, Hugh-Cue-Ca-Choo, remarked Tyrion, followed with a growing smirk and signaling left hand. Garah! Shrieked Invinci-Girl, charging Tyrion with her hands clenched like she were fashioning claws for weapons to her fingers. Veronica had now exited her seat at the restaurant that they were previously seated at, watching the fight scene from afar with worry. Or perhaps it was anxious excitement cast over her face. Jumping over John's tired body, Invinci-Girl swiped her hands at Tyrion as he slapped her hands away. Reaching for a grab upon the collar of his shirt, Invinci-Girl attempted to take hold of Tyrion before he grabbed her aggressing hand. Holding her assailing hand in place with a powerful clench by his left hand, Tyrion slapped Invinci-Girl using the back of his steadfast right hand. Invinci-Girl's slapped face winced to Tyrion's impressive strike, looking away from his eye contact for a brief moment. Invinci-Girl flicked her head back with a regained eye contact towards Tyrion as she flashed a scheming glare. Sending her free hand up for Tyrion's jaw, Invinci-Girl landed an uppercut under Tyrion's chin, who stumbled backward with bulging eyes. Tyrion grabbed for his chin. You fancy a real beating, IQQ? Remarked Tyrion, swiftly thereafter sending an airborne kick for Invinci-Girl's torso. It were as if the winds of the promenade itself had sailed Tyrion through the air, gliding him across 4 feet towards Invinci-Girl's direction, releasing a great gust of wind upon contact with her lower torso. "Oh, wheezed Invinci-Girl, flying backwards from the great force. She landed upon her back, about 7 feet away from Tyrion. Invinci-Girl stood back up with a staggering foot, pointing a groggy finger. You haven't seen my power yet, shouted Invinci-Girl, hobbling for the light pole that the workers from earlier had been working on. These workers were now preoccupied in observing the ongoing combat. Meanwhile, a great gust of wind flew up from a gutter underneath Veronica, while she watched the scene from afar with great anticipation. Oh! Oh my! Exclaimed Veronica, holding her skirt and shirt down as the great wind blasted up through her wardrobe, revealing much of her skin. Daniel grabbed Veronica swiftly, pulling her away from the gutter. Several young men stood staring at the young couple, with wide smiles stretched across their faces, for some reason. Pushing past the working crew of men, Invinci-Girl began to wrestle with the light pole that had sat on the ground. With great struggle, Invinci-Girl began to lift the light pole from the ground. Ag! Groaned Invinci-Girl, bending her knees down to the light pole. Ruah! Intensified Invinci-Girl, beginning to lift the light pole up to her waist. Graw! Bellowed Invinci-Girl, lifting the light pole up to her torso, whilst pulling it slowly but steadily out from the sockets it had been connected to. The repairmen's mouths dropped as their eyes widened to great disbelief. Why, is she picking that up? Asked a repairman to one of his fellow co-workers. The co-worker shrugged as Invinci-Girl carried the light pole towards Tyrion slowly, who was in shock of the performance. Rah! Screamed Invinci-Girl, charging with the light pole as if it were a spear or perhaps a lance. Tyrion stood a few feet away, watching Invinci-Girl aim the light pole's tip straight for his upper torso. With her charge upon his position approaching at a slow speed, Tyrion dodged towards Invinci-Girl's left while she came charging past him. Ah! Screw you. Master's pet! Exclaimed Invinci-Girl, who had fallen to the ground, dropping the light pole. Invinci-Girl fumbled to a stand with mighty prowess, regaining her stature swiftly. Ruah! Roared Invinci-Girl, picking the light pole back up, swinging it for Tyrion. The swung light pole had traveled in a wide arc, aimed for his head and traveling fast. Tyrion stooped down swiftly, successfully ducking out of the light pole's trajectory, and further vexing Invinci-Girl's growing grunts of frustration as she recovered herself from the missed swing's arc. Readying for another swing, Invinci-Girl unleashed a fearsome roar and swung the light pole again, this time for Tyrion's legs. Jumping with great height, a powerful gust of wind carried Tyrion up a few feet into the air, resembling a sudden flight into the sky. To the promenade bystanders' amazement, Tyrion landed with his right foot planted onto the light pole as the tip rested to the ground from Invinci-Girl's missed swing. Briskly bringing his arms around the light pole, Tyrion stepped onto Invinci-Girl's left foot while he attempted to confiscate the large armament. Ah! That won't beat me, Sunshi, exclaimed Invinci-Girl before losing grip of the light pole. Ha ha! Looks like you weren't suited for a long pole after all, Miss QQ, exclaimed Tyrion proudly, lifting the light pole high above his body with great and nimble expertise. It were like the light pole had become a great large spear in his hands. No! Give it back, yelled Invinci-Girl, charging Tyrion. With a nimble spin, Tyrion conjured a great whirlwind of force as his light pole began to flash with electric shocks. He-yah! Exclaimed Tyrion, slamming the tip of his light pole against Invinci-Girl's waist. Wah! Echoed Invinci-Girl throughout the promenade, followed by a powerful force of lightning blasting upon their combat location. Invinci-Girl's body spiraled out from the illuminant lightning strike's spark, with a flight headed straight toward a nearby coffee shop. Followed by much infrastructural crumbling, screaming of many citizens nearby, and a loud shattering of glass, Invinci-Girl came soaring into the nearby coffee shop's interior. A silence returned from the business interior as a calamity of concern swept over the observers standing outside of this sudden mayhem. Oh my gosh, cried a woman's voice. Is she okay? Asked a man's voice. Tyrion carefully watched the rubble of the business simmer down as the debris had settled in. Tyrion watched the debris for a prolonged moment before bringing his readied light pole to a resting position. Ha, guess she's dead or something, remarked Tyrion to himself. Sneak attack! Exclaimed Invinci-Girl, landing her heel into Tyrion's left cheek as she descended upon him from a nearby business rooftop. Tyrion stumbled to the ground as he recollected himself. What kind of voodoo? Remarked Tyrion before interruption. Ever heard of a woman's intuition, Master Liquor? Questioned Invinci-Girl, looking at her nails. When do you give up? Exclaimed Tyrion, noticing Invinci-Girl's attire had been more tattered now than before. Swinging with a large phone book, a loud thud sounded from the back of Invinci-Girl's head. Ah! Hey, owie, remarked Invinci-Girl, looking behind herself to the bruised face of John. Quick, Tyrion, let's get the hell out of here, shouted John, sprinting for the other end of the promenade street, towards a nearby parking complex. No, you don't. Your savior complex can't save him now. Plus, it's hells of all cultures, shouted Invinci-Girl, chasing after the two men. Following after John, Tyrion sprinted right behind him. You grab the car, I'll stall for time, commanded Tyrion, who started to climb a nearby business with great ease and agility. John nodded behind himself as he frantically pressed an elevator button to a large parking garage. Leaping her foot off a metal railing, Invinci-Girl latched onto a drainage pipe. She climbed it wearily in pursuit of Tyrion's nimble scaling. Hey! Wait up! Not so fast, guy, commanded Invinci-Girl, while Tyrion finished his scaling up the business exterior. Tyrion looked over the edge of the roof. Catch you later, QQ, called Tyrion, waving from atop the roof. Gah! Stupid parkour villains, remarked Invinci-Girl, finishing her climb up the drainage pipe. Tyrion had now begun leaping across multiple business rooftops in his escape from Invinci-Girl. Come back, you fiend! Shouted Invinci-Girl, leaping across her first rooftop after Tyrion, who had been 2 rooftops away from her. Nope, nah, shouted Tyrion, leaping from his rooftop onto a balcony, scaling up towards the roof of a taller building than the rooftop previous. This building happened to be closer to the roof of the parking garage, which John had entered. Come on, don't you know only wimps and cowards climb up buildings? Huff, from their pursuers, panted Invinci-Girl, leaping onto the same balcony of the building which Tyrion had now reached the roof thereof. Upon reaching the rooftop, Tyrion looked ahead of himself to notice there hadn't been a way ahead. That is, besides a greater leap than normal for the parking garage's top floor. Looking around, Tyrion grabbed some cement blocks as he looked over the rooftop towards the pursuing Invinci-Girl. He began to toss the cement blocks down towards Invinci-Girl. Bonk, sounded one cement block as it impacted Invinci-Girl's head. Hey! Are you serious? Shouted Invinci-Girl, petting her head. Ugh! Now I'm gonna have to clean this out, said Invinci-Girl, staring at her dirty hand. More cement blocks came sailing down as few missed and many hit Invinci-Girl's feet, legs, arms, head, and shoulders. Although frustrated by this, Invinci-Girl continued to scale the building's exterior. A car's engine had begun to sound from the parking garage. Upon reaching the rooftop, Invinci-Girl stumbled to a stand while patting her dirty attire down. Tyrion stood at the middle of the rooftop, grinning towards Invinci-Girl as she wiped down her clothes. What? You got a hard-on or something? Asked Invinci-Girl, patting down her long coat. Ha nah, well maybe, said Tyrion, looking confused for a moment. Wait, what? Probed Invinci-Girl. Hurry now, yelled Tyrion. A silence persisted as Invinci-Girl awkwardly looked around herself. Okay? Was that supposed to activate you, or something? Or is it, you think we just have to rush into a fight? Hold on a minute, are you single? Questioned Invinci-Girl, crossing her arms across her chest with a teasing smirk. Tyrion smirked back. Well, not every day, but for the right gal. Sure, you crazy in the sheets? Asked Tyrion. Invinci-Girl expressed shock. Well, normally I, said Invinci-Girl before interruption. Soaring through the air like a plane, a suburban car came flying off the parking garage's rooftop, towards Invinci-Girl. Go sleep under a house, you witch, yelled John's swollen face, before landing loudly upon the business's rooftop. Tyrion quickly turned his head from the car to Invinci-Girl. I'd QQ wear something nice for me next time, exclaimed Tyrion, before the car's hood dented upon impact with Invinci-Girl. Flying off the roof from the immense impact, Invinci-Girl flailed in the air down to the promenade street screaming, I've been rammed with harder force, you punks, shouted Invinci-Girl, thudding on the ground to a collective dismay of screams and shouts of terror. Looking at the largely dented hood of the car, Tyrion looked from the churning engine to Jon in the driver's seat. Oh hell, why'd we do this? Asked Tyrion, rubbing the back of his neck. He looked around himself on the isolated rooftop, with no ramp or exit in sight. Jon rested his head back into his headrest, with a satisfied smile. Invinci-Girl opened a plastic wrapping of foil as she unveiled a delicious sandwich from inside. It was an avocado, meatballs, cheese, and spinach sandwich. She took her first bite. Ugh. Yes, yes, oh yes. This is so good, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, chewing with her eyes closed. A loud clonking noise sounded. Hey! Hey! There'll be no orgasms in my courthouse, missy, exclaimed a male judge, sternly pointing his finger. Can't make me or tell me what to do, bro. Said Invinci-Girl, before taking another bite. The judge flailed his arms. Enough. Enough. That's just it. Enough. Officer. Confiscate her sandwich, ordered the judge. An officer walked over to Invinci-Girl, grabbing for her sandwich. Oof. Newer him new, whined Invinci-Girl with a muffled mouth, chewing on her last bite. The officer successfully confiscated the sandwich, as some bits and pieces fell to the table before Invinci-Girl. With great haste, she began to eat the remains off the table. Everyone in the courthouse, including Clyde, all watched in disbelief or perhaps shame. The judge sighed. Oh God, said the judge, taking off his reading glasses and pressing the palms of hands deep into his eyes. Just kill me, begged the judge, resting his head into his elbow while he groaned. Boof. All cultures, said Invinci-Girl, licking off her fingers. An officer walked over to Invinci-Girl, handing her napkins and hand sanitizer. Clean yourself up, you barn animal, said the police officer, looking at her with scorn. Sure thing, Mom, said Invinci-Girl, rubbing her hands together. The judge raised his head from the cushion of his arm. Miss? Huff. Invinci-Girl. You assaulted 2 men, provoked the destruction of private sector infrastructure, and you interfered with a state maintenance operation, said the judge, putting down a pile of papers. Just what in the hell were you thinking? Invinci-Girl finished wiping her hands down. I was just about to ask you the saw, said Invinci-Girl before interruption. 3.5 million with public service, shouted the judge, pointing to the door. MK in my sandwich? Asked Invinci-Girl, crossing her arms. Oat, boomed the judge, throwing his gavel across the room. Invinci-Girl's face of shock had been obvious, despite her sunglasses. Whew, someone's got a case of the PMS, said Invinci-Girl, thanking a nearby lawyer and getting up from her seat. Breaking down into tears, the judge wailed from the cushion of his arms, slouching forward in his seat, with absolute defeat. Once Invinci-Girl had exited the courtroom, Veronica awaited outside to hand Invinci-Girl her unfinished sandwich. After promptly completing and filing the billing payments with additional paperwork for public service, Invinci-Girl was out of the courthouse. Throwing away her finished sandwich, Invinci-Girl requested the second one from Veronica, who was tasked to drive today while Invinci-Girl sat in the car eating through her second sandwich. Invinci-Girl number 1. Insensitive swamp drainage. It was a sunny day in the city of Invinci-Girl, with beautiful weather to accompany the renowned beach known by many tourists and locals alike as Horview's Beach. Many young adults wandered this beach, with the occasional family or singular person of various ages strolling down the coastline to breathe in the ocean's fresh spray of mist into the air. Teams of women had been playing volleyball, various men were surfing, many young adults were mingling, and all the while numerous photographers scoured the beach for candidates to their employer's most recent article or photo shoot release. Horview Beach had much to offer, and many people to see. It was after a long week's work of crime fighting that Sasha Skorza found herself here. She was bathing in the sun from her portable lawn chair, which incorporated a shading mechanism from the back of the chair. She had not yet deployed her chair's shading mechanism, but she often used it once she had sat in the sun for about an hour or so. Veronica and all of Sasha's many assistants could be seen from afar, playing volleyball amongst just one of the many volleyball nets, hosting many incredibly fit and attractive women competing in their bikinis. Men often took notice to this convention, and very few seemed to partake in the sport, perhaps intentionally. The men stood by with their phones out, occasionally filling into the female teams for women who had come and gone. It was here that the youth of Horview's Beach competed on. From within the corner of Sasha's eye, she noticed a photographer saunter out in front of her, readying his camera for the perfect shot. Angling his camera upward, the photographer balanced his pose in preparation for the photo. Without need for request, Sasha got up from her chair to begin applying lotion all across her body, with much being applied across her legs and breasts. She alternated her composure through raising either one of her eyebrows, while spreading one of her legs in an effeminate manner. This did not cease her intent to spread her legs out in a territorial fashion, however, resulting in quite an odd and possibly outlandish series of poses for most observers. Contouring herself in multiple novel poses, Sasha often changed her poses with every new lotion application. Collecting numerous photos, the photographer changed to new capturing positions across the coastline as the gorgeous women of Horview's beach energetically flailed their bodies to the sport's play. Moving his camera to a new angle, the photographer smiled as he pressed the capture button for his camera, without paying much attention to Sasha's lotion lathering efforts. Sasha had often ceased her many strokes of applied lotion for whenever the photographer's finger paused, changing her posture in perfect coordination with his next desired photo. Although Sasha enjoyed this solitary incident of flattering her presence, she soon noticed that 3 more photographers appeared from behind her in the distance. They happened to be on the other side of the many volleyball nets, which the teams of women had been playing at, readying to take their own photos. With a confident grin, like a man approaching a woman, Sasha turned towards the new cameramen to pose for their cameras, while they captured numerous angles all across Horview Beach's sunny bliss. While these photographers were really quite flattering, it was admittedly odd to Sasha that they would take so many photos without the lens of the camera primarily focused upon her. Regardless of Sasha's confusion, the volleyball matches of Horview's beach only intensified as a resounding cheer of men's voices sounded across the beach. The cheering had erupted just after a woman scored across her net, back into the enemy's line of sand. That woman happened to be a red-headed assistant for Sasha, who immediately jumped around in her bright pink bikini, hopping towards the other women on her team, including Veronica. Hugging each other in celebration, the women cheered alongside the men's encore, hopping together as a cohesive group. To this display of continuous bouncing, the men observing the celebrating women roared even louder in both joy and merriment, with awe taking over many of their gazes for some reason. Veronica appeared to be quite exasperated after the last round, especially as she embraced the shirtless Daniel, who had quite an impressive physique. Grabbing a bottle of water, Daniel poured the contents out upon Veronica's head, while she flicked her head up towards the stream, opening her mouth. The water splashed upon her face, hair and mouth as Veronica flicked around her sleek wet hair across her shoulders. In swift aid, Daniel then offered Veronica lotion across her body, as it appeared she had gone quite a time without a new application of sunscreen. Rubbing the sunscreen slowly across her body, Daniel gently and carefully applied the lotion, spending considerable time assisting Veronica's breasts, hips, and buttocks. For whatever reason, Daniel must have assumed that these were the most probable areas to experience intense sunburn. Now, although Sasha enjoyed posing for her recent happenstance photo shoots, she did have to continuously reposition across the beach whenever the photographers would change their camera angles or positions. To add insult to injury, they would do this without even notifying her on any of the altered camera angles or altogether new photo locations. Though this was frankly tiring for Sasha, she could never forget one of her own mottos: when the world besieges you with endless responsibilities, a woman ought to only complete any task that benefits her, which mostly appeared to apply to this situation, if at all. The photographer in front of Sasha casually mumbled to himself while he fashioned a technological earpiece inside one of his earlobes, one that many of the other photographers had. Readying his camera towards the wet Veronica, who had just been flicking her hair, the photographer smiled as he pressed the camera's capture button. Noticing his admiration for the moment, Sasha knew she must have done something right for the upcoming magazines. Taking advantage of the situation, Sasha escalated her photo posing with a new application of sunscreen resting upon her hands. Reaching down into her bikini's underwear strap, she dug her hand deep into her bikini's undergarments as her other hand grabbed her blue hair tight, casting her head up to the sky. Sasha was quite proactive when it came down to viewer engagement. She knew that women aspired to be like her, but that she also owed the world one thing: their never-ending investment to her cause. Many have often found Sasha hounding men for taking photos of scantily clad women, but for Sasha, she was different. For she was the famous tycoon billionaire who inspired women to just get it done. So if there was anything more she could do for the world, it would be to elevate their understanding of feminine beauty. Sasha's hand slid around within her undergarments in an unusually enigmatic manner, seemingly unable to pause. Amidst this behavior, the photographer standing in front of her continued to angle his camera toward the numerous women jumping around at the volleyball nets, especially whenever a goal was scored, capturing the moment. While the photographer's camera was still aimed away from her, something about Sasha's recent behavior attracted his camera's lens, which angled more proactively upon Sasha's body and her waist. The photographer mumbled something yet again, as numerous photographers began to take more focused photos on Sasha. Playing them to their own game, Sasha grinned mischievously as she flew her right hand out from her undergarments, right in front of her face. She delivered a confident smirk, with a tall standing middle finger pointed straight before the photographers as she clutched her left hand up to her hair. Winking her left eye with her tongue sticking out, Sasha snickered in front of the photographers. "Can't exploit all of this beach's hotness, clout snappers," exclaimed Sasha, quickly aiming her rear towards the photographers as she slapped her right butt cheek hard, pointing another middle finger to their cameras. The photographers snapped away on their cameras, before turning back towards the roars of cheering men and women at the volleyball nets of Horviews Beach. Veronica was back to playing at her team's volleyball net, as Sasha repositioned with the uninstructed angles of the photographers. The main photographer that Sasha had initially begun this impromptu photo shoot with was now looking through the photos on his camera, speaking to another male photographer. "Yo man, you know that chick who was just feeling herself?" asked the first male photographer. The second male photographer looked over to the first photographer's camera. "What about her?" asked the photographer. "Well, thought she was just a happenstance freak, but look, she's somehow in all of my photos, bro," said the first photographer. "No way, she feeling herself in every one?" asked the second photographer. "Nah man, she's just sitting there, like her legs and stuff, they're in every photo, yo, for real? Look right there, she's covering that girl's rack with her earlobes, man," shared the first photographer. "Aw shoot, that was a good photo too. Yo, you think that chick is single?" asked the second photographer. "What, the freakin' blue, from out of the blue?" asked the first photographer. The second photographer fist bumped the first photographer's shoulder. "Nah man, the big set one," said the second photographer. The first photographer flipped through more photos. "Nah man, that chick has a boyfriend, no doubt. I've seen her oiled up exclusively by one guy," said the first photographer. "Bummer dude, how about that one?" probed the second photographer, pointing to the redhead playing volleyball in a photo. "You mean up there?" asked the first photographer, pointing to the redhead's volleyball net. "She looks fair game to me, bruh," teased the first photographer with a competitive grin. Not when I'm fishing, bro," countered the second photographer, before they both recontinued their photo taking. While the photographers refocused on their task, Sasha was posing out of lens for another photographer. She had just been posing next to a surfboard on the ground, before a horde of scrawny, eager men came rushing toward the one and only famous Sasha Scorza. "Dude. No way. Look man, it's Invinci-Girl." "Ah sweet yo Invinci-Girl, Sasha, I love you," exclaimed a scrawny man, holding up a photo of Invinci-Girl holding a wrench and spreading her legs out with worker jeans on. She was sitting on a working chair, in front of various motorcycle parts for the photo, which was uploaded to her website about 2 days ago. The cover was titled, "How Invinci-Girl Crafts Her Own Tech All by Herself." "You, Miss Sasha, please sign your name on my cover or on my chest," exclaimed another scrawny male. He held up a photo of Sasha Scorza, overlooking a tall stack of papers with a pen in one hand and her other hand up against her forehead. The cover was titled, "How Women Get Ahead with Double the Rates of Male Colleagues." "Wait, I'm not Invinci," said Sasha in panic before interruption. "Oh my gosh, it's my favorite heroine babe Sasha. Do you know how many nights I've spent thinking about you?" exclaimed another out-of-shape male. He had been holding up a photo cover of Sasha instructing military women swimming through water beneath her. The cover was titled, "How the Social Media Billionaire, Sasha Scorza, is Putting a History of Men to Shame." A shy man approached amidst the horde. Invinci-Girl? "You're my hero," said the thin man, holding up a photo of Invinci-Girl sitting in a patient's seat, with a woman operating a surgical tool upon her arm. The cover was titled, "Invinci-Girl Leads by Example, Dispelling Resperian's Malevolent Lies Surrounding Skin Irritation." Sasha looked around herself in horror as 30 more men paraded her location. The surrounding photographers quickly got out of their way, capturing the ensuing moment on camera. Many of the mostly skinny men grabbed at Sasha's arms as her body stumbled amongst the parading crowd of men. Being tugged in every which way, Sasha's left breast had suddenly pressed into a man's torso, who was holding up his own cover as she was swiftly nudged to her right, pressing her right breast into a different man's knuckle. "Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Invinci-Girl's boob just touched me!" shrieked an exuberant fan, shaking a supposed friend's shoulder as he stared at his touched hand. "Who are you to say she consented to that boob touch, you perv?" shouted a separate man. "She intentionally pressed her boob into my hand," asserted the same man. Members from the crowd of men began to jeer for one of the two conflicting men's arguments, while Invinci-Girl attempted to push her way through the rambunctious crowd. She had accidentally grazed her buttocks and breasts against a few more passers-by, while additional scrawny men soon swarmed around her. "I'll defend you, Invinci-Girl," announced a nearby man holding a cover, whose hand had just accidentally grazed her right buttock upon passing. "No. She gave me a closer touch. You don't know her like I do," contested another male. "Invinci-Girl, allow me to fend them away." "Sasha, your booty is so dry, I mean because of the sun, do you need help with sunscreen?" offered another man anxiously. "Stop it, you losers, she just wants to be left alone," exclaimed an additional man. "Hey, I defended you after the Resperian conspiracy, Invinci-Girl. You're right, something is wrong with our court system, they're hiding too much, let's sit by the ocean and talk about this." Sasha gritted her teeth as she stumbled past another male of the crowd, falling into him. His left hand happened to land upon her left buttock with a firm clutch attached. "Ooh? Juicy," said a thin man with glasses. Sasha's eyes widened. "Raw pay," screamed Sasha. "Rape! I'm being raped!" "Ah!" shrieked Sasha, turning around to throw a fist into the groping man's smiling face. With a frowned face of pain receiving Sasha's brazen fist, the man looked to Sasha as if betrayed. "Miss Scorza, I thought you liked me," said the frowning man with glasses. "Are you breaking up with me?" A calamity broke out amongst the men as they scrambled to grasp upon the thin man sitting on the ground. "I'm going to hurt you," screamed one man. "You don't touch my heroine babe, you fiend," shouted another man. "I'm going to screw you, I mean, physically, like painfully hurt you," intimidated another man. "Hands off of her, you weirdo." "How dare you, didn't you know women deserve respect?" interrogated one red-faced man. "This is the kind of guy that she warns us about, guys. Get him?" ordered another man. The group of scrawny men began to collectively tackle upon the thin man, punching, kicking, and arm-locking him while he cried for help in numerous ways. One cry for help being, "Please, Invinci-Girl, I'm in distress, save me. Save me," cried the thin man with glasses, receiving blows from the men around him. The thin man screamed in pain, awaiting her response. "Ah! Oof! Ha! Ow, stop! Oh! Ah! Hey, hey! Sasha stared at the thin man with disinterest, as Veronica and Sasha's other assistants watched from afar in terror. The young men continued to brawl with the thin man before a comment was made. "I do this for you, Sasha." "In your honor?" cried a man, delivering a blow to the thin man's bloody face. "No, I'm doing this for you, Invinci-Girl. I love you, babe," said another man, pushing the originally chivalrous man back in contest. "Out of my way, she's mine to save," said a man, grabbing the collar of the man pushing the originally chivalrous man. "No, you don't, you obsessive losers won't get to my girl," exclaimed a man, grabbing the arm of the man grabbing the collar of the man who pushed the originally chivalrous man. "Screw you punks. She let me touch both of her butt cheeks," said another man, kicking the groin of the man grabbing the arm of the man that grabbed the collar of the man who pushed the originally chivalrous man. "Stop it!" boomed a man amongst the calamitous men. "Your boobies will always be sacred with me, Sasha," ensured the man, pushing away the man who kicked the groin of the man that grabbed the arm of the man who grabbed the collar of the man that pushed the originally chivalrous man. "She's a busy businesswoman. I won't let you exploit her fertility," announced a man, who arm-locked the man that pushed away the man who kicked the groin of the man that grabbed the arm of the man who grabbed the collar of the man that pushed the originally chivalrous man. Sasha watched in disbelief, unconsciously crossing her arms over her breasts, as another man arm-locked the man who was arm-locking the man that pushed away the man who kicked the groin of the man that grabbed the arm of the man who grabbed the collar of the man that pushed the originally chivalrous man. "Sasha, I won't let them touch you, not like I've touched you. My heroine, babe," said the man arm-locking the man who was arm-locking the man that pushed the groin kicker. Another man joined the calamity, punching the face of the man arm-locking the man who arm-locked the man that pushed the groin kicker. "No? Stop harassing her. She doesn't deserve all of your pestering attention. Invinci-Girl, allow us to speak of Resperian's evils over coffee," said the man who punched the face of the man that arm-locked the man who arm-locked the man that pushed the man who kicked the groin of the man that grabbed the arm of the man who grabbed the collar of the man that pushed the originally chivalrous man. "Enough. Stop it. Just stop. I can't keep track of any of this," pronounced Sasha unsteadily, flailing her arms around with her breasts swaying to the motion. The crowd of men cheered, "Yes. That's what I'm talking about," shouted one man. "You're so beautiful, Sasha. Would you teach me how to dance?" asked another man. "Your form is as insurmountable as you are. Would you allow me to bring down your defenses for just a moment, with your consent?" begged another man. Sasha began to sweat with anxiety as she gazed upon and across the parade of men, each arm locking, collar grabbing, and otherwise interacting with the many members of the group. She breathed intensely as her breasts moved inward and outward with the motion of her breathing, resulting in greater fascination from the crowd of men, all awestruck. A great silence fell over the beach during this moment of fascination. For the photographers, the volleyball players, the men watching the volleyball players, and for the crowd of men pursuing Sasha alike. Everyone seemed to have a separate reason for their silence. "Okay, well, first dibs then," challenged a man at the head of the group, sprinting for Sasha. "Stop him, we won't tolerate harassment, right guys?" "Right, my lady," exclaimed a man, chasing after the challenging man. Multiple men from the group grunted amongst one another as they all tackled one another, stopping each other from their advance upon Sasha. A greater calamity than the one before broke out, resulting in an all-out brawl amongst the crowd of men, each wrestling, beating, and otherwise detaining one another as freed men would attempt to pursue after Sasha. Reaching into her large briefcase, which acted as a purse for Sasha in most situations, she grabbed an item. Pulling out an SMG class of firearm, Sasha aimed the weapon straight for the brawling crowd of men. Looking to Sasha with great horror, the bloody-faced thin man with glasses raised a hand up in terror. "Miss Scorza, please, you don't have to do this. We're just committed to your excellence, m'lady," said the thin man. With a smirk of disdain, Sasha aimed down her iron sights as she pressed into her weapon's trigger. The SMG rapidly released an extensive stream of pepper spray upon the crowd of sycophants, covering their faces with excessive coats of spray. Sasha roared with joy as the men wailed from her unleashed armament. Ack! Ah, please, oh, ah! Oh God, what have I done? What is this? Ack! I'm not dead, am I? Ah! Ah! Oh, ah! My, ah! Dear Invinci-Girl, ah, why have you done this to me? I can't see you, heroine, ack, babe. Ah, ah. Why? Why me, not them? Screw you, Sasha, ah? You suck, cried many men from the crowd, some sharing the same sentiments, many with their own variations of pain. Ah, ha. Ha. Yes, oh yes. Feel the burn, you rats, shouted Sasha, but almost as if she were screeching. She intensified, burn. Upon their collective collapse, Sasha continued to spray upon them before her SMG's nozzle ran dry. She shouted several extensive lines of profanity as the nozzle refused her many clicks into the trigger. The men were in excruciating pain, all rolling upon Horview Beach's hot sand with the growing horrified response of a gathering crowd surrounding their agony. Before too long, many police officers arrived upon the scene, unable to determine what to do with this disorderly situation. With some indetermination, the police officers did suspect Miss Scorza was worthy of several small fines, as her self-defense appeared partially unnecessary. Although she got worked up with the officers over this, she ultimately conceded, tasking one of her assistants to pay off the numerous fines at the police station. Daniel took off to surfing while Sasha and Veronica walked together on the beach in their summer-patterned bikinis. You know, Miss Sasha, maybe they were just excited to finally meet you, shared Veronica, flicking her hair over her shoulders. Sasha frowned with seeming disgust. Girl, you've still got so much to learn, honey, we're not doing this for them, said Sasha, shaking her head. What do you mean? You seem to inspire them, probed Veronica. Sasha looked across the great ocean sea. Ah, not quite, my young assistant. But even if I did, Veronica, these men, they're all so, pondered Sasha with a moment's pause. Veronica stared into Sasha's eyes with great interest. Virginal and, said Sasha with a silence, nodding to herself with a smile. Pathetic, they're all pathetic and probably haven't stopped breastfeeding since this morning, said Sasha, smiling to herself. Veronica seemed further confused. I bet they tape a photo of my face onto their mother's face before grabbing for the nipple. Sasha shook her head in humorous satisfaction to her own statements while Veronica furrowed her brow. Or maybe they're just fans, looking to get to know you, asked Veronica. Sasha gave a stern returning gaze. And the sexual assault, Veronica? Ever thought that the horrors of their sexual privilege overrides their fandom? Challenged Sasha with a piercing glare. Veronica shrugged with weariness. A lot of them seemed ready to defend your honor. That must feel pretty good, right? Asked Veronica. Sasha shook her head. A real man lets a woman defend her own honor. It's a deadly, perpetuated stereotype to believe she can't ensure her own security, said Sasha, casting her eyes upon the busy beach. A boundless, energetic crowd stood before Sasha and Veronica, pausing their beach's afternoon gander. A large speaking stage sat at the back of the large crowd, relative to their position, covered atop by large loudspeakers and banners draping down from the scaffolding with Intitithum's flag. Veronica's eyes darted. Ha! Lots of people are here, ha! Looks like they're having a good time, exclaimed Veronica, smiling cheerfully. Woo! Cheered the crowd of many men and women, with whistling noises emanating throughout the large gathering. The speakers boomed from atop the grand stage as a white male with dirty blonde hair spoke from a podium through a microphone. Listen, folks, I get it. These lousy frauds up there aren't interested in your best interests. In fact, they're a swamp, folks. A dirty, filthy swamp, said the man, moving his hands around with each point he articulated. Sasha's brow furrowed, and it won't be too long. Folks, it won't be too long before they take this sunny sunshine away from you, before our great city of Intitithum were to be no more, all to their crooked schemes. Oh, how crooked, you know they're crooked, we all do, said the man with a charming grin and an affirmative nod to the crowd. I love you, shouted many people from the crowd. We'll get 'em. This is for our kids' future, for our great city and history, shouted a specific man. The people must be heard. We can't allow these lazy bureaucrats to take advantage of our freedom. Not anymore, shouted a specific woman. Sasha frowned. What in the hell of all cultures are they piping on about? Questioned Sasha, looking at a row of news vans parked at the back of the crowd. Veronica furrowed her brow, entering deep thought. I don't. Oh. I think I know, shared Veronica, looking at the news vans. My mom and dad love this one new guy coming up. He's a new politician, running on cleaning up our government's inefficiencies, reducing how much we're paying for our labor, and to prevent the fellow authorities from overriding our civil liberties, said Veronica with a brief pause. At least that's what they say, but I've heard that, said Veronica before interruption. Your friends corrected the narrative of your parents and told you he was a dictator, huh? Questioned Sasha, filling in for Veronica's speech. Veronica seemed astonished as she recollected her composure. Well, yeah, and they mentioned something about him being a raging lunatic who will definitely nuke the city of Antietam, something about it being for the sake of his greater image, or egomaniac complex, I think it was, shared Veronica, readjusting her bikini's torso, which grabbed the attention of many nearby men. Sasha looked across the crowd of individuals wearing the same bright-colored hat of orange. Well, at least your friends have their heads screwed on straight and not caught up with all of this garbage, replied Sasha, squinting at the bright orange hats. And I have a theory. These people seem so privileged to me. Honestly, only well-to-do idiots can afford the same uniform, said Sasha. Veronica looked around in confusion. Well, maybe it's just to display their joy for shared principles. My dad and mom say, said Veronica before a loud interruption of speech drowned out her voice. Folks, these fiends want to devour the few words left for what we can or cannot say. They even don't believe that you have the right to express to each other our shared reality, said the politician. Please don't tell me he's going to be a Rasparian fanatic on us now here, muttered Sasha. But I've got to tell you, these are dirty, dirty creatures, and if we're not careful, they'll eat ya, alarmed the politician, raising his hands up in the air. Come on now, folks, just look at those fake recorders, said the politician, pointing at the news vans. The crowd reciprocated the statement excitedly, supporting his remarks. They're lying to you and they're lying to us, you all know it. The swamp is so vast, and they're trying to consume you all with it, said the politician, moving his hands around extravagantly. Sasha's brow furrowed intensely as she heard his last statement. Muttered Sasha to herself. We have to save our city. And if we're going to do that, we've got to drain this swamp. They're bringing all who they can into the swamp, ravaging our children with their deceptive fangs, and lashing out toward our way of life with their murky schemes. We all know what's best, folks. It's time to drain that very swamp which has infested our great city for so many years, shared the politician, shaking his head and looking down to his podium with a self-satisfied grin as the crowd instantaneously cheered. Sasha's jaw dropped as the enormous crowd roared on with approval. Drain that swamp. Drain that swamp. Drain that swamp. Drain that swamp, roared the crowd of men and women. By this very moment, the news van crews began to pack up their cameras and equipment. No. This isn't justice. Their way of life is sacred. Our swamps are sacred, yelled Sasha from within the crowd's outcry. The crowd could not hear Sasha as she cried out, as their continuous chants drowned all the beach's noise. Sasha's eyes quickly returned to Veronica, delivering sharp intent, "Grab me my briefcase." The crowd cheered joyously as the politician continued his speech. All the while, Invinci-Girl climbed the back of the speaking stage's scaffolding, attempting to reach the top of the mountainous construct from the back right pillar. Grabbing upon each consecutive bar upon the scaffolding's pillar, Invinci-Girl hoisted her body up with haste. "You won't endanger any species if I have anything to say about it," muttered Invinci-Girl, grabbing for the next bar on the scaffolding. Upon grabbing the following bar, Invinci-Girl's left foot lost its footing as her body flung with the left portion of her body swinging out toward her right flank. She flailed with an unsteady struggle as she regained a tight grip using her right hand. "Gah! Come on, girl, we've got a swamp drainer to apprehend," said Invinci-Girl, thrusting her body into the scaffolding, hugging it tight. Climbing with great difficulty, Invinci-Girl had successfully reached the top of the stage's scaffolding, gazing down upon the abundant crowd before her. "Hey, yes, habitat destruction draws a crowd, huh?" muttered Invinci-Girl. Looking atop the scaffolding's roof, she spotted where the great flag of Antietam had been draped from the top of the left pillar, which had sprawled down to the ground of the speaking stage. Stooping down to her stomach, Invinci-Girl grabbed onto the flag from atop, readying herself with anticipation for her plan's next steps. "Okay, Invinci-Girl, it's time we sour this exterminator's show," said Invinci-Girl, grinning to herself. Flinging her body off from the top of the scaffolding, Invinci-Girl cried out in great triumph, sailing down Antietam's flag for the stage's floor. Invinci-Girl yelled, "Rua!" swinging her body midair across the stage. The whole crowd gasped as the speaking politician looked up with immense surprise. Quickly losing her grip of the flag, Invinci-Girl began to free fall to the ground, screaming while the onlookers continued their range of horrified reactions. Landing upon the ground with a great thud, Invinci-Girl's knee let out a vicious grinding snap. "Ack! Screw you!" screeched Invinci-Girl, laying on the stage's floor with a horrifically dislocated knee. Invinci-Girl's body scrambled atop the ground awkwardly, grunting with frustration as she moved her leg around, eventually popping her knee back into place. Getting up from the ground, Invinci-Girl pointed to the flabbergasted politician. "Geez, owie! Right, stop right there. You villain!" shouted Invinci-Girl to the whole crowd's disbelief. "I won't let you sully our swamps, not when their sovereignty shall be protected by guardians like me," declared Invinci-Girl, pointing her thumb towards herself. The crowd shouted with confusion as Invinci-Girl squinted her eyes. "Your attempt at power ends here, where I can stop your narrow-minded, hateful attempt at ruining our local ecosystem's way of life," shouted Invinci-Girl to the crowd's following boos. Invinci-Girl casted a challenging glare back to the crowd. "I've got a news flash for ya, people, but those alligators deserve a normal life too. Our swamps have their own way of life, something we have to learn to accept. And if you can't accept that," said Invinci-Girl, gazing back upon the politician with a blazing stare, "then I'll have to stop. Every single one of you." The politician stood on the stage with a proud demeanor, casting a pausing hand out towards a cohort of security guards rushing up on stage. Readjusting his wardrobe, the politician stared at Invinci-Girl with an initially uncertain observation. Before further analysis, he grinned with a scheming look curling up in his right lip, staring upon Invinci-Girl's X-band stretched across her face. The politician turned towards the crowd. "Well, would you look at this, folks? It's my dear fan, ex-wife material," announced the politician, vertically pointing his hand towards Invinci-Girl's location. Invinci-Girl's mouth dropped as the crowd roared in laughter from the announcement. "We're not married." "I'd never attend the wedding of a villain," shouted Invinci-Girl with clenching fists. The politician smiled. "Ah, look folks, seems ex-wife wants to save the day. If that's the case, what'll it be, ex-wife? Would you like to maintain the swamp and enable the drainage of Antietam's good people from their natural rights?" Asked the politician with a cocky tone. Invinci-Girl's face grew hot. "Natural rights? Mother Nature has given more to those gators with that swamp than these clowns in orange uniforms to Riparian," shouted Invinci-Girl, pointing to the crowd of orange hat-wearing individuals. "I'll have you know, you're just being insensitive to those alligators and their home. You don't know what they've had to go through just to get there, if they migrated, or how hard it is being there. Plus, you're too stupid to realize that they have to feast upon their ecosystem, especially if they wish to survive or live in it. Oh, and all experts know that Mother Nature never lets down her ecosystems, so your nosy little hands can stay right out of this wannabe swamp dictator." The crowd further booed at Invinci-Girl as the politician persisted his grin. "Looks like the people aren't a fan." "Ex-wife?" coaxed the politician, shrugging his shoulders. Invinci-Girl's frown quickly shifted to a conniving grin. She stared at the politician with a head angled downwards, looking at him from over the upper rim of her sunglasses. "Ah, so you wish to challenge my influence?" challenged Invinci-Girl. Death metal music began to play faintly, from where no one could quite tell. The politician took off his suit's blazer, standing tall with his business undershirt on, disrobing his tie and unbuttoning the first 3 buttons of his dress shirt. "Who said I offered you such authority, ex-wife material?" tested the politician with an arrogant smirk. Invinci-Girl's smirk turned to an aggressive glare as she minced her lips tight. "The earth will despoil your corpse, swamp dictator," shouted Invinci-Girl, charging with a fist aimed for the politician's jaw. With a proud expression, the politician caught her fist midair, using the wide palm of his hand. He winked his right eye as his lips pressed together, smiling with a disapproving shake of the head. The politician continued to twist Invinci-Girl's hand with overwhelming strength as she wriggled for freedom out of his clutch. With a powerful kick, the politician unleashed a heavy impact upon Invinci-Girl's stomach as she let out a loud "oof," tumbling into one of the 2 pillars of the speaking stage's scaffolding. The observing crowd shrieked in terror as the stage's Goliathan scaffolding came crashing down, falling down directly for Invinci-Girl as she stumbled to a stand. With the flag of Antietam joining the scaffolding's wreckage, Invinci-Girl stumbled about as she noticed her oncoming doom. With the flag covering Invinci-Girl, she raised her hands up while the scaffolding's bars and cables came following next. "Oh, come on! Unfair advantage, guy," yelled Invinci-Girl, immediately showered in a loud chorus of metallic clanking, and the noise of shattering electronics tore across the stage. Concealed by the flag, many sounds of "ah," "ouch," "ooh" sounded with the intermixed comment, "freaking still," each yelling from Invinci-Girl's showered location, where additional bars came tumbling down upon her. Quite some time had surpassed, as the debris continuously fell upon the bemoaning Invinci-Girl. Laying beneath the rubble, Invinci-Girl remarked the situation from an unknown location within the wreckage. "Hey, come and find me." "You can't, 'cause you won't." "You're too stupid," challenged Invinci-Girl, seemingly awkward. The politician was perplexed as he slowly approached the molded location of scaffolding bars, electronics, cables, and Antietam's flag, where Invinci-Girl's body laid underneath. Displaying great strength, the politician thrusted the mountainous debris aside, searching for Invinci-Girl's body. With hundreds of pieces of debris cast aside, the politician had finally freed the entrapped location of Invinci-Girl's body, where a large pipe had been implanted within the flag, exactly where Invinci-Girl's body was last seen. It appeared she was impaled. The politician squinted his eyes, staring for a long moment. "Well, seems she's dead," said the politician, shrugging his shoulders as he walked away. Upon turning around, a loud cry of "roar" shouted from amidst the rubble as Invinci-Girl tore through the flag atop her, grabbing the politician's shoulders. Hugging him from behind awkwardly, the politician could feel a foreign metal stick rub up against his lower back. The politician grinned. "You happy to see me?" questioned the politician, grabbing Invinci-Girl's 2 clenching hands and throwing her over his back towards the ground. "Only for your demise," remarked Invinci-Girl midair, before falling upon the ground before the politician. "Gah!" exclaimed Invinci-Girl, with the metal pole impaled through her lower torso, now visible to the politician. Stumbling up from the ground, Invinci-Girl wiped her mouth with the back of her hand as the politician looked at her with shock. "Seems ex-wife finally found something deep enough to penetrate her for once. Ha ha!" jeered the politician with a cocky grin. Contemptuously, Invinci-Girl grabbed the metal pole lobbed inside of her, staring into the politician's eyes. "Yeah, and is this the first time you ever worried for a woman's displeasure after penetration?" countered Invinci-Girl, unsheathing the metal bar from her lower torso with triumph. "Grua. Now I think it is time you experience a woman's unbearable penetration, you insensitive habitat invader." Throwing the sharp tip of the metal bar through the air, Invinci-Girl aimed for the politician's head. Promptly stepping aside, the politician grabbed for the slow-sailing pipe mid-flight. Acquiring the metal bar with nimble ease, the politician spun in a circle as he carried the metal bar's motion back towards Invinci-Girl. The metal bar spun within the air like a spinning cyclone, swiftly landing upon Invinci-Girl's forehead with a loud clank. Invinci-Girl rubbed her forehead with distempered annoyance. Really? You couldn't have just given that one to me? Owie, bemoaned Invinci-Girl, rubbing her bleeding forehead. You're a real piece of shish, said Invinci-Girl before interruption. Bending down to the remaining pillar of the speaking stage's scaffolding, the politician had planted his hands beneath a set of metal bars, bracing his back for resistance. Squatting in place, the politician planted his feet firm before he pressed his hind upward, met by the roaring creaks of the scaffolding snapping from the stage's structure. Garo. Rah. Ah. Nerg. Oof, grunted the politician as the structure sang with more noises of bends and snaps from its composure. Invinci-Girl watched with frozen shock as Veronica shouted from behind her, rushing on stage. Invinci-Girl? Madam, your weapons, called Veronica, handing a pair of dual submachine guns to Invinci-Girl's hands. Invinci-Girl seemed flattered. Oh, thank you, Veronica. Please refer to me as Miss Scorza, nobody is really around, informed Invinci-Girl as the politician's grunting was met with further snaps and bends from the scaffolding. Okay, Miss Scorza, are you in need of anything else? Asked Veronica, readjusting her bikini top as multiple men from the onlooking crowd held up their phones for some reason. The scaffolding made a final snap as the politician exhaled with great satisfaction. There you go, shouted the politician. A powerful vibration shook across the stage, staggering Veronica and Invinci-Girl atop the stage's floor. Whoa. No, Veronica. Whoa. I'll be fine, thank you, replied Invinci-Girl, before a sudden snap released from Veronica's bikini top. With her bikini's torso flying loose, Veronica moved her hands frantically towards her exposed breasts as the vibrations continued to unsteady her and Invinci-Girl's statures. Oh my gosh. Whoa, this is so embarrassing. Okay, whoa. Miss Scorza, I believe I really must get whoa going then, replied Veronica, stumbling about as she placed her hands and arms across her nipples, periodically using a free arm to regain balance atop the vibrating stage. Holding the outer portion of the unrooted scaffolding pillar snug in his hands, the politician slowly lugged the pillar towards Invinci-Girl and Veronica's position. Here we go, ex-wife. Time for some disciplinary action, shouted the politician, before his approach was interrupted by the stumbling Veronica in his way. Veronica staggered continuously while she struggled to cover her breasts. The politician slowly placed down the unrooted scaffolding pillar before tapping on Veronica's shoulder. Excuse me, dear, would you kindly step aside? Requested the politician in a soft tone. Veronica turned towards the politician with a face of embarrassment streaked across her reddened countenance. Oh, yes, sir, apologies for my bra, it just, stammered Veronica before interruption. The politician placed his hands upon his hips. No fret, dear lass, you should see my wife over there, Alicia. This happens with her all the time, especially when I'm around, shared the politician with a charming grin pointing towards his wife. Alicia sat idly by, off stage, surrounded by security guards. She appeared completely unfazed by the entire situation. The politician returned to Veronica's eyes. Now if you would kindly step aside, I must attend to ex-wife over there. Plus, you might want to find a boyfriend, or your current boyfriend, with the state you're in, advised the politician with a humorous smirk. Invinci-Girl watched with utter boredom as Veronica's eyebrows raised high to her forehead. Oh, why yes. Thank you for the advice, sir, replied Veronica, swiftly running off the speaking stage for the outskirts of the crowd, eventually running into Daniel. He seemed very happy to find her in topless condition, for some reason. The politician picked up the large scaffolding pillar once again, with many grunts and roars of exertion. All right, Nerg, back to it, ex-wife. It's about time I whip you into shape, roared the politician, lugging his pillar towards Invinci-Girl's position. Speak your final words, before I teach you the meaning of submission, declared the politician, raising the large scaffolding pillar high to the sky. Invinci-Girl yawned as she returned her attention to the fight. Yeah? Gee whiz. Hey, did you say? Oh hell, of all cultures, replied Invinci-Girl, watching the scaffolding descend upon her position. Invinci-Girl swiftly darted her head towards the politician as the scaffolding fell above her. She minced her lips readily. Submission is a woman's tool. Best used against fragile, hurt men, swamp dicta, yelled Invinci-Girl before the scaffolding planted her to the ground. Ack! Owie! Screw you, you insensitive beta! Shouted Invinci-Girl from beneath the scaffolding debris. Wiggling around within the pillar's debris, Invinci-Girl grunted with an almost bored frustration as the politician watched her struggle out of the wreckage. Seems like I can't keep you down, ex-wife, said the politician, grinning. Stumbling out from the wreckage's metal bars, Invinci-Girl dusted off her shirt and coat off before readying her dual submachine guns. Ha? Is that what you say to your wife, after you've beaten her? Beta drainer, replied Invinci-Girl, pressing the triggers to her SMGs. With a spray of the nozzle aimed toward the politician's head, his eyes had been shot by the armament's spray. Covering his eyes briefly, the politician shouted with pain or perhaps annoyance, Gah? That's the best you've got? My ears have been dealt worse by your mouth, ex-wife. Rah! Material? Hissed the politician with burning red-hot eyes. Better than having to drain out your pants, you beta swamper, exclaimed Invinci-Girl with a cocky smirk. The politician's eyes burned with noticeable heat waves surging from his eyelids. Ah-ha-ha! That's good. That's the exact passion I'm looking for, ex-wife, smiled the politician with a maniacal glare. Rolling her eyes, Invinci-Girl charged after the politician out of impatience, flinging her right leg out towards the politician's groin. Stop talking and fight me, coward, challenged Invinci-Girl. With a successful contact to his groin sack, the politician grabbed Invinci-Girl's leg with a confident, unfazed grin. This pain tolerance was unexpected for Invinci-Girl, as her jaw hung open to her kick's futility. Grabbing her around the knee, the politician swung Invinci-Girl around in a circle before flinging her towards a nearby news van, which had not yet packed up its equipment, or perhaps the camera operators had continued running the equipment the whole time. Landing into the news van's side, denting it upon impact, Invinci-Girl pushed herself off without any soreness to show for her collision. She collapsed to the ground with both of her hands planted upon the sandy beach. Ha? Is that all of the force you've got? I've had villains more forceful with me than that, shouted Invinci-Girl, looking to the camera equipment stacked at the back of the van which she had dented. Getting up from the sandy ground, Invinci-Girl swiftly mounted the back of the van, grabbing for the large camera equipment. The equipment was surprisingly light. Nevertheless, Invinci-Girl raised it above her head, tossing it towards the politician's position on the speaking stage. Take a load of your so-called fake coverage, you tyrant. The politician grunted angrily with his piercing hot eyes focused on Invinci-Girl before his left arm shielded his face from the contact of the news camera's impact. With a soft but forceful abrasion, the camera exploded as it abraded the left arm of the politician, disintegrating into multiple pieces of broken cardboard. The remaining observing crowd, Alacia and Invinci-Girl herself, gasped with disbelief. As if to prove a point, Invinci-Girl dashed towards more news vans. Searching for more camera equipment, she hurled all of the light equipment she found at the politician. Blocking the pieces of camera equipment with his arms, the politician jumped off from the speaking stage onto the sandy beach. His landing generated a great shockwave of energy which glazed across the beach. This blast of energy had also happened to snap off many young women's bikini bras, for some reason. The suddenly exposed women all shouted with dismay, as nearby young men shouted with abrupt joy. Subsequently, the politician ripped off his own shirt, revealing impeccable pecs and abs. Using his muscle-rippled arms, the politician swiped away at each piece of camera equipment that Invinci-Girl threw at him. Delivering multiple explosions of cardboard to litter across the beach, Invinci-Girl threw her seventh piece of camera equipment from inside a nearly emptied news van. Her face glowed with red-hot pigment as she sweated from her intense activity and possibly growing frustration. No. How could all of this news equipment be made from cardboard? I've spent so much for my own recording equipment. How are they getting such cheap, affordable recording gear? Is this stuff even reliable? Shouted Invinci-Girl, fumbling through more recording equipment. The politician smiled as he shook his head. The swamp holds many lies, my dear ex-wife, roared the politician, grabbing a news van by the back rim. Grunting with momentary struggle, the politician lifted the van from off the sandy ground, throwing it straight for Invinci-Girl, who was searching through another news van for more projectiles. A large explosion blasted from Invinci-Girl's position as she let out a loud "rah" from amidst the two news vans' explosions. The crowd gasped while others cheered, and some young men could be heard sobbing. For an extensive moment of time, no noise came from the explosion's location, even while the dust settled. The politician swiped the back of his hand across his forehead as he breathed with sweat-drenched exasperation. The politician turned towards Alicia. "How'd I do, honey?" "Pretty good for an old brute, huh?" proposed the politician with a humorous smirk. Alicia smiled and nodded as she clapped towards his position. Her own bikini's top had been noticeably missing, but replaced by a towel wrapped around her torso. "Sneak attack!" shouted Invinci-Girl, who emerged from the sand beneath the politician, uppercutting him to the jaw. The politician stumbled backwards with astonishment, quickly regaining his stature. "What the? Did you seriously travel all this way, under the sand?" questioned the politician, completely shocked. Invinci-Girl's apparel had been noticeably scathed and torn apart, with much of her skin showing, but nothing to reveal sensitive nudity. She planted her fists upon her hips. "A woman has many secrets to hide, especially when it comes to men," shared Invinci-Girl, flashing a proud smile. The politician grinned with his red-hot eyes. "I take it that's why I never found you in the bedroom, dear ex-wife," jeered the politician with a challenging smirk. In swift reaction to this statement, Invinci-Girl came charging for the politician. "For as long we're oppressed by you, I'll always fight. For the swamp and for WOMEN, declared Invinci-Girl, speaking with a final grand pronunciation. With a forceful impact into the politician's torso, Invinci-Girl dove into him with the intent for a tackle. Upon contact, the politician stood firm in place, upright, lurching over her writhing body. Invinci-Girl stubbornly continued to attempt taking him down. "Grr. Rah. Guro. Oh. Ha." Groaned Invinci-Girl, clutching at his torso, pushing into him. "Come on, just give me this one," demanded Invinci-Girl, punching into his rib cage with her nails digging into his flesh. The politician smiled pitifully, despite the pain. Picking Invinci-Girl up by the back of her shirt, he threw her across the beach with a loud thud into the sand, several paces away. Charging for her exasperated location on the ground, the politician kicked up numerous mountains of sand from beneath his feet while vibrations pulsated across the surrounding sand. "Ha ha! I'm gonna give it to you now, ex-wife," declared the politician, leaping into the air with an elbow braced for her stomach. The politician readied his posture midair, with a descending elbow slam aimed for her torso from above. With wide eyes of dismay, Invinci-Girl looked up towards the politician's massive descending elbow, before suddenly, in the blink of a moment's time, a thin, incredibly scrawny man came leaping above her body's location to the ground. The scrawny man had landed his smiling face firmly down upon Invinci-Girl's cleavage, letting out a terrific cry of pain as the politician descended his elbow into the man's neck. "Ack! Oh! It hurts! Ow wah! Ack! Heroin babe! Ack! Owie! I do this for you," screamed the scrawny man, wriggling in pain as his face sat in Invinci-Girl's bosom. His body laid limp upon Invinci-Girl with a head that seemed unable or perhaps stubborn to move. "So worth it. Ow! I can't move, though," muttered the scrawny man, possibly lying. The politician got up from the ground as Invinci-Girl twisted and turned her body desperately, resorting to pushing the scrawny man off her chest. Invinci-Girl made a face of both disbelief and disgust. "Bleh. EU. I'm going to have to quarantine after this," lamented Invinci-Girl, wiping off the saliva on her chest. Returning her attention to the politician, Invinci-Girl screamed once more as she rammed her shoulder into the politician's lower torso. "Rah? You will know my power," roared Invinci-Girl, observed from afar by the admirable gaze of the incapacitated scrawny man. The politician continued standing upright, while Invinci-Girl threw her fists against his torso. Grabbing her by the back of the collar once again, the politician offered a pitiful grin. "All right, ex-wife, enough is enough. Playtime's over," shouted the politician, dragging her behind himself. "Time to get you out of here," roared the politician, throwing Invinci-Girl for the ocean. During her body's flight through the air, Invinci-Girl screamed, "Ah!" before a loud splash vibrated from the ocean. Many young women's tops flew off as Invinci-Girl's impact quaked across the ocean, for some reason. Sighing with relief, the politician stared out into the evening ocean sun. His appreciation of the ocean sea didn't last long, however, as an incredibly scrawny man's leg came kicking into the politician's lower left leg's calf. "Watcha!" shouted the scrawny man, before grabbing his leg with great pain. "Oh, bad idea," shouted the scrawny man as another scrawny man sprinted past the politician. The sprinting scrawny man took off his shirt mid-run for the ocean. "I'm coming for you, heroin babe." "I'll save you," shouted the scrawny man, running into a large tidal wave, which toppled his figure, swallowing him into the ocean. The politician groaned to this incident, before he felt the head of his wife gently rest upon his chest's right pec. Following this occurrence, he placed his right hand around her waist, which still fashioned a towel. The politician stared down at the scrawny man who was still holding the leg which had kicked his calf, and he next looked at the motionless man face-planted in the sand. "Ah, what has become of our youth today?" questioned the politician, sighing to himself as he and his wife stared out into the ocean. Within a few minutes' time, numerous scrawny men soon joined the ranks of those who previously toppled about into the ocean sea. Invinci-Girl sighed while she pressed the heart icon on a video of multiple women stuffing sand into their pants. Next, they planted their feet onto a wall, shaking their butts at the camera while the sand came falling out of their pants. Invinci-Girl smiled to this. That looks like fun, maybe a bit uncomfortable and messy for my tastes, but I wonder what they're trying to tell us," pondered Invinci-Girl, before swiping down to another video. In this video, a woman cut off all of her hair within 10 seconds of video time, before replacing it with a spaghetti wig on her head. Invinci-Girl pressed the heart icon on this video too. What on the Lord's green earth could be so important at this time? "Miss," said a male judge, before looking at a sheet of paper. "Invinci-Girl?" queried the male judge, possibly in question or judgment. Invinci-Girl flicked her eyes up. "Yup, just don't go on about heroin babe or any," said Invinci-Girl before interruption. The judge waved one of his hands. "Whatever, I've heard enough about you, especially after you made my colleague drop your cases." "Okay," informed the judge before looking through more papers. "Miss Invinci-Girl, you're being charged for the disruption of peace on Horviews Beach, the physical battery and assault of a political candidate, plus the destruction of an organization's property, as well as charged for the destruction of the candidate's property." "Let's see, what else?" "Wait, you assaulted 5 young men too?" questioned the judge with sudden disbelief. Invinci-Girl glanced up from her phone for half a second. "What?" "Oh, I paid those fines, no biggie," said Invinci-Girl, liking a video of a baby spitting on their sibling, which resulted in further aggression later in the video. "Ma'am, if I can even call you one, you assaulted 5 young men who dragged you out from the ocean," said the judge, possibly judgmental. Invinci-Girl didn't look up. "Yeah, so?" asked Invinci-Girl, fixing her hair through her phone's camera. The judge threw down his papers upon his desk. "Officers? Confiscate that damn phone," shouted the judge angrily. Invinci-Girl had been posing for photos on her camera with different filters as 2 male officers wrestled with her phone's hand. "No? I was looking cute in that one." "Stoop," begged Invinci-Girl, before the officers walked away with her phone. The judge shook his head. "Okay, listen," said the judge before planting his face into his hands. He lifted his face back up. Just leave, pay the fees for 15,700,000 and just go, informed the judge with a hand on his forehead and a finger pointing out the door. Invinci-Girl stood up briskly from her seat before casting a cocky wink to Clyde, who sat at the back of the room. Okay, well, it's been fun, y'all, announced Invinci-Girl before a momentary shift in tone. But you're honestly lame, Mr. Sad Master of Robes. Chow, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, walking out of the courtroom. Veronica awaited Invinci-Girl outside the courtroom, where Invinci-Girl retrieved her belongings before filing the paperwork and billing for the charges. Exiting the courthouse, Invinci-Girl started up a video on her phone, indicating the wrongdoing of toxic fandoms before attending the newest coffee shop that had just opened up. Recommended by Veronica, of course. Invinci-Girl number 1. The Bushidos stir with trouble. A flame erupted in the reflection of Sasha's eyes as a pile of seasoned meats, vegetables, and noodles were shuffled in front of her. Sitting inside a hardwood-floored room, enclosed by brick-layered walls, filled with plants and finely crafted wooden seats, which carried carefully sewn leather attachments to the backrests and seating cushions of the chairs placed inside, Sasha and Veronica watched 3 chefs shuffle the assorted food from amongst a few fellow onlookers. Many guests of seemingly high income sat at their own seats around Sasha and Veronica, with their phones held up to the 3 male chefs, shuffling and flipping the food using thin, long metal griddle spatulas. The male chefs each appeared to be of Asian descent, perhaps Taiwanese. The interior size of the establishment's diner was vast, with numerous seating locations of circular dining tables, each enclosing circular metal grills laying at the inside of the surrounding seating locations. The chefs cooked both dexterously and performatively, while the patrons spoke amongst one another. Sasha shook her head to herself while Veronica texted on her phone. Ah, 3 men, huh? Ha, I thought this was a woman's job, commented Sasha with a prideful smirk. Oh, how the roles have changed, and the changes have rolled, continued Sasha with an initially soft but quickly hardening face. If only they'd hurry up. Veronica brought a spoonful of soup up to her mouth before turning her eyes towards Sasha, with her eyebrows raised. I'm sorry, madam, would you like to offer them a hand? Or shall I make a request? Asked Veronica. Sasha shook her head quickly. No, Veronica, let them try, said Sasha with a growing smirk and slowly nodding head. Let them try. Veronica nodded, while she returned to typing on her phone. The chefs continued cooking as the food's smell grew crispier towards completion. Okay, Shui. Let's light this place up, shouted a chef, looking to the man most likely to be Shui with an amicable grin. After you, boss, shouted Shui with a returned smile. Show them the heat. Sasha's eyes quickly darted between the chefs. Light it up, heat? What the hell of all cultures are they planning? Muttered Sasha, veering her head towards Veronica as she watched the chefs. Veronica appeared to not be paying attention before a sudden burst of flames erupted from the food shuffling on the grill. Wahoo! Hey! Look at it go, shouted the 3rd chef of the group. Sparks of cinder crackled out from the grill, raining down floating embers onto the chefs and patrons alike. The crowd cheered with thunderous applause while the cinders continued settling down from midair. With a secondary burst of sudden flames erupting elsewhere, a man to Sasha's left flank began to pat at his right arm's sleeve with panic while his arm enveloped to the newfound flames. The male patron quickly arose from his seat, flailing his arm wildly. Ah! Oh my God! Oh God! Ag! Help! I'm on fire! I'm burning, cried the male patron. Sasha darted off from her seat, grabbing a large woolen napkin sitting atop her tabletop. Oh geez, not again, shouted the boss chef with a face of horror. The male patron screamed in agony, grabbing the attention of the entire establishment while his whole arm singed with flames. Forcing his writhing arm to remain still, Sasha clasped the male patron's burning arm, whacking the woolen napkin against the flames. Come on. Just hang in there, guy. It'll be okay, shouted Sasha, using her burning left hand to hold down his flailing arm. Upon the fourth strike of the napkin onto the man's arm, the woolen napkin burst into flames. "Oh, she!" exclaimed Sasha, dropping the now burning napkin. "Ack! Please, oh ugh! Ah! My arm, it feels like it's melting," cried the burning man, whose entire shirt now burned bright with yellow blaze. Sasha's face lit up with a new terror as she darted her eyes towards Veronica. "Quick, Veronica! Grab me my lethal magnum," requested Sasha, just before the boss chef came running after the burning patron. Readying the nozzle of a fire extinguisher, the boss chef sprayed upon the burning man with the extinguisher's contents. After a few remaining cries of pain, the burning man's agony soon turned to moans as the fire evaporated from the man's body. Looking at the boss chef with disgust, Sasha picked herself up from the ground. "You think you can just get away with anything, don't you?" challenged Sasha before interruption. "Okie Shui, just call us the paramedics. Bad accident over," called the boss chef. "Got it, boss, no problem," responded Shui, grabbing a telephone to contact medical services. Having dealt with the food during the ruckus, the third chef allocated the cooked food onto multiple bowls and plates for the wealthy patrons. "All ready, time for feast," shouted the third chef. "Give 'em spears, boss." "Spears?" muttered Sasha, looking about herself with concern. Holding a collection of knives, forks, and spoons between his individual fingers in both hands, the boss chef spun in a circle as he flung the utensils to each patron's seating location. The knives and forks pierced into wooden slabs sitting before each patron's seat, digging deep into the wood. Meanwhile, the third chef placed down multiple bowls and plates of prepared foods, while the boss chef then flung spoons into each patron's distributed bowl. The excited patrons clapped with joy to this performance as Sasha awaited her own volley of utensils. With a knife thrown for Sasha's wooden slab, the boss chef's aim seemed unfortunately faulty today, as the knife came flying directly into Sasha's right hand. "Hey! Are you trying to kill all of us or something?" shouted Sasha, swinging her impaled hand around as if she were shaking something off. Placing her other hand firmly upon the knife's handle, Sasha pulled the bloodied knife out of her hand. "All right, that's far enough, guy. I know a rival when I see one, punk." The boss chef's face cringed from watching Sasha extract the knife from her hand, displaying a face that interpreted apology. "Oh ma'am, I'm sorry," lamented the boss chef, attempting to offer an aiding hand. Wielding the bloody knife around, Sasha swung it down into the table beneath her torso, which happened to dig deep into the wooden slab. Sasha gritted her teeth. "No. I know an assassin when I see one. Your people are known for their ancestral expertise in covert tactics. I won't let you outsmart me," shouted Sasha. The boss chef moved his lips temporarily, before his trembling voice chose silence. The third chef spoke up. "Missy, I don't know what you mean, are you okay?" asked the third chef. Sasha glared towards the third chef while a hand gently patted Sasha on the back. "Ma'am, we so sorry, please allow us," said Shui before interruption. Sasha's eyes widened. "I recognize assassination tactic 37, variation wafu anywhere assassin," shouted Sasha, throwing the slab into Shui's face, using the knife as a handle. With direct collision to his forehead, Shui came tumbling down to the floor. "Ack! Who taught your manners?" questioned Shui with a furrowed brow. Sasha smirked. "Who taught me my manners? Years of villain apprehending has prepared me for this," said Sasha, before sending a kick into Shui's stomach. "Oof!" exhaled Shui, holding his stomach. A loud "Keish" sounded from behind Sasha as the surrounding patrons screamed, and Veronica herself jumped in her seat. Coincidentally, one of the buttons to Veronica's shirt had suddenly popped loose for some reason. "Oh my!" exclaimed Veronica, rebuttoning her shirt. The boss chef pointed his finger at Sasha, while a puddle of alcohol, possibly whiskey, drenched the tabletop with shards of glass littered about. Sasha stared at the bottle's mess as the boss chef quivered his lips. "You are forsaken here," declared the boss chef with a menacing stare. "You have dishonored the Toledo family." Death metal music had begun to play, from where no one could tell. Sasha squinted her eyes confidently as her lips grinned with glee. "So, the Toledo family have been conducting assassination plots from this here restaurant, probed Sasha. The boss chef nodded to the third chef, who aided Shui from the ground. Dear patron, I won't call help, not after this. I shall restore honor unless, that is, you dare to run, said the boss chef, squinting his eyes into Sasha's gaze. Sasha's grin continued to stretch across her face. I would never run from a samurai, not when it is customary to seppuku after such a fate, which sadly I couldn't do anyways. So yeah, no way, said Sasha, before grabbing a nearby spoon of the grilled meat, noodles, and vegetables straight into her mouth. Exclaimed Sasha without hesitation, before coughing for some reason. Hey. Blah. I knew you were a bad chef, insulted Sasha, pointing to the chef's now insulted face, throwing the bowl to the ground. Meanwhile, Veronica's third serving of noodles and meat had entered her mouth. Sasha clenched her fists. A warrior must show no mercy, especially in presence of an inferior foe, and chef. The boss chef clenched his teeth, bringing his eyebrows towards the bridge of his nose. Suddenly, the chef began to thrust his body around like he were conducting a rhythmic motion of some kind. He threw his arms around his torso like he were spinning a bowl of noodles, finalizing his posture with a martial arts stance of unknown origin. Woo-oo! Then face me. Serve me a fate worse than death, coward patron, shouted the boss chef, moving his cupped hands in a circular motion, creating an image like the shape of a fish. Sadly, I'm all out of stale noodles and dry sauce. Overcooked assassin, shouted Sasha, before leaping over the countertop between herself and the chef. With Sasha's foot angled for the boss chef's head, Sasha flew one of her legs throughout the air, yelling, Ruah! Her leg flew triumphantly through the air, before a metal spatula slapped her across the face. Falling into the countertop behind herself, Sasha grunted with displeasure. Gah? Easy now, dear cook, I've had whiter surfaces embrace my cheeks. You stale simmering shinobi, cried Sasha, as a successive backhand from the boss chef grazed across her face's right cheek. Sasha held her slapped face with a look of disdain while the boss chef grabbed a nearby napkin, wiping the back of his slapping hand. No? Silly patron, it is I who has embraced many wide surfaces with cheeks, said the boss chef, now readying his hands once more into a circular motion, possibly to unleash some sort of stored potential. Sasha readied a brazen fist before pausing with confusion. Wait, what? Questioned Sasha. Without a moment longer passing, the boss chef released a volley of backhand slaps, delivered from every imaginable direction. Woo-ah! Yeah. Woo-ah-ha! Exclaimed the boss chef, with a final triumphant backhand slap landing underneath Sasha's bottom chin. Soaring up into the air from the impact, Sasha's body plummeted down with great displeasure. Whoa-ah! Oh my go! Oof! Exhaled Sasha, breathless from the plummet. The patrons were all recording the scenario as Sasha spotted a knife dug into a wooden slab next to her. She reached for the handle to the knife. With an immediate tone of alert, Veronica spoke up. Miss Sasha, shouted Veronica. Sasha quickly darted her eyes to Veronica, while the boss chef searched through a nearby cabinet. Veronica's eyes glanced towards the camera recorders with an insinuating nod. Might be a problem. Sasha looked back to the hilt of the knife before a bottle of liquor came smashing with a loud cash sounding over her head. Sasha held her bloody forehead. Oh! Owie, that was messed up, dude, shouted Sasha, before grabbing a nearby bowl of noodles, meat, and veggies. Throwing the bowl plus its contents at the boss chef, Sasha awkwardly slid off the countertop as the boss chef dodged the bowl. The bowl bounced off the metal grill behind the chef, while the contents fell onto the grill, which had still been running even though it had been previously turned off. Nice try, crazy blue girl, shouted the boss chef, grabbing Sasha by the shoulders. With a jab for his stomach, Sasha resisted his hold momentarily before the chef successfully pressed her face into the grill's hot surface. Hey! Nerg, cut it out. Let's have a fair fight, let go. Whoa! Now that's warm, I think, said Sasha as her face and hair singed from the grill's heat. You like getting hot and steamy, crazy blue? You regret to dishonor family now? Interrogated the boss chef, as smoke began to rise from the nearby crisping food. With continued struggle, Sasha placed her hands upon the grill, attempting to push herself off the hot surface. Gah? You're so annoying, Also, owie. Just do your worst already, assassin guy, lamented Sasha. The boss chef grabbed the back of Sasha's head, dragging her face across the grill. Time for a merry-go-round, let's go, we, exclaimed the boss chef, playing up his current victory for some reason. Ah! Stop it, this is harassment. Plus you're ruining my hair, dude, exclaimed Sasha as the boss chef slid her face across the grill for a few laps in a circle. Before their merry-go-ride extended for long, the fire alarm sounded off as water sprinkled all across the grand restaurant. Many of the patrons screamed and shouted with discomfort as they ceased to record from their phones. Meanwhile, other patrons continued to film Sasha and the chef's scuffle, for some reason. A uniform hiss of numerous water droplets evaporated across the grill's blazing surface, while also wetting Sasha's hair. Ah, my hair is wet too now? Bemoaned Sasha. From afar, a small troop of men dressed in chef aprons called towards the boss chef while they began to evacuate the restaurant. Come on, Chulon. Let's get out of here, shouted one of the chefs from afar. The boss chef nodded as he let go of Sasha's hot head. Don't have to tell me twice, shouted Chulon, leaping over the countertop and dashing for the restaurant's exit. The faint death metal music playing from before had suddenly died down. Picking herself up from the grill's surface, Sasha darted her head towards the escaping Chulon. Hey, overcooked warrior guy, don't go running. I was about to finish you, shouted Sasha, spotting Veronica with an umbrella standing nearby, texting on her phone. Veronica had been soaked wet in her skin-tight clothes. She paused her texting as she looked up from her phone. Hello, Miss Scorza, should we get going or? Propositioned Veronica before holding up a briefcase. Sasha's lips curled with exuberance. Oh, hell of all cultures, yeah. Now we're talking, girl, exclaimed Sasha in a glowing smile. Call for the Invinci-Ped, Veronica? With an earpiece attached to her cat-eye sunglasses, Invinci-Girl drove her infamous Invinci-Ped with a mission in mind. The Invinci-Ped was a top-of-the-line high-tech moped bike, fit with extensive gadgets, mechanisms, and contraptions. She was driving at 90 miles an hour, after a muscle car built with 4 passenger seats. Within a few short minutes, Invinci-Girl had reached her target destination. Okay, Veronica. I'm on approach to the target now, informed Invinci-Girl. That's great, Miss Scorza. What now? Asked Veronica over the earpiece. I'm gonna catch the bad guy assassins, Veronica. Hello? Earth to Veronica? Remember the super evil fake chefs? Questioned Invinci-Girl to Veronica. Oh yeah, that's right, madam. Apologies, so how are you going to detain them? Should I call the police? Asked Veronica. Invinci-Girl furrowed her eyebrows. What? No. They're corrupt, and would probably shoot me down or something. No. I'll wreck these guys, I promise. It's super easy, said Invinci-Girl, gaining distance on the target. Understood, Miss Scorza, pinky promise? Requested, Veronica. Invinci-Girl's face was visibly shocked or even disgusted. What? We can't do that, over the phone, said Invinci-Girl. Oh, okay, that's too bad, said Veronica. So what about the villains then? I'll pepper spray them, or I'll flip their car, or I'll convince them to stop. No, wait, I'll take control of the car, reasoned Invinci-Girl, running through the possibilities. Okay, that should do it. Although personally, I'd ask them to pull over Miss Scorza, said Veronica. Invinci-Girl was now in legible distance of the car's license plate. Ask them to pull over. Veronica? Questioned Invinci-Girl, most likely disappointed. Girl, they're bad guys. As Veronica voiced an apologetic response or something like that, Invinci-Girl had arrived next to the muscle car's driver's seat. Driving her moped next to the car's window, Invinci-Girl knocked on the glass. Hey? Burnt nuts? Open it up, ordered Invinci-Girl. The window came sliding down as an Asian man resembling the third chef from before answered at the car's window, driving at 70 miles an hour. Woo? Who you? Why you girls in this city so blue hair? Questioned the chef. Hey. What's that supposed to mean? Just pull over, will you? Demanded Invinci-Girl from her moped. No way. You blue hair crazy, shouted a man in the driver's passenger seat, resembling Chulon the boss chef. Go away now, we have karaoke to play. Thank you and bye-bye. The car's driver's seat window came rolling back up as Invinci-Girl banged on the glass. What? Hey, he. Open the hell of all cultures up, demanded Invinci-Girl, to no avail. Loud music of surprisingly Japanese death metal had begun to play, with a chorus of the men shouting and screaming along with the song inside the car. Veronica? Requested Invinci-Girl. Yes, ma'am, that didn't go well, replied Veronica. Yeah, well, watch this, you can see everything right? Asked Invinci-Girl. Yuppie, ma'am. Only anything you look at, though, said Veronica jovially. Yuppie. Okay, well, check this out, said Invinci-Girl, taking out a pair of her keys perhaps used for more than one vehicle. Take this, you overcooking macho sirens. With her right arm leaning out towards the muscle car, Invinci-Girl contacted her car key against the vehicle's exterior, accelerating and deaccelerating as she drove alongside the car. Her car key screeched across the car's doors as Invinci-Girl let a few forceful strikes against the car doors and glass windows. The car didn't change speeds initially, but after these forceful strikes the car began to speed up, which was met by Invinci-Girl speeding up as well. Without the muscle car's avail to the speed change, the driver's window came rolling down to the scraping noise of Invinci-Girl's car key. Hey! Cut it out, you bit! Yelled the car driver before interruption. Oh good, now I've got ya. Hey, what's hot and rhymes with Leper's Day? Shouted Invinci-Girl with question. The driver gritted his teeth with apparent anger. What? What you want? Duper's play? I don't know, oh my gosh. Get away from my car, witch, shouted the driver over his Japanese death metal, which was now sung by very eccentric women. Grabbing out an automatic variant of pistol, Invinci-Girl aimed for the driver's fearful face. Pepper spray. Biatch, announced Invinci-Girl, releasing a load of pepper spray into the car and at the driver. The car immediately swerved from left to right as the driving chef clung to his eyes, with Chulon in the passenger seat clinging the same way. Oh. Ack. What is this? Oh. What is wrong with you? Screamed the driver, with two hands from the back of the car grabbing for the steering wheel. Ha ha, gotcha, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, shrugging her shoulders around like a dance. Ooh. We did it, Veronica, continued Invinci-Girl, raising her arms straight up into the air with celebration. Perhaps uncivil, but well done, ma'am, congratulated Veronica with slight dishonesty. Climbing out from the car's right side rear passenger seat emerged a man with the resemblance of Shui. Hey, crazy twin blue. Catch a spear, shouted Shui, flinging a series of knives and forks from his hands. Shui tossed the sharp utensils with deadly accuracy, as Invinci-Girl's arms and legs were impaled by Shui's many projectiles. Ah. Owie, hey. Stop it, overcooked assassin, shouted Invinci-Girl, who received even more impaled utensils after making the comment. Just go away. We don't like you, we're not paying, no hooker, shouted Shui, before returning inside the screaming vehicle of the two men agonizing in pain. Invinci-Girl looked shocked. Wha? I'm no hooker. Hey, yelled Invinci-Girl. Grabbing her keys again, she grazed them into the muscle car while soon after cracking a taillight. Shui re-emerged from inside the car while fashioning a new large weapon. Hey, crazy twin blue hooker. What rhymes with get lost horny witch? Shouted Shui in question. Invinci-Girl paused her keying at the car. What? That's not an easy one to answer. Jets cost thorny wrenches, guessed Invinci-Girl terribly. Shui revealed the entirety of his weapon. It's get boom boomed up the poo-poo biatch, shouted Shui, firing a rocket launcher's missile straight towards Invinci-Girl's moped. Oh, and safe regards from the Toledo family. Come skimpier next time. Just as the rocket was about to contact Invinci-Girl's position, she let out the words, "Oh foo," before immediate interruption. Blasting the moped to pieces, as if it were made of cardboard or paper machete, The Invinci-Ped scattered all across the freeway as Invinci-Girl sprawled onto the road. Her roll persisted for quite some time. Ah! Oof! Screamed Invinci-Girl. Laying on the ground in defeat, Invinci-Girl heard honking come from behind her back before a car came driving over Invinci-Girl's torso. The vehicle pushed her body across the road for a minimal distance before resulting in the vehicle itself flipping over into the distance. Invinci-Girl got up with a hand to her back as she winced with momentary discomfort. She then casted her eyes towards the direction of the chef's car driving off from her with speedy escape. Veronica? I hate my life, shared Invinci-Girl. Oh, hi, Miss Scorza. I saw a little bit of that. Hey, I just baked a pie for Daniel. Want to try some later responded Veronica before interruption. Call for the Invinci-Chopper, Veronica. Plus, did you not hear me? Asked Invinci-Girl. Oh, certainly, ma'am, and my apologies. Do you require mental aid? Asked Veronica. No. I just, figure of speech, they're not letting me win, said Invinci-Girl, possibly feeling down. Oh. I'm so sorry to hear that, but hey. You know what to do, girls get it done, remember? You've got this, Miss Scorza, you're an inspiration to so many, honestly. Hey, what should I set my oven to for this turkey? Motivated and thereafter questioned Veronica. Invinci-Girl sighed, huff. I dunno, 530 degrees or something, said Invinci-Girl. Oh, Miss Scorza. That won't quite be it. Here, let's do like 300 degrees? Maybe more. Let's find out together, said Veronica cheerfully. Veronica. My chopper? Demanded Invinci-Girl. Oh, why of course, ma'am, it'll be on its way. Now, what type of lingerie do you think I should wear for tonight? Oh. Can I borrow some? Asked Veronica. Veronica, lingerie? I guess you could grab said Invinci-Girl, just as a large honking SUV plowed into her from the side, denting upon impact and erupting into a plume of smoke and flames. Sitting in the cockpit of the Invinci-Chopper with tattered and burnt clothes from the earlier explosion, Invinci-Girl flew the helicopter for quite some time before spotting a familiar muscle car. Gotcha, bozo, commented Invinci-Girl, angling the chopper downward for the pursuit of the muscle car. Well, anyways, good luck, Miss Scorza. Wow, this piece is really raunchy. Why so many chains? Whoa, is that a whip? Exclaimed Veronica, analyzing many items on the other end of the line. Hey, easy with the whip, exclaimed Invinci-Girl before reaching an engagement's distance with the muscle car. The vehicle picked up speed while the Invinci-Chopper sailed down toward the street, tailing the vehicle. Invinci-Girl smirked as she gazed upon the moving heads in the rear passenger seats of the muscle car. Looks like it's finally time to cook a bunch of failed shinobis to a steamy cinder, said Invinci-Girl, hovering her thumb over a trigger button on the Invinci-Chopper's steering module. Invinci-Girl gritted her teeth. All right, my steamy assassin nemesis. It's about time we light you up, yelled Invinci-Girl, pressing with more force than necessary into the trigger button. Invinci-Girl opened her mouth like a frenzied hyena. Yee-ah! Rah, 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 screamed Invinci-Girl, flailing her head around as the Invinci-Chopper unloaded its fire. Immense loads of pepper spray released from the spinning miniguns attached to the Invinci-Chopper upon the muscle car, dousing the vehicle in the armament's intense assault. After 2 prolonged minutes, the spray ceased as no signs of damage could be determined upon the vehicle. Invinci-Girl veered her head around with impatience, breathing erratically. Ah! Motherfoo! Exclaimed Invinci-Girl before interruption. Miss Scorza, is everything of solace, madam? Questioned Veronica's voice over Invinci-Girl's earpiece. Invinci-Girl slouched in her Invinci-Chopper's seat. Yes, Veronica. I found my peace, except for all this useless pepper spray, screamed Invinci-Girl, at no one in particular. Veronica remained silent for a few short moments on the line. Ah? Wow, this is tight. Hey, has Rachel or Chelsea ever mentioned how tight these chains are in this outfit? Asked Veronica. Oh wow. I look good. Invinci-Girl's face softened with a furrowed brow. Veronica, are we really doing this right now? Oh, to hell of all cultures with this, lamented Invinci-Girl, thrusting her fist into the Invinci-Chopper's windshield. It's time for some physical punishment. My apologies, Miss Score. Oh wow. Is this whip studded too? Huh. Hey. This reminds me of Daniel's height. Well, if it were to human proportions, commented Veronica through the earpiece. Cut out the museum hunting, Veronica. Was the chopper loaded with the alternative loading? Questioned Invinci-Girl. Yep. But wait, madam, isn't that more violent than usual? Couldn't someone get hurt? Like, in a non-violent way? Questioned Veronica. Invinci-Girl flipped a switch on the control board of the Invinci-Chopper. No, Veronica, it's just perfect. We have all the force that we'll need, said Invinci-Girl, refocusing the Invinci-Chopper's aim. The Invinci-Chopper locked in for fire while the muscle car had reached the entrance of a large bridge, standing above a vast body of water. The Invinci-Chopper stabilized its flight for a new volley of projectiles. Releasing from a separate pair of miniguns, the Invinci-Chopper unloaded a series of large, wet, and non-lethal balls of plastic. The plastic balls grazed across the muscle car's exterior while the helicopter continued to unload its steam of fire. Let's see if you can last long with this, punks, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, gritting her teeth. Upon perhaps the 30th collision of plastic with the muscle car's back windshield, the vehicle had been dealt the first occurrence of damages yet to be seen by the aerial attacks. An enormous, far-reaching gash of water streaked across the back windshield to the car. Some of the water, in fact, had even applied to the rear view mirrors at the front of the vehicle. Invinci-Girl punched the dashboard to the Invinci-Chopper with celebration. Ha! Yes, who's behind you now? Can't kill what you can't see, said Invinci-Girl, smiling with pride. For another passing moment, the muscle car continued to drive on the freeway, with the minor inconvenience of the Invinci-Chopper's load being applied to the vehicle's mirrors and windshield. Invinci-Girl sat in the Invinci-Chopper's cockpit, watching diligently. Isn't something supposed to happen by now? Questioned Invinci-Girl to no one in particular. Another series of passing moments occurred as the muscle car drove atop the bridge, while Invinci-Girl sat patiently within the Invinci-Chopper. Okay, so? You can fall off now, commented Invinci-Girl. I'm sorry, madam, what should I be falling from just about now? Asked Veronica. Invinci-Girl sighed. Huff, the muscle car that I've been pursuing, Veronica, why in the hell of all cultures isn't it slipping off the road? Or like, dented beyond functional operation? Asked Invinci-Girl, slouching in the cockpit seat. Shouldn't these guys be terrible drivers by now? Or something like, at least collide with someone? Geez. Veronica turned on a faucet on her end of the line. I'm sorry, Miss Scorza, it seems things aren't going well over there. Have you tried slashing out their tires? Asked Veronica, making numerous loud noises in the background, which sounding like an object colliding with its environment as the water ran with accompanied splashing. Invinci-Girl frowned like she were insulted. Well, no. But I was getting around to it, said Invinci-Girl, with an unsteady voice. Invinci-Girl stared at the muscle car in front of her, as the Invinci-Chopper pursued with autopilot. Invinci-Girl suddenly sprang forward in her seat. Wait. That's it! Exclaimed Invinci-Girl. The water continued running on Veronica's end. Oh, that's wonderful, Miss Scorza. What is it? Asked Veronica. Invinci-Girl smirked. If we're gonna get these punks off the road, we're gonna have to use force. A lot of it, said Invinci-Girl, grabbing hold of the Invinci-Chopper's steering module yet again. Veronica turned off the faucet. Oh, sounds like it could be fun. Or unpleasant. That reminds me of this one time with Daniel, actually, said Veronica before interruption. I'll have to put you on hold, Veronica. These guys are about to get shook, exclaimed Invinci-Girl, veering the Invinci-Chopper to the left of the muscle car. The body of water beneath the bridge sat to the right of the vehicle. Swerving the Invinci-Chopper to the left angle of the muscle car, the Invinci-Chopper now flew with a considerable distance apart from the vehicle, Say bonjour to Poseidon for me, stale noodle assassins, exclaimed Invinci-Girl using a momentarily different accent for some reason. Flipping a switch on the control board of the Invinci-Chopper, the vehicle soared through the air with a speed unlike any from before. Moving at what seemed to be triple of the previous maximal speed, Invinci-Girl released an all-out spray of both pepper spray and plastic balls upon the muscle car. The windows were rolled down for some reason, inciting the collective screams of renewed agony from each of the car's occupants. Ack! Oh my It burns Shui. I thought you dealt with her. Ack! Why is twin crazy Blue still here? Yelled Chulan with immense pain. Brah! Sorry boss. How do you know, Ack? It's not the cops, responded Shui holding his face. Meanwhile, the Invinci-Chopper came soaring in towards the left side of the muscle car's exterior. See ya in the deep blue, killer chefs? Better luck next time, shouted Invinci-Girl, ramming the Invinci-Chopper into the muscle car. With the head of the Invinci-Chopper contacting the hood of the muscle car, the Invinci-Chopper flipped over, sliding across the bridge upside down. The muscle car had collided into the side barrier of the bridge after the Invinci-Chopper's abrasion, breaking through the barrier and falling off the side of the bridge, with the Invinci-Chopper leading ahead of the car. Spinning horizontally in the air like a large disc, the muscle car and the Invinci-Chopper plummeted for the deep water below. With red blistering eyes of blinded vision, the chefs all leapt out of their vehicles' windows, throwing hooked ropes up at the bridge above as they descended for the ocean. With successful rope latches for each of the chefs, they all dangled midair beneath the road of the bridge. The chefs recovered and groaned in safety from the water below, watching the Invinci-Chopper plummet to the ocean. Recollecting themselves individually, they all began climbing their ropes as their eyes streaked with tears. Screw you, stupid girl. We don't like you, we don't want no hooker, shouted Chulan watching the Invinci-Chopper finally splash into the ocean below. A loud eruption of water drenched the climbing men. Oh, for the love of God, why couldn't today just be normal? Lamented Chulan. Next time, just give her the chloroform pellet, Chulan, shouted Shui, who happened to be climbing faster than Chulan up his rope. A woman stuck multiple hot dogs into her mouth, reaching the maximal amount that her outstretched mouth could hold. Impressively enough, it looked like she was able to fit 30 of them in her mouth. Without any waste of time, she ran for the pool in her backyard, submerging herself beneath the water. About 2 minutes went by before she was extracted unconscious from the pool by the cameraman. She beat the world record for now, and seemed to be completely unharmed after she had coughed up a few hot dogs. She laughed carelessly, like the incident meant nothing. Invinci-Girl pressed the heart icon on her phone before scrolling through additional videos. It just so happened that she had been eating a hot dog meal of some kind. Interestingly, the hot dog were like a burrito. Ah yeah, yes. Oh yes. So delicious. Yes. Shouted Invinci-Girl before the half-eaten hot dog burrito were snatched from her hands. The police officer carrying her hot dog burrito walked to the back of the courtroom, handing the hot dog burrito to Veronica. A male judge's eyebrows stood high to his forehead's temples, resembling the visage of a disappointed father. Figures. All right. Miss Invinci-Girl, groaned the male judge, sighing as he took off his reading glasses. The male judge picked up a stack of papers. All right, so ma'am, you assaulted 2 workers of the Schwicki Mongolini, a food and diner establishment. You disrupted the peace of the establishment, committed battery and arson upon an incapacitated man, committed additional arson, resulting in the evacuation of the premises. You vandalized the personal property of the establishment's employees. You committed firearm assault against those same employees while they were in operation of a vehicle. You littered the scattered remains of vehicle wreckage on a freeway, and then you assaulted and rammed an aerial vehicle upon those same individuals, destroying their property and the state's property. Lastly, you are being charged for attempted homicide, listed the male judge, sighing once more, placing a large piece of licorice in his mouth. That's good. Invinci-Girl frowned as her eyebrows furrowed deep into the bridge of her nose. Yeah, okay. And what about their attempted homicide on me, or the Toledo family's association with a heritage of assassination, or the fact that they stabbed me with a knife, or the fact that they wouldn't pull over when I asked them to? Asked Invinci-Girl, nodding her head quite a bit as she spoke. Plus, you might not know, but I've heard that they've made attempts on the life of a recent new politician, albeit a Raspberrian nut, or something like that. He's into nuking people and entire cities, you know, but that's beside the point. The Toledo family is bad news, sir, guy, said Invinci-Girl, with many fluctuations in tone. The judge shook his head and readjusted his reading glasses, taking his large piece of licorice out of his mouth like it were a cigar. Ma'am, this is the first time that we're hearing about the supposed assassination attempt by the claimants upon an up-and-coming political figure. Please, file your concerns individually if you believe your concerns are well-founded. Anyway, you're paying up $53,736,000 in charges. The claimants plus their witnesses have attested to any and all confirmed incidents of your reported grievances as self-defense, ma'am, said the male judge, putting his papers down and placing the licorice back in his mouth. The jury happened to agree. You're so unfair. Did your mother ever teach you not to be afraid of a woman's self-defense? Questioned Invinci-Girl, readjusting her cracked and slightly broken cat-eyes sunglasses. The judge looked at Invinci-Girl, with his eyebrows raised once more to his temples, with the internal component of his right eyebrow raised higher than the left. Excuse me, ma'am, asked the judge. You heard me, Four Eyes Inspector of Doom. Got a problem with that? Or is just your childhood trauma? Probed Invinci-Girl, with extensive pronunciation to her final statement, with a challenging tone. The judge squinted his eyes at Invinci-Girl as his face grimaced. Hugo? Dispose of her, ordered the judge. A large, perhaps 7-foot-tall man exited a 4-foot-high small doorway, carrying a squirting bottle of some kind. Walking up to Invinci-Girl, he squirted the bottle's contents onto Invinci-Girl's face. Bad lady, go away and pay charges now, ordered the menacing man, before grabbing a wet napkin and slapping it across Invinci-Girl's face between squirts. Bad lady, bad. Invinci-Girl swatted at the wet napkin. Yo, hey? Cut it out. Geez, oh my gosh, fine. Ciao, weirdo gardener, dismissed Invinci-Girl, getting up from her seat. Turning her head toward the nearby lawyer, Invinci-Girl placed a hand onto the lawyer's shoulder. Yo, you're jabbering stuff, appreciate it, bro, said Invinci-Girl to a female lawyer. Invinci-Girl wiped away at her face as Clyde stood next to the exit of the courtroom. His arms were crossed alongst his chest. Getting hot and flustered after all of your crimes, huh? Although, I'm not quite familiar with females who like getting wet in the face, commented Clyde with a wide grin. Not today, Clyde, said Invinci-Girl. Just go push pencils or something. Clyde looked to the back of Invinci-Girl's head with his hands on his hips. Sure thing, and I'll be sure to invite you the next time I'm looking to push my pencil, remarked Clyde. Really? So gross, creepy, imprudent, bothersome, revolting, unsuccessful, listed Invinci-Girl, shaking her head towards Clyde from over her shoulder as she exited the courtroom, listing more of his inadequacies after she left. One day then, said Clyde in lasting reply and a wave goodbye. Meeting with Veronica outside the courtroom's doors, Invinci-Girl retrieved her half-eaten hot dog burrito before she processed through numerous billing payments and extensive paperwork for community service. Once finished, Invinci-Girl opened up her phone once more, pressing the heart icon to a video of a woman doing the splits over a sports car's spinning tire. Invinci-Girl number 1. Male-dominated corporarchy. Upon arrival to her destination, Sasha Scorza exited her brand-new, high-end sports car, recently ordered from the Velumarin brand. The car doors sprang open, reaching up towards the parking garage's roof before curving into the hood of the car. Veronica had accompanied Sasha for today's arrival, as usual, to attend a meeting at the world-renowned and trusted, as well as entirely secure, Invazo Tech Corp. Invazo Tech was known as an investment firm specialized in pharmaceuticals. Although few knew of all their investments, many doctors, if not all of 10,000 doctors across the nation, believe in accordance to a recent survey from the local area within Antietam that they definitively trust Invinci-Girl with their lives. Invinci-Girl is also regarded as a high-tech corporation, with only the finest materials used in all of their offices, building locations, and even bathroom stalls. In fact, the very urinals and toilets were made of diamonds for some reason. Additionally, the janitors were required to wear vicuña wool all across their wardrobe. No one really knew why such expensive fabrics and building materials were administered for Invinci-Girl's overall image, but the female Japanese human robots were only the beginning of Invinci-Girl's many secrets. Such human robots were always idle for some reason and stored within supposed break rooms for employees to make sanitation requests out of. Interestingly enough, all workers of Invinci-Girl were mostly male, which always sat as a thorn in Sasha's side. Sasha had been listening to very loud, heavy death metal music through her wireless earbuds, sung by a very upset woman no less. She had just entered Invinci-Girl's main lobby, through the parking garage's entrance. The very upset female singer seemed to be singing with a style somewhere between hysterical, obsessive, suffering, and possibly dying, all at the same time. The singer seemed to be singing about justice for her body, as well as the destruction of mankind, while mixing in concepts surrounding lethal fatherhood and female ascendancy. Sasha smiled to this song, either because of the catchy beat or the relatable lyrics, nodding her head around as if she were lost in a trance. Upon approach of an elevator's doors, Sasha pressed the button that signaled for upwards ascent, while Veronica texted on her phone behind Sasha. Waiting for about 10 seconds, a man had also approached the elevator doors, opposite to where Sasha and Veronica had been standing. Without further time to wait, the elevator doors opened, with Sasha and Veronica entering first. Using a keycard before use, Sasha pressed for the 12th floor button. Standing next to the button console, Sasha and Veronica stood in the elevator, opposite to the man's position. Dressed in business slacks and a casual business button-up shirt, the slim blonde-haired man looked to Sasha with intent. "The 6th floor, please," said the man with a kind smile. Looking to the man with delay, Sasha nodded her head as she hovered her pointer finger over the many buttons to the 12 floors, excluding the basement levels. With seeming hesitation, Sasha pressed the button to the 1st floor. The blonde-haired man frowned to this, looking to Sasha's nodding head with surprise. Without any hesitation, Sasha pressed the 2nd floor button. The blonde-haired man's visage dulled, with increasing awe and discomfort to this scenario. Sasha's pointer finger pressed the button to floors 3, 4, and 5 with rapid succession. The blonde-haired man's jaw dropped open, as if he were wishing to speak. In an additional sequence, Sasha's pointer finger then pressed into the buttons for floors 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. The man's eyes looked to Veronica for sympathy, who smiled innocently as she texted on her phone, thinking little of the elevator. The man's face seemed to beg reciprocation of his current situation, like only a celestial being could solve his plight now. With the final 11th and 12th floor buttons pressed, Sasha looked back to the frozen face of the blonde-haired man, whose expression remained unchanging. Sasha nodded with satisfaction, just as the female singer in her earbuds shrieked as if she were being impaled, before blasting Sasha's eardrums with the loud noise of high-frequency static. The blonde-haired man sat his back up against the elevator wall, exhaling. "Huff, what in the hell?" said the blonde-haired man, shaking his head subtly to himself before looking up towards the elevator's ceiling. "Why me?" Upon reaching each floor, with the elevator doors opening and closing periodically, Sasha and Veronica sat preoccupied with themselves before the blonde-haired man could finally exit upon the 6th floor. "Thank God. Next time I'll just take the stairs when I see blue hair," said the blonde-haired man, leaving the elevator. The elevator continued to ride upwards to the 12th floor before the doors opened upon the 9th floor, to a man tickling an attractive, brunette-haired female receptionist for some reason. They both giggled and laughed together as the woman was tickled without end. Sasha was momentarily shocked by this occurrence before much more could be seen. The elevator doors then closed, bringing the elevator upward, as the doors later opened upon each of the last few floors. With an eventual arrival to the 12th floor, Sasha stepped out of the elevator with a signal for Veronica to follow. Veronica nodded with a smile as she scrolled through her phone. Entering a large room, with a series of seating locations laid out in the shape of a U, with the opening in the U open towards the door's entrance. Each seat's elevation slowly rose from left and right toward the inside of the U shape, indicating a position of dominance or importance for the middle sitting member sitting at the bottom of the U. Middle-aged men who were white of skin sat at these seating locations. The sun speckled across their necks, while a row of glass windows laid behind the seating arrangement. Tapping her finger upon her right earbud, Sasha removed her two earbuds, casting a slow glance to Veronica. With a slow swallow in her throat, Sasha nodded subtly to Veronica with a faint, reassuring smile. Veronica seemed unfazed about the whole situation, but she shared the sentiment with Sasha, imitating a nervous but confident grin and a nod back. Walking into the middle of the U-shaped seating arrangement, Sasha stood with a stiff demeanor, while a select number of men grumbled amongst one another. The member of highest elevation stared upon a tablet screen in front of him, swiping his right pointer finger across the screen as his eyes carried a stern presence. There appeared to be 12 executives in total. Sasha watched this man with seeming agitation, but considerably less than the creeping doom taking over her demeanor. To Veronica's surprise, Sasha carried a timid composure for the first time since knowing her, or perhaps her clenched fists indicated otherwise. The man sitting to the right of the highest elevated man, Sasha's left, swiped across his own personal tablet in front of him. "MMK, sweetheart, how's our little Sasha doin'?" asked the man with a calm and diplomatic smile. Sasha raised her left eyebrow as she minced her lips. "I'm not sweet, but I've been getting by, like always," said Sasha with a few eccentric head nods while she spoke. The man's visage persisted. "How lovely," remarked the man with calm exclamation. "And I take it Chelsea has been working hard, like always?" asked the executive, with a scheming but self-pleased grin curling into his upper right lip. Sasha placed her hands upon her hips. Yeah, boss babes workin' for boss babes. Gals actually get quite a bit done," replied Sasha with very extravagant head movements. "Something that men aren't familiar with," muttered Sasha under her breath. The man in the middle of the seating arrangement clasped his hands together, raising them before his mouth, veering his body forward. "And I suppose boss babes rarely attract unwanted attention?" asked the lead executive with great emphasis on his last word. "Like constant legal disputes, for instance?" questioned the lead executive. An executive at the bottom of the seating arrangement's U-shape, to the right of Sasha, fidgeted with his eyeglasses. The eyeglasses seemed to be of high-end, technological quality with many moving symbols and images moving past his eyes. "How's your pet Komodo dragon, Miss Scorza?" "Still safe, well fed, I assume?" probed the eyeglasses executive with an undertone of menace to his calm words. Sasha looked across the many executives' faces with a look that warns assailants of their trespass. "Sloopy's fine. Really chill, actually," said Sasha with a piercing glare into the eyeglasses-wearing executive. "In fact, there wasn't a single problem with him when he gashed my waist in with his claws, just this morning." The man with eyeglasses smirked as the sun's reflection glinted across his spectacles. "Ah, wonderful. Hey, it'd be a shame if his diet were to turn the wrong way," said the executive with a cocky grin and downward angle of his head. His pupils rested near his eyebrows as his left hand spun a Rubik's Cube around with great agility. The lead executive's glare traced from the eyeglasses executive back to Sasha. "Yes, and it would be a shame. If that at-home movie theater television screen of yours were to see a few dents in it, or that your cushions were to suddenly be filled with nails or even fire ants, unpleasant, probed the lead executive in calm tone, with his two eyebrows raised to his forehead temporarily and his bottom lip reaching outward. The executive to the left of the lead executive, Sasha's right, typed vigorously on a keyboard in front of him. Yes, and it seems that all this trouble you've been getting into has really invited quite a crowd," commented the executive with a brief pause, then slowly nodding his head with tight eye contact to Sasha. The wrong crowd, Miss Scorza, said the executive with a conniving grin and flailing yo-yo now spinning around in the air like it were a saucer. Sasha stared at this executive, licking her lips. No worries, pretty boy, said Sasha. Before interruption. I'm sorry, paused the yo-yo flailing executive. Sasha's posture straightened up. No worries, sir. Scorza Manor is very safe from disturbances, assured Sasha with a long, emotionless glare. The room of executives looked at each other. Some had been smirking. The lead executive shyly opened his mouth while he grabbed his nearby technological mug. A stream of dark brown liquid squirted up towards his mouth, with no head alteration required from the executive. He placed down his mug with a swallow. Miss Scorza, I'm afraid the civilities must desist. This last quarter, what was your intake? Questioned the lead executive in a calm tone. Sasha stared at the executive for a long silent moment, with a quick turn of her head towards Veronica. Delivering a reaffirming but unknowledgeable smile, Veronica nodded towards Sasha. Well, I'd say things are improving. We're starting a pretty big movement, actually, said Sasha. And the finances? Asked the lead executive. Sasha looked at him with a prolonged silent stare. Well, you already know, said Sasha. The lead executive returned a grin while a man walked up to him with a tablet, like it were a piece of paper. I take it you're aware that we're down 31% profits this quarter and 43% viewer engagement, then? Asked the lead executive. Sasha flicked her eyes up towards the ceiling. Is that all you care about is money? What about human rights, or the people of Invinci-Girl's suffrage? You know, women have struggled through more than you know, or will ever know, shared Sasha with a short pause. We've been exploited through long enough work hours under boots like yours. In fact, you holding us back isn't going to change anything, muttered Sasha, loud enough for every member in the room to hear. The lead executive looked at Sasha with his eyebrows raised high to his forehead. The executive to his right veered forward. And are you aware of your profits this quarter, Miss Scorza? Asked the right side executive with slight tension in his tone. Sasha's eyes rolled. Yeah, dude, what do you want? It's a 33% hiccup, probably because of some virgin hate groups that you're supporting, said Sasha with a challenging tone. The lead executive stiffened his composure. It's 31%, dear, that's more than double the financial losses of the quarter just before this one. You're on a consistent financial decline, said the lead executive with a stern tone. Sasha flailed her hands upward before reaffirming their placement upon her hips once more. So what? You want me to jump on a camera in my panties or something? Oh wait, no, something raunchier. You'd like me to sell my body out for a bunch of my loser fans, wouldn't you? Contested Sasha with a momentary pause, before narrowing her gaze. You know, it's sick creeps like you that think using women's fertility is okay, but I would never allow that, not now, not ever, especially not when I know that some of you would definitely watch me sell myself online. The executives all scrunched their faces in a myriad of expressions, with many displaying a version of frustration. Miss Scorza, are you aware of your financial predicament? Questioned the lead executive slowly, with great agitation. Sasha minced her lips as she jetted her left hip out. Yep, and guess what, buddy? You're not getting a good glimpse into this firm butt on your tablet screen, capiche? Asserted Sasha, rather angrily. The lead executive had just taken a squirting from his technological mug, placing it back down. He raised his two hands up to his face, rubbing them across his countenance. Oh dear God! Evan, what is she talking about? Are we speaking the same language? Lamented the lead executive to the yo-yo flailing executive, sitting to his left. Evan looked from his superior to Sasha with noticeable consideration. Listen, Miss Scorza, would you explain to us why you're at a financial loss, and perhaps explain why Invazo Tech might continue supporting you? Questioned Evan with a neutral but assertive tone. Sasha pouted once more, flailing her arms around. Listen, dude, you just wouldn't understand, said Sasha with misery painted on her face. Evan flailed his yo-yo with masterful expertise. "Try me," said Evan, grinning. "It just so happens, you wouldn't understand people like us." "I'm an Aries," said Sasha with a following silence. "An Aries?" contemplated Evan. Sasha furrowed her brow, much like she were delivered a fist to her face. "Yeah, we're actually very ambitious, so we'll stop at nothing, literally nothing, and we're so bold," said Sasha, pausing for a moment to think. "You know, it's actually quite bothersome and tiresome, all of these unnecessary details and stuff, which doesn't jive well with my energy. We're also really passionate and great at building communities. In fact, we're so relentless and motivated that nothing could ever stop us," explained Sasha, nodding her head multiple times as she spoke. "And if you're not careful, our explosive personalities will leave you scorched with fire. But don't worry, we're very optimistic, so I'll come up with reasons to hold myself back. Trust me," concluded Sasha, displaying a self-satisfied grin. Not just Evan, but all of the executives looked at Sasha with dumbfounded looks across their faces, like a teacher had finally enlightened them for the first time in years. Evan dropped his yo-yo and typed furiously upon a keyboard in front of him. "And when were you born again, Miss Scorza?" asked Evan. Sasha flailed her arms around once more. "Ugh! Like it matters? Didn't you listen to me? Don't you care about what I am?" I'm really starting to feel uncomfortable right now," lamented Sasha, crossing her arms. Evan continued typing vigorously, before pausing a moment to read something on his computer screen. An executive to Sasha's left bent forward. "Are you saying that this astrological sign of Aries explains our predicament and your abilities to perform for our investments?" questioned the executive, who Sasha immediately found quite attractive, which grossed her out for some reason. "Oh, hi. I mean, wah? No, just listen, my assistant," said Sasha, looking to Veronica. "She's a Capricorn, which if you don't understand people like her, she's actually incredibly fearless. In fact, her limitless ambition and undeniable fortitude pushes her past her struggles and obstacles by using her secret wild side, which is known to dominate the spirits of those around her. That actually, by the way, makes us a power couple, because of her unique powerful spirit, and my ruthless tenacity for building a vision and leading people is exactly what we're going to use to overcome this momentary hurdle," exclaimed Sasha, standing tall, proud, and casting a wide smile. The room sat silent once more. Veronica appeared very uncomfortable, if not shocked by this sharing of new information. "Listen, I get it, Capricorns are known to come across as cold and cruel, but that crazy, wild party spirit inside of them is just what we need for building a community. Not only that, but her unending youthful energy and optimism is exactly what we need to overcome anything and everything that'll threaten our next financial quarter." The entire room sat silent once again for a prolonged moment, while Evan typed furiously on his keyboard. "I don't think," said Veronica before interruption. "When was your assistant born, Miss Scorza?" asked Evan. "Like I said, doesn't matter," said Sasha, nodding her head quite energetically, as if she were quite irritated by now. "You know what, and while we're at it, when were all of you born? That's probably the root of all our problems here at the present moment. I honestly guarantee you that there's some kind of unpacking around your horoscopes that needs to go on in here, just so we can finally move on from all these crazy expectations and work out all your unique individual emotional compasses." The lead executive looked over towards Evan once more. "What did you find?" asked the lead executive. Evan turned his head up towards his superior. "Boss, it's just a bunch of postmodern cult lingo," said Evan, shaking his head. With her eyes widening, Sasha flung her arms in the air once more. "Are you kidding me? You know what, while we're at it, what's all your deal anyway? What's with this need to domineer and surround whoever walks in this room? Huh? Is that what you get off to? Just to compensate for your more than probable small man-thing sizes, which is probably correlative with your emotional self-suffocation and psychological ignorance," exclaimed Sasha with a spine-tingling shrill. A proud smirk arose on Sasha's face. "Or did all your mothers just forget to breastfeed you?" The lead executive's face turned red hot as faint death metal music had begun to play, from where no one could quite tell. Quit your charades. You'd be lecturing to a room of unstable, unsophisticated female prisoners if we never bothered with you. Explain your quarter earnings or we'll explain it for you, yelled the lead executive with a shaking pointer finger. Sasha pointed her finger right back to the lead executive. No. We resist. The patriarchy will fall. You can't continue to exploit everyone and get away with it forever. Not when there's women who can do this job better. You're just too afraid to be outperformed by those who you've discriminated against for ages. No. We're rising up, and you're the dinosaurs we'll be leaving behind. My generation is the truth, shouted Sasha, with the faint death metal music continually screeching softly from an unknown source. Kicking his chair from out beneath him, the lead executive briskly stepped down from his seat, walking up towards Sasha, who watched him from the middle of the U-shaped meeting table. Pointing his finger up against her torso, the lead executive's red face glistened from the sun's casting rays shining through the nearby windows. It's unruly, privileged little Madonnas like you that don't understand the blessings they've been given. I'm done being patient with you and your financial instabilities. The people of Invinci-Girl depend on our tech company for their governmentally approved medical services. And you don't know the beginning of all our work. Now humble yourself like a good little girl and pipe your childish, delusional trap down. Screamed the lead executive, spewing spit from his teeth-gritting mouth. With a soft swipe across her face, Sasha looked up to the lead executive with disgust, before curling her throat with a lob of saliva, spitting straight back in his face. Just try this, empowered Aries, punk, shouted Sasha, pressing her face right up to the executive's red face. After wiping across his blemished face, the lead executive felt across his right hand tenderly, caressing a hand brace that he had been wearing. One which resembled a high-quality glove of sorts. Gritting his teeth, he took off his hand's brace glove using his left hand and raised it up above his right shoulder. With a fell swoop, the back of the brace glove came colliding into Sasha's left cheek, sounding a loud thwop throughout the conference room. Hooah! Wow! Upon a woman no less, exclaimed Sasha, holding her left cheek with surprise. This shows the kind of respect we get nowadays. With a speedy hand, Sasha raised her own right hand above her left shoulder, descending the back of her hand across the lead executive's right cheek. Delivering a loud colliding slap of smack, the lead executive's face reeled back towards his left shoulder. Reaching his hand up, the lead executive felt across his reddened right cheek. Mincing his lips and tightening his facial expression, the lead executive dropped the brace glove, readying his previously braced hand up above his left shoulder. The executive that had once sat to the right of the lead executive extended out the palm of his hand like he were trying to catch, or perhaps stop something. No, Jormu. Not like this. Not when HR will. Oh, holy she, yelled the executive, as Jormu descended his once braced hand down upon Sasha's face. A loud thwack sounded across Sasha's right cheek as Jormu held his unbraced hand with an expected but non-existent pain. Returning her own grimace and minced lips, Sasha quickly spun her head back towards Jormu with her left hand readied for another slap. A loud thwack sounded across Jormu's left cheek as red pigment now painted his whole face. Without time to waste, another speedy slap from Jormu's left hand descended upon Sasha's cheek, delivering a loud clack to the collision's noise. The situation persisted, as about the seventh slap sounded from Jormu's face by Sasha's backhand. Sasha grinned with pleasure as Jormu stumbled back. Regaining himself, Jormu readied the back of his right hand once more, landing the back of his hand across Sasha's left cheek. A powerful vibration of energy echoed from Sasha's cheek as her body stumbled backward from the impact. With a hop in one leg, Sasha recollected her distance as she readied a return slap across Jormu's right cheek. Creating another vibration across his cheek, Jormu stumbled backwards with surprise as the backhand's force imbalanced his stature. Recollecting his lost distance, Jormu delivered a counter slap, sending a backhand across Sasha's left cheek, resulting in a powerful wave of energy throwing her whole body backwards through the back. Flying over and past the table of executives, Sasha yelled, "Ack!" before her body shattered into the wall in front of Jormu. Recovering from the sudden flight, Sasha tumbled out from the minor debris as she readied for a sprint towards Jormu, who braced his face. With a forceful backhand slap landing upon his right cheek, Jormu went flying over his side of executives, tumbling into the wall behind himself. The wall crumbled off bits of drywall from the fracturing impact as Jormu felt across his aching body. The middle-aged Jormu dusted off his expensive business attire with proactive mind for decorum before sprinting after Sasha once more. Through a charging sprint, trailing with what looked like heat waves generating behind him, Jormu dashed with inhuman speed for Sasha as she readied for his countering slap. "Time to pass you around the city, financially deficit girl," yelled Jormu, colliding his left backhand with Sasha's left cheek. The force of the strike sent her flying over his chair's location and into the glass behind his usual seating location. A piercing noise of "Krisish" deafened the room's inhabitants while Sasha spiraled out the window, down towards the city of Antietam. "Oh, come on. This isn't fair," bemoaned Sasha as her body soared across the city of Antietam like a celestial comet. Whistling through the wind, Sasha screamed, "Rah!" as she neared the ground level of the city, plummeting into a bus waiting at an intersection. Breaking through the bus's exterior, a calamity of men and women screamed out as Sasha landed atop an immediately incapacitated man. Sitting in the lap of this body-plowed man, Sasha fumbled for some railings to lift herself up from the man's lap. "Oh! Ew, oh my gosh, gross. Have some respect and don't touch me, dude," demanded Sasha, parting the unconscious man's hand from her right thigh. Once she could bring herself to a stand, Sasha looked about herself to the shock of multiple horrified faces of both men and women. Sasha smiled with an awkward expression. "Oh, my Apollo," said Sasha before interruption. Sprinting after her with all his might came a man of Asian descent, with a formidable backhand landing across Sasha's left cheek. "Oh, what the ah!" screeched Sasha, crashing through the bus's front windshield and soaring through the city once more. Upon arrival to her next destination, Sasha crashed through the wall of a large business building, where a woman walked through the interior halls, vacuuming the floors. With sudden fright and bewilderment, the woman screamed as Sasha stumbled up from the ground to her landing. Sprinting with full force, the vacuum-wielding woman delivered a powerful backhand slap across Sasha's right cheek as her body blasted through the building's exterior once more. Whistling through the air once again, Sasha screamed with, "Oh my gosh, ah! Ack! Oh my god, of all cultures, what in the hell of all cultures is going on?" shouted Sasha, landing into the sandpit of a golf course. Stumbling up from the sandpit, Sasha dusted off her clothes as she groaned from the incident. An in-shape, handsome, about 30-year-old man had been driving a golf buggy before leaping off his driven buggy, sprinting straight for Sasha's position. With her hands outstretched, Sasha waved her arms frantically. "Oh no, 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 no. Not this again, no. I don't need this right now. Don't touch my boobs." "Oh wait, you're kinda," pleaded Sasha before interruption. With a golf club in his right hand, the handsome man held the club upside down with his hand sitting right beneath the club face of the golf club. Fashioning the golf club like the club face were a sort of backhand, the man slapped it across Sasha's right cheek, sending her flying once more across Antietam. Trailing like a comet across the sky, Sasha neared the landing location of a school playground where kids slid down slides, climbed clumsily across monkey bars, and swung themselves on the playground swings. Nearing the impact of a young boy swinging on the playground swings, Sasha yelled, "Ah!" while the boy just happened to jump out of swing to fly through the air. With a flight unknown to most of his peers, the boy flew as Sasha's body neared upon his graceful journey through the air. With a face of terror, Sasha covered her eyes using her arms before feeling the small surface area of a mighty backhand boom across her left cheek. Continually screaming with newfound shock, Sasha sailed high towards the sun as a plane soared through the sky. Shrieking with dissatisfaction, Sasha looked towards the plane that approached her position in the sky. "Oh no! Come on! When is this going to end?" shouted Sasha, making eye contact with the pilots in the plane's cockpit. Hasty looks emerged upon the pilots' faces. Without time to waste, the commercial passenger airliner began to spin in the air like a spiral dart, with the gigantic left wing of the plane colliding across Sasha's right cheek. It provided a force that many that day would rumor as an earthquake from the heavens, as if God himself shattered the skies with a magnificent strength. Due to this impact, Sasha found herself shot into space from the plane's collision, faster than any man-made rocket. Flying into space with high velocity, Sasha screamed where no voice could be heard and no person could be found. That is, besides the odd saucer-like object she saw passing her by. Although it didn't seem to care for her presence. In fact, not even the large caterpillar circling the sun seemed to take notice of her. Despite these uninterested observers, Sasha continued flying through space as an asteroid headed for her direction. Spinning with its own unstoppable velocity, the asteroid happened to carry an external appendage of celestial rock, for some reason. This external appendage appeared to extend out for a short divot before angling upward like a human ready to wave, "Hello." In fact, this appendage of the asteroid seemed to have lumps at the end of the appendage, reminiscent to that of fingers on a hand. Twirling like a basketball on an athlete's pointer finger, the asteroid's appendage collided with Sasha's left cheek, delivering her momentum back towards Earth. Upon her return into Earth's atmosphere, Sasha's body burned bright as the tension of the atmosphere rippled past each morsel of her body. Before this extremely warm plummet could cook off all her clothes, Sasha crashed through the ceiling of Invasotech's 12th floor, with building debris falling in upon her body. Jormu stood at the middle of the U-shaped meeting table, looking down upon Sasha's mostly ash and cindered clothes. Veronica shrieked in shock as Sasha laid motionless upon the dented floor beneath her body. "Oh, Miss Scorza? Are you all right?" called Veronica, running over to her body. Jormu picked up his brace glove from the ground, and the faint death metal music ceased to play from afar. "How is it that we cannot just get rid of you?" muttered Jormu amidst the quiet chatter of his fellow executives musing around him. Evan typed furiously upon his keyboard before looking up towards Jormu with intent. "Sir?" "It's HR," informed Evan. Jormu looked over his shoulder as the broken window's gust of wind rippled through his clothing. His face carried dread. "And what did they say?" asked Jormu. Evan spun his yo-yo around for a brief moment before placing it down with an intentional force. "It's the girl. They want to see her contract reinstated, despite her results and astrological sign," said Evan with a cold tone. The board of executives collectively grumbled. "And what of her financial inadequacy for Invasotech?" questioned Jormu insipidly, staring down upon Sasha's incapacitated body. Evan nodded drearily. "They say she is the song of a generation, the tempest that'll stir women's souls, a spirit that'll ascend her generation, and the stars," shared Evan with reluctant speech. Jormu spat upon the ground a few paces away from Sasha's body. "Is HR sure of this?" asked Jormu sternly. Evan's face carried a look of sorrow. "If we don't, Linda will sell out all of our classified information on the governmentally approved practices and procedures, and our market duality with Risperian," mourned Evan, covering his eyes which had suddenly swelled with moisture. Jormu looked away from Evan to the faces of his executive board. They all stared grimly upon their superior from the grave news. "Then, tell Linda she'll have her wish, but we'll continue using the girl then, whether it be for skin irritation or to resist political pundits who have a benign power for removing women's tops. We'll use her despite Linda's interference," countered Jormu, resting his frozen eyes upon Sasha's motionless body, who Veronica sat next to, texting on her phone. "Evan." "Yes, sir," responded Evan. Jormu's original serenity returned. "Tell Linda that skin irritation has a new crisis escalation and that there's only one woman to save us. Our basic human rights and the whole city," announced Jormu, revealing a mischievous grin stretched across his face. The whole room of men snickered with glee as specialized paramedical staff uniformed with the Invasotech logo entered the room. A man had been crafting together his signature pasta on a flat plate, which sat at the middle of large lasagna slabs, designed to circle around the marinated meatball and pasta noodles in the middle. the lasagna slabs was like a replacement for the walls to a typical bowl. It was a mixed dish, something only he was known for making with fruits, used to accent the top of the lasagna slabs. The man grinned with pride as he felt through his dark brown beard. Gritting his teeth and mincing his lips, the man tugged down upon his beard hair until he could pull it out. Sprinkling his beard hair like it were Parmesan cheese, he had accented the lasagna and pasta dish with his brown beard hair. He chuckled while his acquaintances giggled and laughed along with him. Placing the dish before his friend, a man who was accustomed to his friend's excellent cooking, had sat in front of the dish with a blindfold on before he was revealed the dish and took his first bite. It seemed that his friends were celebrating an event of some kind for this man. With the sudden revelation that the brown spots were not black pepper sprinklings, but rather the cook's very own hair, the chef's friend excessively spat in disbelief. Spitting onto the plate, the chef's friend ran over to a nearby trash can with a fork scraping across his tongue. The whole room of observers cackled hysterically, standing in front of a sign that read, "Happy Birthday." After scraping down his tongue, the celebrated friend ran to the kitchen sink to fill his mouth with water, rinsing his mouth thoroughly. His friends, acquaintances, and the master cook all laughed without end. Before any delay, the rinsing and spitting man soon grabbed one of the flaming candles atop his surprise lasagna, aiming it right for the master cook's face. Sasha Skorza grinned as she tapped the heart icon on her phone, giggling to herself, "Hee hee hee. What a dunce. Now, how did he not see that coming?" remarked Sasha. A male judge of impressive stature, perhaps 7 feet in height, with astonishingly massive forearms, sat before Sasha. "Attention, ma'am," boomed the male judge's overwhelming voice like he were a drill sergeant from an era of unworldly masculinity. Sasha's posture straightened in response, before immediately slouching once more. "Sup, bro?" responded Sasha, scrolling through her phone. The mountainous judge took a massive egg from out of a carton, enough to choke a normal man's throat. Chewing down upon the egg's shell, the judge snacked upon the raw contents inside like he were eating a jelly bean. Spitting out the broken egg's shell from his mouth, the judge swallowed the rest of the egg's contents whole as he let out a beast-like snarl. He grabbed another massive egg with an intense glare focused upon Sasha. "You seen large object ever crush feather?" probed the judge with an alien accent, unknown to those in Antietam if not Earth. Sasha looked at the judge with pity, like he were a scrawny man attempting to pick up a lunchbox. "Ah well, no darling. I've never spent any time watching chickens get skinned alive, but I've definitely been crushed before," replied Sasha with a grin stretched across her face. The male judge stared into Sasha's eyes with an unending menace. "Chicken is no feather, puny woman, and neither is criminal no celebrity," countered the male judge, crunching down upon another egg's shell. Clyde seemed to be sweating for some reason, no one could quite tell why, but his arms wobbled like a flag in turbulent wind as he placed his elbows down upon his desk. "Sir, we have the report. Everything should be correct, if you wouldn't mind, just reading her char," requested Clyde before interruption. The judge snapped his eyes toward Clyde. "What I say, little learner? Strong judge tell criminal how, what is? Not to read charge," growled the judge. "Discipline yourself, now." Clyde's arms wobbled with continued instability as his breath ran short. Please, sir, yes, they're very bad, they're all very bad, sir, I think she knows her crimes," said Clyde with watery eyes. The male judge growled loudly. "Garreau? I say 41 arms of discipline, now." "Egg." "No," yelled the male judge, throwing a large egg towards Clyde. The egg landed into Clyde's lap, which his wobbling arms limply grabbed for. "Yes, of course. Sir. 41 arm disciplines, now," shouted Clyde with a weak salute. Placing the large egg inside his mouth, Clyde chewed upon it with immense difficulty, as he placed one arm down upon the courtroom's floor, attempting to perform one-arm push-ups. Clyde gagged the egg out of his mouth multiple times, with numerous gag reflexes to follow. No puny coughings. "Man absorbs egg. Man makes love to discipline," shouted the towering judge, while Clyde gagged from the large egg stuffed in his mouth. Dish him or pleen," mumbled Clyde loudly, with moisture dripping from his cheeks for some reason. "Ack. Egg. Egg," coughed up Clyde, reinserting the spat-up egg back into his mouth. Sasha watched Clyde struggle with an unusual interest for his situation, like she may have actually been concerned. Her eyes shifted to the judge. Yo, military overlord? Hey, you can do the nagging stuff now, let's just get all of this over with, requested Sasha. The judge picked up a pile of papers. I crush your crime-doing blue lady, we begin, boomed the judge with a devilish grin. First, you will be charged heavily by large sums of income for the rampage inflicted upon our magnificent city, Invinci-Girl, announced the judge, raising his hands up in the air as he declared her charges. Immoral behavior. Only big baby wrecks their big home. You are bad. Immoral human. My mother better than you, boomed the judge, lowering his arms to review his papers. Sasha's eyebrows furrowed to his assertive indignations. I've got you now. Now I read you more charge, declared the judge, with a finger pointed at Sasha. Now I charge you broken glass. Yes, indeed you are evil. Very wrong, young one. Many cuts, yes, from broken glass, shouted the menacing judge, before pointing his finger again to reassert emphasis. No. You will see your ways. Charge for broken bus. Yes, you destructed into bus. Very bad. Only devil debauches like you. Even the wicked sing to the heavens, where you cackle for the devil's work. But no more. Because big charge incoming, declared the judge, casting his two hands once more to the courtroom ceiling, closing his eyes. Clyde's struggling and gagging persisted as the judge read his papers. Oh! What this? Naughty destruction of business, no? Why hurt good labor people? Their efforts make you mad? Only demons spit on angel, said the male judge, reviewing his papers once more. The least of one's sins, but not for today. For you are unlucky, I love the golfs. Extra big charge for blemishing club face of golf club. No redemption for you. Good almighty. How wicked is she, shouted the judge, looking at the courtroom ceiling like he were asking it a question. The judge gasped with the likeness of a bear in slumber, which many in the room could not comprehend how to perceive. Oh no. You break playground swing? And shatter sky rock? Bad, very evil. Have you no respect for child energy or garden of God? Questioned the judge, exiting his seat. Getting on his knees, the judge clasped his two hands together. Ooh, holy salvation. Judge her. I discipline small one, I scolded blue one best. But you judge greater. Bring down your might. Shame with great charge. A retribution so great. Not even sky's storm will muster. Vanquish unholy females' crimes. The room suddenly shook with heavy vibrations. Indeed, for a moment, everyone including the judge assumed that the whole room would soon topple in upon itself. Sasha held her phone firmly as the room shook. Hey! I've got important coffee shops to go rate and review, guy. Can we finally end this ceremony and let me just improve people's lives? Shouted Sasha amongst the room's rumbling. A moment passed before the room's status returned to normal. A paper airplane came flying down upon the judge's location, from an origin indiscernible. The judge seemed startled, frantically opening the paper airplane with panicked hands and snarls of anticipation. The inside of the airplane read, "The heavens choose a $15 charge smiley face," read the airplane's contents, ending with a smiley face. Casting his head up from the paper sheet, the judge glared across the room with a skeptical eye. Where is Defiler? Deceiver? Wicked servant to underworld, cried out the judge, holding the paper sheet up towards the room. Getting up hastily from their seats, a group of 5 incredibly scrawny men scrambled out of their bench seats to escape the courtroom. With skillful precision, each scrawny man in the group received a forceful impact upon the backs of their heads before they could exit the courtroom's doors. Dropping unconscious, each scrawny man face planted upon the court's aisle which led out of the courtroom, with 5 dented and nearly broken eggs resting near their bodies. The judge's face turned red. "The father has answered," boomed the judge with his hands raised high to the air. 15 multiples punishment. For mistresses' demons and their omen. Restrain them, declared the judge, followed by the response of 5 police officers collecting the young men. By holy decree. Do big charge, crush no little feather. But crush devil's chicken, shouted the judge, pointing his pointer finger towards Sasha, who stared back to his finger with confusion. Sasha placed her phone down, looking at the unconscious, scrawny men behind her. Yeah, so did you ever consider hiring a female for this role? In case you didn't know, they're excellent decision makers, and they often know how to seek help for unpacking baggage and trauma, which, said Sasha before interruption. Blue way hair. 1 billion charges. Only wise spirits save your evil now, declared the judge, folding his mountainous arms across his chest with a prideful grin across his face. Sasha stared at the large man as she glanced to Clyde, removing broken pieces of an egg's shell out of his mouth. All right, cool, can I go? Asked Sasha. Pay charge and remorse, ordered the judge, pointing out towards the courtroom's door. Sasha smirked. Terrific, Chow demon preacher, returned Sasha, heading for the courtroom's door. Throwing another large egg towards Clyde, the judge placed another massive egg from his carton into his mouth. Discipline? Small learner. More egg and discipline. We make you strong, bellowed the judge. Exiting the courtroom, Sasha met with Veronica, who had awaited her outside. After they finished processing through paperwork for extensive community service and billing payments, Sasha exited the courthouse as a mob of scrawny men with cameras and photos of her swarmed Sasha. With many incidences of bodily grazing against Sasha's breasts and butt, as well as incessant brawling amongst the scrawny men, Veronica and Sasha eventually entered her newly purchased high-end sports car safely. This vehicle in particular had been custom-made to her request. Entering the driver's seat, Sasha flicked an excited look towards Veronica as the engine roared. Ready to take a ride in the new Invinci-Mobile, Veronica? Asked Sasha. Looking back at Sasha with surprise, oh my gosh, wait. Did you finally get a car brand named after you? Questioned Veronica with a bright smile. No, actually, it's a one-time, custom-built vehicle. Can you keep a little secret, though? Asked Sasha. Veronica looked around inside the bright pink and gold interior of the vehicle. Sure, what is it? Replied Veronica. Sasha smiled happily. Well, just so you know, this girl here was made specifically by women, for women. Pretty boss babe, huh? Shared Sasha. Veronica expressed momentary interest. Oh wow. That's really something else, replied Veronica, fixing her hair through her phone's camera. A shirtless man flung his body against the Invinci-Mobile's driver's seat window. Sasha? I love you, yelled the scrawny man outside Sasha's window, knocking on the Invinci-Mobile's glass. With pressed lips and gritted teeth, Sasha swiftly activated pepper spray mist from her windshield wipers, with the screaming pains of surrounding men scrambling away from the Invinci-Mobile. This is too much, all right. Time to see how this girl purrs, announced Sasha, pulling out of her parking spot with a few collisions into scrawny men. Once Sasha had exited the courthouse's parking lot, she excitedly drove onto the nearest highway to test out the Invinci-Mobile's newly designed turbo engine mode. Unfortunately, due to some hasty steering and a few intended as well as unintended attempts to nearly ram multiple cars off the highway, Sasha had gotten into a car wreck just before entering the freeway, where she had hoped to test her new turbo on. Arguing through a rather heated insurance exchange with the other party, Invinci-Girl informed Veronica to order a ride from Daniel as she grabbed the collar of the man she had been arguing with. Finn. Thank you for reading Invinci-Girl, written by Charles Arlington. Please consider picking up and reading Charles's written work for yourself, as well as engaging with the rest of Charles Arlington's catalog. It was a pleasure to deliver this audiobook to you, and to reach this title to a wider audience. In the future, a higher quality audiobook should be made available. Any and all support is appreciated, and I hope to bring more to you soon. Thanks for listening.